welcome to the last Winestream of 2021. I am Uncle Kage, of course, and most of you know my good friend over here. I shall put up the wonderful text overlays that I made so that we have here the
Boozy Badogger.
This is the Boozy Badogger.
I am the Boozy Badogger.
Yes, that's him, and I am Uncle...
The Boozy Badogger. We've known each other for years.
Yes, we have.
We've known each other. This is how... Okay, thank you, Uncle Kage.
We could change it if you want, or do you want to leave it that way?
Audio is poppy.
Audio's poppy.
Audio is pop. I think we're maxing out the audio.
Are we maxing out? Let me turn that down a little bit. How about that? Is that a little bit better for you guys? Of course, it's Arco. He's a professional.
Your audio sounds as old and crinkly as you.
Okay, tell us if that audio is better. I have moved the little white thing to a different spot. Still crackling.
Still poppy. It is on your camera mic. Is that typical?
No, it's off this.
Are you sure?
Let's find out.
Because the little thing right above it says the camera label. So you see where it says C-922?
Technical difficulties. Give us a second here.
That's your mic.
Properties. Microphone. Yeti stereo mic.
Huh?
But for giggles, we'll put it on.
And we're going to sound worse.
Actually,
we're going to sound so much
We're going to
worse.
sound terrible.
Old men fight. I'm not fighting the technology.
Wait a minute. They say much better, clear. What did we do? We didn't change it.
You pressed microphone C922 ProStream webcam on the audio.
Okay. Now how does it sound? Did it go back to...
My spouse says now we sound like we're in a tunnel. It doesn't sound great, but it's less poppy for sure.
Oh, so it's perfect now.
Did you have your gain up too loud on the mic?
You saw what I did.
No, actually I didn't. I'm over here. The microphone's over there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the this December 2021 edition of the Winestream. We have just started. There was nothing before any of this. I am Uncle Kage. This is my friend, the Boozy Badogger. Yeah. And drink already. Well, we are going to. Actually, we're going to take care of that.
I'm being abused.
He's being abused. My friend is from Kentucky. Am I correct?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you. I went just before Thanksgiving to the local ABC stores, we like to call them here. And
I'm surprised they can spell down here.
They can, although
They love it so much they name their liquor stores after the alphabet.
Yes,
Wonderful.
Yes, it's like all booze you can buy. But anyway, I went in, it was very crowded, and I was looking around, I didn't know what to do. So I stood in the center, and I called out in my best alkali voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of your time, please. Is anyone here a native of the state of Kentucky?" And the place went silent. People looked at each other. One man said, "I am." I said, "Sir, I am in need of the best Kentucky bourbon, but I know nothing about it. Can you help?" And he said, and he ran to the shelf, and he pulled this bottle down and said, "You should give this to your friend."
Oh!
You can show them. Is it a good shit?
Hey, honey.
Is that good shit?
I love you. I'm not bringing any home with me.
Are you sure? I did buy two.
Hey, honey, I love you. I'm still not bringing any home with me. This is very good stuff.
Okay, good. Well, this gentleman also brought along...
I brought a gift for
present.
you.
Yes, I'm going to open this.
It is the holiday season. We exchange gifts.
Yes, I didn't wrap yours. I feel bad, but
I didn't wrap yours either. My spouse did.
Oh, thank you, spouse. Okay. I can tell we got tape all over it. Oh, there it is. Okay. The excursion boat story, Moonlight at 8:30.
That is a book about excursion steamboats. It's in almost mint condition with the jacket. It is out of print.
Yeah.
The authors of that book are Captain Alan Bates and Captain Doc Holly. I served under both of them.
Oh, you served under a guy named Bates.
I served under both of them. He's dead now.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Like I was gonna see if I could get it autographed, but the Necronomicon was broken that night. So
I have a copy of that if you want. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Boozy. Yes, I am quite. Thank you so much. Oh, you can open that and pour yourself some.
Trust me, it's a wonderful book. As a matter of fact, a lot of the pictures and posters and things in there are from the boat I served on.
Oh.
Because both Captain Holly and Captain Bates worked on that boat back when she was a tramp steamer.
A tramp steamer.
Yep.
So it catered to tramps.
I mean, yeah, more or less, but not why they called it that.
All right. Well, Boozy is not the only guest we have. Assuming that the sound doesn't go crazy and do Poppy whatever the shit it was doing before, I should like to welcome our third guest for the evening, direct from the fiery pits of hell. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Fox Amore joining us tonight. Oh, and I got to put the letters back up here. Sorry. Let me, fix that.
Did you spell my name right on the? Yes. I see. Boozy Dadger.
Closer.
We're getting there.
I was in a hurry. What do you want?
Very ironic. You went to the ABC store to get my gift, but forgot your ABC's when writing my name.
Maybe I had a third one of these and tried it myself.
It is very good.
Hello.
So, hello, Fox. Now, make sure we can hear the Fox. Let's put this shit up. Fox, say a few syllables and see if they go all poppy here.
Hello, test 1, 2. Hello from the fiery hells of Brexit Britain.
Now we wait for the 4 seconds for people to answer and say, yes, we hear him. Oh, Ushi is here. Hello, Ushi. Unsere liebe Ushi is here.
Audio is good, though there's nothing we can do about the echo.
We can't do anything about the echo.
Hold on. Let's fly to Scotland and provide some high-grade tech support.
Okay, how bad is this
it.
echo? Okay,
Well,
let's try.
Because we had like that freaking storm Arwen come by, like it really did a number on the country. Like I think there's still like 10, 15,000 people without power or something. It's kind of crazy.
Okay, is the echo better now? Somebody tell me if the echo is better. Keep talking, Fox.
Blah blah blah. 1, 2. Here I am.
1, 2, Brexit.
Sing that hit song of yours.
Yeah, that one that you're always singing. He just blew smoke in your eye.
It's okay.
That's it. Sing. Smoke gets in your eyes. The echo's still there, apparently. Don't know what to do about the echo. Wait a minute. Let's do this.
And if that did work, prepare to be copyright stricken.
Okay, we're going to try
Oh, no,
this.
don't worry. We've got that covered already.
Okay, we're going to try this too. Hang on. Fox, keep talking. Let's see if they hear you now. Say some things.
Blah 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 blah. 1, 2. Da, 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 da.
Let's see how that does, because maybe this can now pick him up off of the speaker that we're hearing.
Now he is silent. We can hear Fox nice air keyboard better, low volume. Okay, so what is happening is it's picking, the mic up there is picking up the speaker that we're hearing.
All right. We can still try a few things, but
What do I have to do to make it better? Is there anything I can do from here?
hang on.
Okay.
We're going to just crank you up, Fox.
It's complicated, but the first thing we're going to need you to do is take off your shirt and pants.
All right. I'm gonna have to get through this number.
Okay. Now, does he sound good? Say pants a few times for us.
No echo now.
Look, if you can't hear me, at least have a nice view of the Iron Groove.
The Iron Groove.
Make it better.
They can hear you. We're doing it interesting. Like, we're hearing you over the speaker and then using the speaker to pick it up on the mic to go it out because...
People say it's perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. That was
If
the
it works,
Winestream.
it works.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. We're finished. No, no, we're not. We'll fix that later.
Boozy Dadger. Now, you're going to start like a kink thing with me.
What?
Leaving me labeled Boozy Dadger. That's going to be a thing. And I'm...
Dude, it's already a thing. Didn't you know?
No.
Of course it is.
I don't look up myself on E621 unlike some people.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Do you know what happens if I look up me on E621?
I
I don't find anything.
Oh.
By the way, tonight's sake, the first bottle is actually almost gone. I found this in the store. It's a brand new sake to me. I had never had it before. It's called Hakushika, And it's a ginjo sake, which many of you who have seen this before know that means it's made from rice milled to between 50 and 60% of its remaining size. It's just good shit there. How's that? That's what we're going to with. But as soon as this is done, I got another bottle which I'll break into. Now, explain to me, I just bought the bottle the man said to buy.
Yes.
What is so special about this?
It's a very small batch bourbon, meaning typically they're not single barrels, but there's only a certain number of barrels that are aged longer than the regular ones. Let's see if we can see the label on here. How long was this aged?
Is it on the little tab?
Yeah, maybe. And this part of the reserve, which is the do they have the aging on this? Does not have the aging, which means it is a blended.
Yep. I'm gonna put Fox's name on because there might actually be one or two people for whatever reason.
But I'm going to assume, given the fact that the bottle says very old, it's likely blended from 7 years or more.
Okay.
On it, especially because the Jefferson's brand is not known for low grade bourbons.
Okay.
Like they have one called Jefferson at Sea.
Yeah.
Where after they barrel it, they put the barrels on a freighter, and then age it by traveling it around the world.
Can't they do that in a basement?
Well, no, you have to age it in certain climates, or else it doesn't age right.
So.
Likely from the center of the warehouse with this, but
Okay. So they age.
There are a couple of distilleries here that basically have like the Kentucky bourbon, like the barrel taste in them. Like they actually fly over and take the barrels from Kentucky and bring them back to Scotland and then age the whiskey in there. It's kind of cool.
Do you know why that's such a big market?
No.
Kentucky bourbon can only be aged in a virgin white oak barrel. It can't be. You can't reuse the barrel.
Oh. Wow. Is that because of the wood or the?
That's just how it's made. Charred white oak.
Nice.
And you can't reuse the barrel, so you'll get a bunch of other Scotch. There's a lot of Scotch distilleries that purchase the white oak barrels. I have a cane made off of a barrel stave that a friend had gotten me, as well as a barrel top plaque. And back home, it's not uncommon, or wasn't uncommon when I was growing up, to see people with the actual barrel planters that were just a bourbon barrel cut in half. Back before the hipsters started buying them for home decor. So.
Yeah, it's really neat. Like when we were at the distillery, like we learned all about like the angels share and like terms like that. Like it's really awesome. Like, it's such a deep process.
When you were back on this side of the pond, you and I are going to have to take a weekend and go to Kentucky and hit the bourbon trail. So I can introduce you to the distilleries down there and hopefully some White Dog.
White Dog.
Man, that'd be amazing.
White Dog.
Fox and a Badger going on a whiskey trail. What could possibly go wrong?
White Dog is literally the bourbon right after it comes out of the still and before it's put in the barrel to be aged.
So it's unaged.
It is literally moonshine. It tastes like corn.
Whoa, gosh.
What's the point then?
It is very, very strong.
Okay.
I mean, it's essentially moonshine.
Yep. I can't really allude to like anything too fancy that I've got here. This is basically just like a green melon liqueur, but it actually goes really well with Iron Brew. Like I've never tried it until now. And actually, if anyone's been to Japan and tasted like the melon sodas, it tastes exactly like that. Like it's really nice.
What is the name of the green melon liqueur?
Just green melon.
Okay, I was gonna say if it's Midori, because Midori is a green. It's upside down and backwards. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, I've got like Maduri as well, but for some reason, like this tastes a little bit nicer than Maduri. I kind of prefer it to it, but Maduri is good too, like especially on its own.
I used to know a guy who drank Midori Midori sours constantly. That's all he drank, Midori sours.
Ooh, yeah, Maduri sours are good. You'll regret it the next morning, but
oh yeah, you definitely regret the next morning. Like, but nobody ever thought about the next morning then. It was more of a we're out tonight sort of thing. Go to the piano bar, drink a lot of Midori. People ask you the next morning, like, I got so shit-faced on whiskey last night. What did you drink? I children and drank Midori, and man, does my head hurt.
Oh,
the,
no.
the manliest of quotes.
It's because you can't taste the alcohol. It's just so
What?
you just keep on drinking and drinking it.
There, finally. Fuck some more via Skype. Okay, we think we got it figured out.
Me via Skype? What?
Yep.
Wait.
Oh, by the way, Captain Werewolf Guy still wants to tell us his secret. Tell us your goddamn secret. We have been on pins and needles.
They
Yeah,
did
we've
tell
been
you the
wondering about
secret.
Where? I missed it.
So, Uncle Kage, here's my reminder. There's an event that's going to happen in 4:30 to 8 p.m. my time.
So I'm going to live stream it. I'll be scheduling it to 6. Be prepared for that. Well, I'm ready.
Yeah.
If you're ready, I'm ready. Okay.
45. We got 45 minutes, folks.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but we got 45 minutes for it.
And Vovaka says, Oi, Fox, how's your da?
He's doing all right.
How
Folks are
is
doing
Dom
okay.
Moore?
Like, we've been busy with Christmas, and it's probably going to be a matter of days now before my dad starts setting up like the outdoor Christmas tree lights, which is probably going to be enough to like land an aircraft. So it's going to be it's going to be fun.
Let me fix this. Let me fix this.
Like I'm not kidding either. Like we're talking like runways of like stairs and like full trees and like.
See, like, you all really celebrate. Because, like, when I was growing up, people would be, we got to set up the Christmas lights. My dad would be like, no, we don't. We just have to take down the neighbors and we don't look lazy. Like, to this day, we still don't know who shivved Rob's inflatable Frosty, but...
Oh? We don't know. Oh, well, actually, wait a minute. I was going to say, you sure you want to say that on a recorded medium? However, speaking of which,
Yes.
both for Fox and to comply with MasterCard's AN 5196 revised standards for adult content merchants.
I'm going to stop you right there. Have you read MasterCard's AM 5196 revised standard for adult content merchants?
What if I say no?
Oh, well, that means that you were about to read off a disclaimer that you have no idea whether it actually has any effect on the underlying document. When something's referenced in the document that you are signing, you should always review the document by reference, because a lot of times it'll be considered incorporated by reference.
You know, this was a lot easier when Talon was here. He just took the paper and tore it up. Participant is providing their informed consent to the following provisions. You attest that you are a participant in 18 plus content on patreon.com. Right. You are of the age of majority in the country where you reside.
Once again, I have a question. Hey, Fox, just a question. What is the age of majority in Scotland?
The age of majority.
Yes.
That's not really a term we.
Yeah,
use
you have
here,
no.
like,
It literally is a term you use there because we got it from you.
Do you mean like what? I don't really understand the
When
concept.
are you legally an adult in Scotland?
Legally an adult?
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure. I think it was 16 at one point, 17. I think it's 18 now.
Yeah, okay. So we can establish that there are differing ages of majority throughout the world, more than likely, correct?
I have provided a valid government-issued identity card to the creator or content uploader, that's me, and the creator or content uploader, that's me, has verified my age by viewing the following ID.
A valid government-issued identity card?
It says, my driver's license, my country-issued passport, my social security or tax card with my birth date on it.
Okay, your social security card does not have your birth date on it. Please do not show people your social security card if they ask you to be informed. Like, give them an ID. Please, do that. But, don't be like, hello, skeevy porn producer on the internet. Here's my social security number. And my mother's maiden name. This is where I bank.
A state-issued identity card. Other. Please specify what other ID type you provided.
That kind of covers all of them, though.
Yeah. I consent, that's you, to my image being uploaded to, published on, and downloaded from patreon.com by the creator content uploader, that's me, and or by viewers of my content, of your content.
Wait, no, it says my content.
But that's
Hold on. I consent to my image being uploaded to, published on, and downloaded from patreon.com by the creator content uploader, whose name is below, and or by viewers of my, being the agreeing parties, content. So what happens if somebody who doesn't give a fuck about Fox and More and isn't you
Like,
watches this, is this null and
Like me.
void? The way it's written, it only covers you watching it and people who watch Fox and More's content watching it.
This was a lot easier with Talon. He just...
I am so confused, period, as to what's happening right now. I'm just hearing Patreon and legal issues.
To make sure that people are not engaged in illegal sexual activities, Patreon has required people to enter into agreements for the usage of their image when 18 plus content appears online.
Right.
18 plus content is apparently so ill-defined that a drunk chemist, a fat lawyer, and a Scottish musician who curse and drink may qualify.
Yeah.
May.
By the way, I don't know if Tianlong is in the channel, but I'm going to flush him out if he is. I'm just going to wave this in front of the camera for a few seconds, and if he's in channel, basically what we'll hear thunder outside is what will happen.
Well, what I'm loving is somebody in the chat has said, "When will Tien come?" And I'm just telling you, you gotta buy him dinner first. You gotta buy him dinner first.
Thank you. Layla, I help families that don't have so much money and I give their children Christmas presents for free. What do you think about my help? Well, I think that's the sweetest thing I have heard today.
Are
That
we
is very
in
nice.
the viewing area screen? Are you all seeing a large black bar to the side of me, or?
Oh, no, you should be seeing a fox.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the red triangle. Or the red rectangle.
The red triangle.
The red triangle. Is that not
Okay, that makes me feel better.
Yeah.
The red rectangle had me worried.
No, the red rectangle is just what is there. And Caraway says, this is why everyone should have some basic teaching of
No.
law at some point. What do you mean, no?
If you people get educated about law, I'm out of a job.
Oh, that's right, you would be. Look at that. Looks like water.
Yeah, that Japanese water.
Yeah.
Better than that Russian water.
Undertaker says, Boozy looks like Colonel Sanders. I happen to know.
I own a Colonel Sanders suit.
When are you going to wear it?
The plan was an Anthrocon 2021. That worked out really well.
Yeah, it did, I guess. Yeah.
How is Grandma Kage?
Grandma Kage is doing quite well. I had breakfast with her today. We had some lovely French toast, but we made like 50 gallons of the egg mixed with the bread. You're having French toast tomorrow. I hope you don't mind.
I'm fine with French toast. I was like, when I went to visit Alkali made French toast, but then when I looked at what he was making with it, he was making with challah bread.
It's pronounced challah.
Whatever.
I need to point out as well that Alkali is an amazing cook.
You lived with Alkali for a
Yep.
little bit, didn't you?
For a little while, yeah, I was there.
I know. You know
Good time.
why? There was a TV that you couldn't fit in when you moved into Alkali's house, and you know where that TV is now?
No.
It's in
where
my
is it now?
basement. I stole your TV. I use it in my
That's
studio.
okay.
You're not getting it back.
You should have taken my fursuit while you were at it. My fursuit's down there somewhere.
Really?
Is
Yeah.
it? Well, we have to get it back to you.
They've been looking after it though. So. Oh, my ton of drinks.
By the way, that should just be scary. Like, no, Alkali's been looking at it. Alkali's been fucking in your fursuit. You understand that, right? Like, that's...
Alkali wouldn't
Well, I'll probably
fit
find it
in
next
his
time I wear
first.
it.
Actually, that just raised a
That
mental
just,
image.
yeah, that
No.
just make the
No.
image better, though?
No, as soon as I
he's
started
cutting
saying
off at
it-
his knees and his elbows, like, oh, I'm folks some more.
As soon as
Like,
I
not
said-
even doing a Scottish accent, just messing it up.
Yeah, I'm fuck some more. Look at how Scottish I am.
Bend over, mate.
Oh, it's okay. Almost like a lot of people when we listen to stuff even from Hollywood that's over there, a lot of us cringe at the attempt. But at least the attempt's appreciated. The problem is if you do a bad Scottish accent, that kind of sounds more Irish than anything else. Which I don't mind. I like the Irish accent too.
Oh, I absolutely love hanging with London Furs and then pulling down from YouTube clips from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang or something of Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah, tried doing his fake Cockney. Yeah.
Oh, Layla, you need to be reminded. Well, why don't you tell them what you told me? You were awakened with some news.
I was in bed one night. I was sleeping. My spouse was down in my studio using my computer to play games with people. And I got woken up to, there's another bat in the studio. And I was getting ready to get out of bed. And that's when QM said, oh, no, I've already taken care of it. I've got it, and I let it out, and don't worry. I just wanted to let you know that at any time, a bat could still fall from your studio ceiling. Good night.
I am the night.
We figured out where they're getting in, though. They're squeezing in right where our hose faucet leads out of the basement. So we're just gonna caulk that area.
Yeah.
Gotta shove some hot caulk in it and let it go.
You're gonna shove some
Just
hot caulk in it. I want to make sure we all understand that there was no. You're gonna shove some hot caulk into the opening.
yeah.
Good. Just making sure.
Are you doing this because your mom's here now?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
being very. Hi, Mom. Yes, guys, my mom's in the channel. Fox, don't swear.
Yeah, well, that's assuming my mum or dad aren't in the chat as well, like ghosting me. They probably are.
Oh boy, Fox, you're lagging again here. How can we fix that?
I don't know if there's much I can do about it, unfortunately.
I think it's a Skype thing now.
Yeah, we got his audio coming through okay though.
Yeah, but it's
I
coming.
think it's just the video is the lag.
Yeah, it's probably just because like the Wi-Fi here is not like the best. We're not super fast like America yet.
All right, that works.
Yeah, and actually it's weird. I don't think it's Fox's connection. I think it's yours.
What, mine?
Yeah, because when I look at Fox's connection on the laptop,
Yeah.
the sounds and movements are synced. It's the capture.
But,
Should probably rephrase that. We do actually have like some decent Wi-Fi here, but just not here. Not yet, anyway.
Should we try fixing it? I don't know how to fix it.
I think you're going to fix it.
Well, I'm gonna try. Skype.
The geese have returned.
The geese have returned.
Uh-oh.
Fox, say a few syllables.
Test 1, 2.
That didn't fix it. Nope. All right, we're gonna try this because actually this kind of fixed it last time. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch it to a different source. We'll switch to the onboard cam, and you'll see Boozy and I for a second from a different angle here. So that's local. So it's like there we go. That's us, kind of off screen. So now if we go back here and say properties and go back to Foxamour. Okay, Fox should be back.
No, it's still me.
No,
there
he's
we
back.
go. Now it's Fox.
Okay, and he looks much more in sync.
Okay, that's good then, I guess.
Like, Fox doesn't care. I feel you need to understand how this
All
is
right.
going on Fox. Fox is like, I don't care.
Not on Fox.
I mean, I am like 3,500 miles away. I don't give a
Scheiße. Yep. Oh, hey, Mom. Ushi's here. You two can like talk about stuff. And I saw. Okay, Sue dear is here. Hello, Susan. My
Hi,
darling.
Sue. Everybody, without going into reasons, everybody say hello to Sue.
Hello, Sue.
And we hope you are feeling better.
Hello, Sue.
Now, Sue pointed out that she gets very enraged when Benny talks about challah, this type of bread, which comes from a place where challah.
Challah.
Now, there is a little restaurant around the corner from here, has an interesting, I think only in North Carolina could you get away with this. It's called challah and squeal. It's a slice of challah bread with a big pork sausage patty on it. Yeah, it tastes good. It's a little
It
offensive.
tastes like heresy.
Yes, well, it does.
What's the flavor? The flames of hell.
And we have Fox to give us some commentary on that.
The flames of hell. Hang on, here we go.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, I'm gone
Whoa!
entirely.
We've been we've been hotboxed by
The log
Fox.
fire's actually gone out. I'm gonna have to get some more kindling in a second.
It's a Fox
If I don't light
hotbox.
the fire soon, it's gonna start getting very cold very fast here. It's really chilly.
Yeah. So, okay. Originally, the original idea was Fox was going to be in his little studio, and he was going to be on his keyboard and stuff. We tried some tests. His studio was approximately the size of that window you see him in.
Yeah,
He tried to put
it's
his.
basically an enhanced cupboard.
I kept the video, the test video of Fox trying to position his cell phone camera, and the thing kept falling. It just looked like an earthquake.
What you need?
It's because I'm also like rewiring and setting up new things in there, so it's like kind of a mess right now, and it's just not ready for streaming. But probably next year it will be. I need to get a better webcam as well. I want to get one of the 4K ones if I can.
Yeah.
When we bought the house, we turned a room in our basement into my studio, painted a wall, put a couch in there, did all this stuff. But looking around, it became very obvious that it was like some old man's room that he would go into and stare at porn. Because like we were opening cabinet, like there was a World War II ship medical chest just sitting on the wall, and we opened it and we found a bunch of stuff in it, and I'm like, oh, this was an old man's jerk off room. So this is where some old man came and looked at dirty pictures. The best part of it, though, was in that chest was a mystery CD and the box for a game called My Baby Boy for Nintendo DS. Not the game, just the box for My Baby Boy for Nintendo DS.
I don't want to hear another word.
I
I don't want to hear another word. I don't want to know. I don't want to discuss it. I don't want to.
Well, I talked about it,
Look up on
and
Google.
somebody was like, "Oh, you ought to see what's on the CD," and I'm like, "Did you not hear me describe the other things in that box? I'm definitely not putting that CD into a computer I own. I don't know what's on it."
And QM says our kids started a cult around the game box.
Yeah, they did. We would be sitting downstairs at night, and we'd hear them from their room all chanting, "My Baby Boy for Nintendo DS." My Baby Boy for Nintendo DS.
You know, when I think about the entities that this man is rearing in his house, I have hope for the future of humanity.
They're wonderful kids. I have great children.
Yep.
Like, we just finished working on the boys' room because the boys share a room. And our youngest, when we got done, we said, "You can go and sleep in your bed again." And he sleeps on the top bunk of the bunk bed. And he's chilling in our bed that he had been in for a week while we were painting and stuff. And he just looks up and goes, "No, thanks." He hadn't slept in his bed. You can sleep in your bed. "No, thanks. I'm good."
Where's he sleeping?
Yeah, in the king-size bed that we have.
Why not?
With all of his stuffed animals.
That's a furry dream.
All of
Yep.
them. I have a stuffed animal. He gave me a teddy bear.
I thought his name was QM.
It's got a tie on it.
Mm-hmm.
And because Daddy wears a tie, that's my teddy bear.
Oh,
So
that's adorable.
yeah.
Sue, we are not going to say that. We are not going to say that.
Oh.
Onyx is asking our view on the game Whamageddon. I haven't the foggiest idea what that is. You know what a Whamageddon
I
is?
have no clue. what
It
that
sounds like a convention chairman's nightmare
Is
with a
it-
bunch of people outside complaining.
is. Is it like
Whamageddon.
a side-scrolling game where you play Boy George? Yeah, Fox gets it.
Uh-oh. We got company.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, dear.
I came to crash the party. Where's my
Our
wine?
party is being
Oh my
crashed.
gosh.
Do you hear the voice? Boozy should be wanting a hug, I'm sure.
Why do you think I'm
It's
standing?
all right. Sit down. I'll settle your lap.
Mom,
How are you?
Hello.
It's so good to see you.
Good to see
You made good time?
About 6.5 hours, even with the traffic outside of DC.
it
I thought there wouldn't be.
Oh no, it was the drawbridge when you're going through the throughway around it. It was packed.
it just so
Tiger
happens
cats.
That's my motorcycle jacket.
that I have prepared for this eventuality So,
I
we're
brought my
going.
dinner.
You brought your. You don't.
I didn't-
Hi, Grandma.
I told you you didn't need to bring anything.
But it's low calorie.
It's low
Hi,
calorie.
Fox.
Oh, low
Hi.
calorie. Yeah, we all know about that.
I didn't hear.
Sorry, got to add Fox's name in here.
We have everybody in now.
Yeah, we got everybody in now. Okay, we got to bring Fox's name in. Fox
It's not
Moore.
going to work.
I'm hearing my name. What's happening?
I'm moving your name down here. All right, well, come have a seat.
There's not enough room.
There's plenty of room. I got this
We'll
covered.
make
Sit down.
room.
Sit down.
But I have to put my socks on.
But just, she got to put her socks on. She's putting her socks on, ladies and gentlemen. This will be just a moment. It's a
It's-
very important ritual we have to
It
go
doesn't have
through.
any carpet.
I am going to, you sit in the middle, Doozy sit there. I'm going to take the place of Cerberus.
Okay. If you don't, I
What is
either
that?
put this in your freezer or.
I'll put it right here, and I will take care of it. Have a seat.
Okay.
Tell people hello.
I'm going to be first on the middle.
First on the middle.
Yeah.
That's a good place to
Fix
be.
this up.
That's an excellent place to be. First on
Oh
the middle.
my God. That's
Oh.
low.
Find yourself. up
Wilma,
on
I
the
really
middle.
love your jumper.
Thank
This
you.
is a very nice sweater.
It's a very old sweater.
Yes, in this country it's called a sweater.
I know. I'm used to
Sweater.
calling it a jumper because I have a friend who spent most of her life in Great Britain, and she calls things different stuff.
In this country, we refer to
She
something
says
as a jumper.
herbs, and she says your jumper.
Now, Mom,
And yes,
Trash
what are we
can,
drinking?
bucket.
I have sake. That's my sake.
Rubbish, trash.
Lucy has some
Oh,
bourbon.
how about some water? Because I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
I can get you water if that's what
Okay.
you like. Pardon me,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen.
How many calories are in the bourbon? Sorry about that.
I do enjoy the fact that you think I'm concerned about the number of calories
Well,
in my
I
list.
am because I have put on. Wait.
Where do they even put health information on these things? Let's see. There's government warning.
Bourbon is not really known as a diet beverage.
Thank you. And how about getting my?
Yeah, they don't have a calorie listing on it. I looked. However, if we return the bottle in Maine or Vermont, we get 15 cents.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
If you want to drive up to.
Yeah, Maine or Vermont.
Hello. Oh, who is that, Nikki? Hello. Oh, I can see this whole thing.
Yep.
Hey, Sue dear.
It's very.
Yeah.
I'm very orange right now.
He's in hell
What? Why?
because he's in
No,
hell.
no, no. I can show you. Like I'm in like a cabin.
It looks like a cabin.
Yep.
That looks nice.
do you live there now?
Yeah, it's the entire house. No, it's a cabin thing we got in the back.
That's
of the
your
garden.
hideaway.
Pretty nice for your friends and for causing the neighbors all sorts of trouble.
I was just wondering
That's
if your,
nice.
I was
Is
just wondering
it,
if your family was just of the opinion you'd been there long enough now you can go live in the cabin.
is it in your
I
family?
mean, once Brexit gets really bad, we will be in here. This is like our bunker as well.
Is this near your dad's house?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's the same house. Like I'm just in the garden.
Oh, okay. So it was a shed and you turned it into a house.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Just kind of
Okay.
like put a log fire in it and put some lights around, and there's even like a little projector screen that we got here. I've got like
Yeah,
multiple
I
games
like
consoles.
the candles along the top. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's like these weird hue strip light things, and I can change the color like when I'm actually on my
Oh.
phone. If I try and do it now, like I'm gonna
Oh,
have to
okay.
lose Sky.
I just bought some of them.
Hmm?
I just bought some of them. They flash
Have you
though.
spot some?
Yeah,
Huh?
they flash.
Oh,
And
you can
it's
flash them.
very
Yeah, like you can make them
distracting.
do all sorts. You can even program them to like if you're playing like a game in here, like Mario Kart or whatever. You can program it to like for the lights to kind of like follow the colors on screen. So it's kind of immersive. It's pretty
Well, I
cool.
bought the cheap stuff that either flash
Hmm?
or straight.
Yeah.
So
By the way,
cheap stuff.
Gonzuka the Ferret says, Kagani t-shirt look like he could go in a bar convincingly as one of the boys. Since you mentioned that, I'm going to go change my T-shirt. Before I do, Layla Cookie, yes, I have had Glühwein. It is exceptionally good shit.
I don't.
What T-shirt do you have on?
I've got the bluesy badge.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know what bars you're going into. But I'm just gonna, Ryan, if you walk into a bar wearing an anthropomorphic badger on your shirt,
Yeah,
someone's
you're-
saying
yep.
something.
yeah.
Right? Like what? I want one of those.
Layla, we have had Glühwein. Sue Deer has put it on the house up in the hill.
Yeah,
I like being able to see everybody. I have this tiny little laptop, and I get like 6 people at a time, and then they're gone. Yes, Grandma is going to Eurofurence this year. I don't know how to pronounce your name because it's in
acrylic.
Cyrillic. How do you pronounce your name in English? So how do you answer this person? MNPOC.
Yeah, I have no idea. Their name is entirely acrylic. Can we go to Eurofurence? Sweetie, I've been working on Eurofurence for a while now. Unfortunately, Eurofurence hadn't gotten back to me.
Let me talk to him.
like, could you please invite me to your convention? I want to go to Germany.
You could go, because I'm not. Is there any way that you can take a ticket that?
No.
No.
The answer is no, dear. They don't do that anymore.
They don't
I
just
can't
let
sell
you.
you my ticket.
They just
No,
don't,
you can't.
They just don't let me show up at the airport. Hello, I'm Grandma Kage.
Yeah.
They can't.
No.
No, they don't.
I got
do
it
that.
covered,
well.
dear. Don't you worry. Talon Wolf says, do I need to give Grandma a multi-monitor setup? Yes, you
Yes,
do.
yes,
Get to
yes,
work
yes.
on it.
Yes.
Multi-monitor setup's the way to go.
Yes. Well, I didn't know how these things would work, so I just bought the, what was it, $12?
What?
The ones that I bought, the fairy lights.
Oh, the little fairy lights.
Yeah, they just blink or they're plain.
Yeah.
And the blinking is enough to cause you to have a stroke.
The little hippie place we go to, they got these jars that have like the little fairy string lights in it.
Yeah.
Mom fell in love with it, so she bought like 1,000 of them.
I said 12.
That's wonderful, though.
12. I bought 12.
Your mother's of an age
Yep.
where if they want a jar of fairy lights, you have to get a jar of fairy lights.
By the way, our friend with the Cyrillic name, it is pronounced apparently Miroslav Barzashki. Dobry den.
Miroslav Barzowski.
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell that in English?
Well, that's how it's spelled. Miroslav.
Miroslav
Yaroslav
Barzowski.
Barshovsky.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nostrovia.
that's a good. I know what Nostrovia means.
Oh, let's
It's the
see.
same as saying up yours.
It's okay.
No, it's not.
There's an up. It's different, dear. It's not.
It's
the
not. It's just here's to you.
same. By the way, you took off your jacket without explaining to people
It's hot. It's hot in here.
Grandma Kage explained to me.
this lovely jacket. Why don't you tell everybody what this amazing, incredible jacket?
That jacket was purchased or stolen in Japan. I don't know which. During the Second World War, and it came into my possession through probably the son of the person who acquired it during the Second World War. And when I broke up with him, I didn't give the jacket back.
I just want to point
Got
out,
more nice things that way.
as an attorney, I'm listening to your tale of the provenance of the jacket.
It was my motorcycle jacket, okay?
This jacket was purchased or maybe stolen, I don't know.
Acquired.
Acquired in Japan during World War II.
Yes.
And I came into the possession of it. Not I took it. I'm just going, oh, that's a lot of fancy words for saying, look, I'm not saying it was stolen.
Well, I just appropriated it.
And I'm not saying I stole it from the person who stole it. I'm just saying I got a jacket.
I didn't
It's got a
steal it.
tiger on the back.
It was handed to me and said, here, you can wear this.
That jacket
So I
is
kept it.
probably older than anybody in this channel.
Yes.
By the way, Onyx Flame is asking all of us what our thoughts are on the Welsh tradition. I'm probably going to screw the pronunciation. Is it Mary Huid, the skeleton horse. I think it's a great tradition. Any skeletons in any holiday, I'm all for it.
You sold me on the word skeleton horse.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a
Spooky skeleton horse.
Skeleton.
It's a skeleton.
No, that's
Skeleton.
a red horse. Yeah.
It's a skeleton.
A bunch of
Skeleton.
people are saying.
No, you got to go. It's got to be skeleton. You got to try and ignore the T.
Skeleton. Yeah, that's right.
Skeleton.
Skeleton.
There's no T in Scotland.
Skeleton.
Scotland. There's no E in skeleton.
By the way, Gunsmith, I'm certain that Fox and enjoy the booze and the chocolates. I shall answer for you, Fox, since I don't know if you can see the channel. But,
Oh, I cannot see the chat. No. No.
So somebody asked about
I'll
a care
take your word for
package
it.
they sent you last year.
that's Gunsmith Jocks.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely wonderful, and he gave me like these really spicy like cinnamon candies as well, which were super good. So yeah, really nice. And I think my dad had like one of the beers as well. So yeah, really good like mix of stuff. So thank you, Jack.
By the way, since my demon is in the channel here, my demon of temptation. If anybody approaches you with a British confection called minstrels, run away. Do not get started. Not even
Oh,
once.
they are
You will get
so
hooked.
addictive.
Yes.
It's like
Yeah, they are.
You're not familiar with minstrels?
No, I
are
am not.
They are
Oh.
a chocolate confection that is made of chocolate and heroin. It's a mixture, a 50-50 mixture of
I thought it
cocoa
was
and heroin.
marijuana.
Oh no, it's heroin, definitely.
Okay.
There was a version of them called they were called like vice versas here. I don't think you can get them now, but you might be able to. But they had like the original like dark chocolate, and then they had like a white chocolate version as well. Like it was really good.
It's excellent. Excellent.
I was going to save some for the stream, but I was not able to. They accidentally fell into my mouth, and I consumed them.
Yep, but they were pretty good.
Would I ever tour Chernobyl?
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
give me.
No.
I've had all the kids I want to have. I mean,
You don't want bone cancer
I don't know.
or
You got
prostate cancer.
a
Okay,
point there.
It's perfectly safe. The Russian government would not put anybody in danger.
And with that thought, let's see who else has something.
We go
Shout
from
out to my Welsh
chocolate to
horses.
cancer in
Yay,
Russia.
horses.
Yeah, like that heck of a left turn there. We were talking about chocolates, and now let's talk about prostate cancer.
Yes.
Very serious. Get checked.
Well, okay, speaking of which, I saw a headline this morning. I woke up, and before I was going down to breakfast, I checked the news headlines. And apparently there was a gentleman in Great Britain that had to go to the hospital to have a World War II era artillery shell removed from his rectum.
So, like, I heard about this, but I've not seen like the news article
think
yet. But I'm kind of I
that
don't
was,
want to.
You think that was true?
Well, okay, I've been in furry fandom a long time. I don't think I would be surprised. His excuse, of course, was that he was puttering with his collection and slipped and fell, which is
Thank
usually
God,
the
thank
excuse.
God he didn't sit down afterwards. That would have blown his mind.
You were waiting for that.
Yes, I
was.
Okay.
I did read a
that's-
story. I don't know if it was over here in Europe, but there was one person who tried to evade like the vaccine passport thing, and he went to get a vaccine but with like a fake arm to try and like pretend like he's had the vaccine. Like that was in the news recently as well. I can't remember where that was, but I heard about that and I was like,
Like
Didn't work.
yes, a medical professional who's going to administer a vaccine is going to be fooled by a prosthetic arm.
exactly, yeah. Like
No.
apparently the first thing they said, it was like, this feels like rubber.
Oh, dear. No, it wasn't in Italy. I'm sorry. I thought it was Britain, but oh well.
The
I'm not sure. It
chicken
might be.
breast under the sleeve. Why?
Okay, these.
Do they think they just jab the needle through your shirt?
These are the same people that think they can take a bath in insecticide to get rid of the poison after they've had.
You know
their-
what? As long as they don't swallow the insecticide, whatever gets them to take the vaccine at this point.
Yeah.
You know, I'm starting
Well,
to
I
think.
figure it's going to weed the population out.
I am beginning to think that the whole rumor that you can set up a bath of Epsom salts and borax and everything was actually concocted to get people to take the vaccine.
Not fatal. Go ahead and do it. It'll take all the toxins out of your body.
Oh, Azra Venus, you mentioned the hot new D-Vax thing is the magic dirt. Have you heard about the magic dirt?
Oh, that's so neat. You need some magic dirt.
It's magic dirt. These people are selling it and people are eating it. It's dirt. They're eating it because it has remarkable cleansing properties. It is dirt that comes from Canada, from a peat bog that borders a landfill.
Magic dirt.
It is very high in both arsenic and was it lead or cadmium? I can't
Lead.
remember. One of those joyful things.
Listen, I'm just gotta be honest. The people who are eating bog dirt from
They
Canada.
deserve to die.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. She said it. We did not.
I was going to say we don't really need to worry about the effects of lead poisoning with them, but okay.
You know, let them
Just
go.
go straight for the throat here.
I figure this is going to survival of the fittest kind of
This is-
thing, weed the
This is
population
why.
out.
This is why I love you. People look at you like, oh, she's such a sweet little old lady, and the grandfather's like, the stupid deserve to die. Like I'm just saying.
Doesn't make sense to me, except for my daughter.
No, okay. Let's. Not
It's just
okay.
it's actually
Not
another
that she
reason
would
Lucy's
watch
probably returned to
anything
Europe first,
furry.
because
By the way,
you've got to see her on one of those scooters.
I got two
She's
sisters.
amazing on the scooters.
The sister that all of you know, she's okay. The sister you haven't met,
You
you're
won't.
not likely to. Anyway, I love. Okay, Sue said, where'd she say? First you eat it, then they bury you in it. Yeah.
Sure, that would be good. That would keep all of that contamination underground, so that your corpse wouldn't rot and have molecules of the stuff come up in the air.
We are getting really intense.
So that
with
is generally
this.
why you bury the corpses, dear.
Well,
This is becoming the
Like we went to a weird place.
We started talking about skeleton horses,
Right.
and then we went
Yeah,
to
well,
Chernobyl.
Foxmore, we love your little cabin. By the way,
don't eat dirt.
don't eat dirt, and if you do, because you don't want to get the vaccine, you deserve to die. And then be buried in a concrete bunker so you don't contaminate the rest of us.
What are they? Is it dangerous to bury people who died from the virus?
No, I don't
And
think so.
No,
Their juice goes into the ground.
no, they embalm them. It's okay.
Are you sure embalming kills the virus?
Well, no, it doesn't, because what embalming does is it takes all the blood out of the body and replaces it with embalming fluid, and then that blood is disposed of normally in a biohazard sewer. So, if you live near,
but yeah.
yeah, so if you live near a funeral home, just remember there may be somebody's blood running under your feet right now.
I mean, if it can't do that now, it's okay. I mean, there's plenty of letters still left in the Greek alphabet. I'm sure Omega will be like something out of Resident Evil.
Okay, now, does anybody remember the Omega Man? I'm waiting for the Omega variant because that's when we're going to have the Omega Man. You don't remember the Omega
Omega
Man, do you?
I vaguely.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Now I think about it, yes, I
It
do.
was one of the many remakes of
I Am Legend.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't watch it.
Well, one of the things about the pandemic that has really affected my life is, like, you've been to my house, and on the corner near my house, there is a rather large funeral home, right? And we only have on-street parking in my neighborhood, so the biggest personal impact of the pandemic so far has been it is impossible to park in front of my house now. It
All the
is-
hearses lined up?
Yeah, it is just
Oh.
impossible to park in front of my house.
I guess you can't put it.
Well, what about your neighbor?
Well, I
with
mean,
your-
like, I can, but then what am I going to do? Accost the people who are walking down the street to the funeral? Like, no, that's my parking space. Didn't you see the chair? I don't care if Grandpa's dead. Move your Hyundai.
What about your neighbor with her private parking space? Does she have a problem? What's her name again?
Oh.
What?
Marcia.
Marcia.
Marcia doesn't talk to me anymore since she learned I bought the house.
She was so hoping you'd be
She
evicted.
was so hoping we would be gone by now. Because we
Nice.
parked on her side of the street.
Oh, because you took her parking place?
Well, the place beside us had 2 units, and the person who lived there had both tenants in both units, and so like our side of the street. Our house was filled up, so we
So
just
they
parked
parked
on the other
it.
side of the street. And she did not like that. she did not like that. She tried to get us thrown out of the house God knows how many times. Then we bought it.
And there's a legal question there.
Oh,
Is there a
he
legal
is a lawyer. He
requirement
is
to
not your
embalm?
lawyer. Blah blah. You want to go through that?
Honestly, it depends on which state. Yeah, the question is, there is no legal requirement to embalm, though. Is there? And it depends on the state. That's the very first thing. You actually have to look at each state has different requirements. Some states do not require embalming.
Mummification.
If you are doing what they call a direct disposition.
A what?
Direct disposition.
Oh, I thought you said never mind.
Which
That means
means
burn.
yeah, the burn or bury. But within, I think, like 24 to 48 hours with no viewing. Anything over a certain amount of time, they have to embalm the corpse.
Oh, so the Jewish people can buy.
That's actually,
Okay.
you see those laws, that's actually a big thing with the faiths that don't believe anything should be removed from the body after death. That's why you don't see, like, wakes and viewings. They almost always do direct dispositions of the remains.
How about that?
I'm going to give a non sequitur. You're probably too young. Did you ever watch Babylon 5?
Yes.
Okay, you watch Babylon. Mom watched
Everybody
Babylon.
watched
Everyone
Babylon
watched
5.
Babylon.
No, only cool people watch Babylon 5. That's not
All
true.
cool people watch
It's on
Babylon
HBO
5.
Max.
There was okay.
Real quick, hey sweetie, cool people watched Babylon 5.
Yes, they do. There was okay. The thing about Babylon 5 was it tackled issues that okay. It was definitely a thinking person show. The one that still sticks in my mind, an alien, an extraterrestrial family. They're all freaking aliens. Showed up, and it was a mother, a father, and a little boy.
Yep, I know the episode you're talking about.
The little boy was very ill, and the doctor discovered, I've studied your physiology. It's a very simple surgery. I can save his life. Oh, no. You can't cut into the body. It will let his soul out. And the whole episode is this conflict between the doctor saying, look, he's going to die. I have to take out this tumor. And the family saying, no, you can't cut into him because then his soul will leak out. It was a wonder because doctors run into that kind of shit all the time. With people saying, oh no, the Bible doesn't let you not drink alcohol or put artillery up your ass or whatever the Bible says. Help me out here.
I'm pretty sure the Bible has nothing specific in it about artillery up the ass.
It probably does. It probably does. I'm sure it does.
Thou shalt not sit upon the 88 millimeters.
We shall consult the Book of Armaments.
There's probably something in there that they could say.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely something in there they can
Yeah.
say.
And this is what they're talking about.
Now, do you remember the end of that episode, though?
I actually had
I'm
a
not going to
question,
give it
because,
away,
like,
but that was one where I cried.
Yeah.
Well, you have to give it away because these kids are never
No,
going to
no,
find
no.
it.
Let them watch it.
It's on
What was that?
HBO Max.
Yeah, what was
Babylon, the entire Babylon 5 series is on HBO Max.
So you have to watch and
Yeah.
find out what happened to the little kid.
Yeah.
You'll cry.
Yeah, you
didn't
will.
blow it.
And Sudhir said, someone set him up the bum bomb. All right, well, okay, let's keep
Actually,
going.
no, I like Jimmy the Head Foxes. If he used a mortar shell, it'd have been okay because Fed's flared base. You gotta have a flared base.
He couldn't pull it back out.
Yes,
He didn't really do that. That's just.
I'm certain.
QM says it's in the Apocrypha.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Something went by. Where was it? Oh, there it is. Jack of all quirks is saying hello to all of us here and Foxamore. Me and the
Hello.
boyfriend are drinking along with Olive Yins as a Pittsburgher.
Actually, no, Jack of all Corks lives in Philly now. Jack of all Corks has defected.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Jack of all
So
quirks.
how do you like living in the
Yeah, we got enough.
opposition
What's it like moving to that piss hole?
where we used to live?
Yeah. Before we learned that Pittsburgh was nothing like we were taught in school. We were taught in ninth grade social studies, we were actually taught that Pittsburgh was the literary model for Mordor. That's true. That's what we were taught in English class. in ninth grade, we were taught that what's his name, L. Ron Hubbard went to Pittsburgh, and when he wrote Dune, he used Pittsburgh as the model for Mordor.
I love Jack Valkorg's response. It's actually a big change, but a big upgrade.
What?
Verbatim, what everybody who moves from Pittsburgh to Philly says, wow, this is an upgrade.
No.
So where did he live in Pittsburgh?
You must have lived.
Or he lives in what's the good section now in Philadelphia?
That's still
There
the main
isn't
line.
one.
It's still the main
What
line.
used to be, it's, okay. Society Hill
Yeah.
still there?
Yeah. Unless, do you live in the Gayborhood?
What?
The Gayborhood.
Rittenhouse
Where's
Square?
that?
Yeah.
Rittenhouse Square wasn't a very good place.
Mom, how do you
Fallon.
know
No, it's
that?
still not. It's still
I
not a
lived
good
it.
place.
We used to call it Itchy Square
Itchy. Why?
because all the bums there were itchy. They had cooties.
I liked a friend of mine who came to visit once. I was showing them around Philly. It was after dark, and they said, "Oh, we could go to the park." I go, "What park?" They go, "That one with the fountain." And I go, "Rittenhouse Square." And they go, "Yeah." I go, "No, we don't go there after dark."
We
You don't
didn't
go there in
either.
the day.
Even when
I
I
said,
was a
we
kid.
go to the bars like a block or two away, but we don't go into Rittenhouse Square after dark.
Even when I was young, Rittenhouse Square was
Fox,
Itchy Square.
do you have any Philadelphia-related music?
Philadelphian music. I mean,
Yeah.
I can make this sound like a harmonica almost.
That's pretty cool.
It is. Here we are in Eastern
No,
State
it-
Penitentiary.
Kind of sounds like a harmonica. I'm
See,
like,
what you got to learn is the song "Sailing to Philadelphia."
Sailing to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay,
Tell me
right,
about it. How does it go?
It's like rolling down to Old Maui, but Philadelphia.
It's actually a beautiful song. It's about the guys who chart the Mason-Dixon line.
Oh, that's it.
We
Okay.
are sailing to Philadelphia.
We have some folks on the channel who probably are unfamiliar with the history of the Mason-Dixon line, and I suspect you're an authority on such a thing.
Two gentlemen named Mason and Dixon were sent over to chart out the land
Oh, Jack
grant.
of all cogs is in Wynwood.
To chart out the land grant, and when they did that, it was what was it? It was supposed to set out the King's land grant for Pennsylvania, wasn't it?
It was Pennsylvania, Maryland, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
Pennsylvania and Maryland
Yeah.
to search the border for, and that's that they were named Mason Dixon, a cartographer, and I think the other one was
And his
just
boyfriend,
a wilderness explorer.
cartographer and his boyfriend.
Then they set that line out, and that became the dividing line in the Northeast between the slave and the free states for a period of time.
But then, was Maryland... Okay, what was Maryland?
Maryland was a slave state.
Really? I
Yes.
thought Maryland...
No,
Okay,
Maryland was a slave state.
okay so I did not know that.
That's actually why when the Confederacy did their invasion that led to Gettysburg, their plan did not have these massive supply lines because they thought that once they crossed into Maryland,
They'd be okay.
that the people of Maryland would support them.
Yeah.
And hence their state song.
And Baltimore was actually
Yeah.
really contested. Baltimore was amazingly contested.
The despot's heel is on thy shore, Maryland, my Maryland. Avenge the
Land surveyor, thank you.
patriotic
Which,
war.
to be honest, in that time period, a land surveyor in the New World was basically an explorer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, while I'm busy, Sam, I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to quickly grab my phone charger, okay?
Okay.
Right. We'll keep hell warm for you. Now, only real Philadelphians from long ago will remember, if you know this tune. Philadelphia, get to know us. It's what people who believe in the power of each other can do. Get to know us. It was a Philadelphia tourist jingle from like the 70s.
Yeah, they had it on the TV all the time.
They were trying to tell people Philadelphia was not the shithole everybody thinks it is. And it was a lie.
And then people turned on Action News.
Dun, dun,
Well,
dun,
actually,
dun,
South
dun,
Philly,
dun, dun, dun,
you got it. You
dun,
can't include
dun,
South
dun,
Philly in there.
dun. Move closer to the world, my friend. Make a little bit of time. Move closer to your world, my friend, and you'll see. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you got to be Philadelphia.
Have you seen the video
Oh, yes.
with that?
Yeah. Somebody made, I'll show it to you sometime, Mom. Somebody took the Action News theme with the Philadelphia and just took the most hideous scenes from the news.
Oh, really?
Of like people getting shot.
It was like, my friend asked, is Philadelphia really as wild as you all make it out to? And that's the Action News thing. It's like pictures of the naked people running down the freeway, the trash fire at Elmo.
And people getting shot on
As I
the
live
crawlway.
and breathe that Philadelphia freedom.
Townsend's channel.
Who's Townsend?
If you love history so much, check out Townsend's channel. He's so awesome. Total History Geek. 1700s to 1800s.
Well, he's dead by now.
So how do you get to Townsend's channel?
You turn left at Pittsburgh.
I thought it would be north.
Excuse me a second. Yarr! By the way, we're going to take a brief pause, since it's about that time to thank. Remember,
Wasn't there-
with all this crap.
To assassinate Lincoln in Baltimore.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh God, there was a plot to assassinate Lincoln everywhere he went.
When he was
people
going to the
hated
swearing
him.
in initially.
Yeah. He got his hat shot
Candy
off.
dancers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're familiar with candy dancers.
By the way, we absolutely must take a brief pause here. Remember, this whole thing is supported by Patreon patrons. Since it's on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe or not. As a matter of fact, I don't fucking care. You can dislike. You can not subscribe. I don't monetize this channel. I don't give a rat's ass what the hell you do. But we do
You
want
gotta mention to click the notification bell now too.
Oh, click the goddamn bell. Shove the bell up where
Where
the
is
artillery
that?
goes.
Where do you find that? I keep seeing that on my TV and I never see any place to click.
Just don't. Just don't. We are thanking our Patreon patrons. We have Silver the Viking Ranches, Volpies, Arco Fox and Tom Fox, no relation, David Hunter, Drake Arc, Furry Trainer, Jackal Circle, Mama T, Nikolai Tiger, Onyx Flame, Rick Hale, Sans, Silent Dawn, Silver Fox, Wolf, Silver Gato Montez, Cat, Magic Jag, Wadius the Dragon, Ash, Atheist, Bentley Shepherd, Blackfoot Fur, Botunos, a.k.a. Aaron Herophilcopter, Jack the Chef, Dunkel Pfo, sorry, Mom. Flat Facts. Kaharia Worgen, Codemasters, McLabin, Martin Spankenberg, McLovin, Maine, Merlin, Scorch, Mutterwolf, Paul Crazy with a K, Paul Crazy, Q the Dane, Rusty Rover, Sasha White for Sicilian, some weird guy, The Dragon Show, all of them, Vovaka and Yaki Soba. Thank you all so terribly much for giving us money to do this idiocy every month.
What's this us thing?
Hey.
You got a mouse in your
Cheers.
pocket over there? Or?
I do, as a matter of
okay.
fact. I'm very lonely.
I was about to say, I didn't know what to expect, but
Say hello to. Okay, we have to
Tien?
say hello to. This is Stand-in Ronnie with his 18-pack.
sounds
Oh,
just like the real one.
Unexplained, I like this. Can anyone answer my question about Americans calling people aliens instead of immigrants or foreigners?
Okay, Boozy, you take that one.
Yeah, it just goes back to the original definition of alien, which was something that was unknown, something different than the norm. That's really all it was. Like before, aliens were the people in outer space. Alien just referred to somebody
They're
not from
not
your
us.
planet.
Anything that's not us is alien.
I see Tien Long. Tien, you're late. I waved this in front of the camera earlier, and you didn't respond. I don't know if it's clear enough that you can see that number 23. That's for Tien.
Oh, hi, Tan.
He's here. Hello.
18
Hey,
packs
Jen.
of noodles.
Yep.
Big noodle friend.
No one can see the dislikes anyway.
Oh yeah.
You get
YouTube.
dislikes?
Yeah, that's a whole nother story. YouTube pulled up some kind of shit, and people were like disliking it all over. So YouTube hid the dislike count. You can see the number of likes on a video, but you can no longer see the number of dislikes.
Oh,
Yeah.
how about that?
Yeah. Let's see. I saw something go by. Oh yes, Colby Pup Gaming. Somebody in Colby Pup State once shot Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt was giving a speech, and a would-be assassin came up and fired a pistol. Mr. Roosevelt was struck. He, being an avid hunter, he assessed his injury and realized that it was not really superficial, but not fatal. So he continued, I believe, like 45 minutes more giving his speech.
His speech was in his pocket, in the breast pocket of his shirt. And when they shot him, it went through his speech and into his chest. But because it had slowed down and because that he looked at it and decided he was going to finish his speech first.
Well, that was nice.
He
That's
finished it.
dedication.
Now he had founded a new political party called the Bull Moose Party,
Yeah.
and he ended his speech by indicating to the people, "Now I have been shot, but it would take more than that to drop a bull moose."
Okay. The guy didn't use a very large caliber weapon.
I don't know.
Bad Kid, I can actually. Bad Kid said, speaking of South Philly, how much memory do you have of Nikki Scarfo and Angelo Bruno?
Oh my God!
Oh,
I went
God.
to school with their
it,
kids.
Yeah, was it really
Shit.
that crazy with
I
mobsters
went
being
to
black
school
all over the
with
place? It
them.
was just, as an attorney in the area, it was not blown out of proportion.
No.
It was not blown out of proportion at all. Like I know guys who were in that lifestyle that are no longer in that lifestyle who have just flat out said, like you'll hear about guys from that era getting released from prison, and then they'll be like, "I'm selling all my rental properties." Bye.
I went to school with guys whose names were Gambone, Gambino. Gambinos with small gambones.
Mascaro.
Mascaro. Oh yes, the Mascaros. Absolutely.
There's
Very upstanding
I'm telling you,
family.
there's
Yeah, just a wonderful family.
There
there's a
outstanding,
good
very
side
outstanding.
of them.
The Mascaros, okay.
Is the
Mascaros,
good side
They
the
were
one?
our neighbors. They lived up the street
Is the
from
good
us.
side the one where they built an automobile museum just so they could have a tax-free garage for their classic cars?
Okay.
Well-
The Mascaros, the Mascaros are a very, very well-known family in Norristown, which is outside of Philadelphia. Now I got to put on the accent. The Mascaros are very, very well known because they do a lot of business in a lot of fields.
Mostly they collect trash.
Yeah, they're legitimate business people.
They were.
And
They
if you
had
want to
a
dispose
huge
of a
trash
corpse,
company.
they've got landfills, and you
One is next
probably
to
said
our
too
old
much
house.
actually.
I sit on the board of some nonprofits in my town, and the Mascaro family essentially owns our town.
Yeah, well, to be sure.
And
They essentially own our
Your
town.
town too?
Oh yeah, like everything. Where they built their new landfill and recycling
They
plants.
were everything from Schwenksville down to Philadelphia.
Well, oh no,
Yeah.
like they own our town because we are the town where they built their new landfill and their recycling plants, and now they're building their electric recycling facility there. They own, like, every building in our town is owned by the Mascaros. And I sit on the board of some nonprofits there, and we have been asked by the Mascaro Charitable Foundation to sponsor somebody. And when the rest of the board said something to me, we had to point out, A, Mr. Mascaro owned the building we were in. And then I said, B, we all need to remember that the Mascaros are legitimate business people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're legitimate businessmen.
We all know how they became legitimate business people, but they are legitimate business
Yes.
people.
They pay taxes when they can't avoid it.
Yeah.
You want to know how they started out in the trash business?
Oh, I already know how. Look, there are stories I could
That
tell
was
that I
next
will.
door to us.
There are stories I can't because I know a couple of their ex-attorneys. There are stories I could tell, but I can't tell on this about that. I will say that at one point, my spouse looked at me and said, "Sweetie, why don't you help Mr. Mascaro violate a zoning ordinance? Then maybe he'll buy us our house too."
I have an idea. We've not heard from. I was going to say we've not heard
Hi,
from
Fox.
Fox, who just disappeared. Fox.
I'm still here.
Just
Okay.
turned off the audio.
Oh, there.
The video, yeah.
You just turned blue.
We need to hear from you. You've been so
I'm just
quiet.
nervously checking my phone battery. I've got it plugged in, but it still seems to be like dwindling very, very slowly, like the March of Doom.
So, Fox, tell us, since we're talking about organized crime, fortunately Scotland is free of organized crime. You have no such thing there, correct?
Oh, no. We had the Peaky Blinders.
The what?
The
We
who?
had like a bunch of organized crime happening
Why
here.
do Scottish gangs sound like kindergarten?
They were
does,
from
I thought
Spain,
that was-
and
I
they were
thought
from
that was
Birmingham,
like-
so they're
The
English,
Peaky
but we
Blinders?
have
The
like our
Peaky
All right.
Blinders.
like a lot of it is down to like sectarianism stuff, like Protestants versus Catholics. Like a lot of the gangs are like related to that. Like
They
it's
still
kind of
doing that?
it's kind of messy.
Well, okay. Give us a rundown of what these Peaky Blinders are while I refill my bottle.
Peaky
please.
Blinders.
Peaky
Oh,
Blinders.
the best way to do it is just watch the show. Like it's really cool. Like it's kind of like a documentary / sort of live action with
It's on
some kind of
YouTube, Amazon.
Right.
The Netflix box.
It's based in the 1920s, right after the First World War, where like all the mafias like start doing
Okay.
stuff and they get tied up with them. It's really
You
fun.
have like mafia there?
Yeah, well, not mafia here, but like they get involved with them at some point during the whole show. So I don't want to spoil it too much for people.
I
But
would like to
I do
say
recommend it. If you like crime drama stuff like Peaky Blinders, it's a
Yeah,
good show.
just very quickly,
Yeah.
you said, well, since we're talking about organized crime, and we have said people's actual names, so I'd like to be clear, we are not talking about organized crime.
No.
We are talking about legitimate business people, and anything else you may have heard is pure speculation and opinion.
And
Glad
because it's
you
not
clarified
organized crime,
that.
I have no undue influence over the city of Pittsburgh. No, Boozy, say something.
No action.
No.
Um,
I have no undue influence over the city of Pittsburgh. I have been on the phone calls.
No, you have, actually, yes, you have. Okay, is that undue influence? It's
I
not undue.
would not say it's undue
Does
influence.
Pittsburgh have organized crime? Like
No,
Does
no.
Pittsburgh ever? We're so quick to say everybody else has the mob. Pittsburgh, no, not
Okay.
at all.
Organized crime is not going to fuck with Anthracon City. That's why there's no organized crime in Pittsburgh.
That's because the Teamsters like you.
Yes. Oh, you know about some of the dealings I have had with the Teamsters.
Yes, I do.
Okay, let me explain to some of these folk here. The very first thing I do when I arrive in Pittsburgh, or Pittsburgh as the Scots would say, when I arrive in Pittsburgh, the first thing I do is I go up and I have to greet the Teamsters. I go to the convention center, and Teamsters Local, I think it's 263. I think that's ours. Forgive me if I got the number wrong. Okay, they're all waiting for me. I show up, and it's all, the back slapping. Hey, there's Sam! Yo, hey, guys, Sam is here. Oh, yeah, we had this whole,
You bring money
manly
into
whatever.
the city.
And there was the one year, they all greeted me, and it's all the big back slapping. Hey, oh, hey, Sam, there are 3 pallets of dildos with your name on it. I'm like,
What? Okay.
what? I think, oh no, that was meant for Midwest Fur Fest. I think it got delivered to the wrong address.
Well, you get a deal if you buy in bulk.
Not to change the subject or anything like that. But, how about some food?
What, do you want food or drink?
I should have food before drink.
She wants food.
Just stick that thing in the microwave.
Get your
for-
mother food.
Put it in the
What,
microwave.
whose side do you think I've got to
3
take in
minutes.
this discussion?
Just stick it in the microwave for 3 minutes, and then I'll come out and eat. You can sit here.
Then I'll have to change the words. All right.
You don't have to change the words.
Yeah, I do. All right.
I love it. She wants food. Like I'm going to say no. You're right. She's being ridiculous. How dare she want to eat?
I haven't had anything since breakfast.
That's not healthy.
No, I was waiting for dinner.
Oh, okay.
I figured, always when he has Winestream, it throws me off. West Virginia.
Oh my God.
Wait, you can do West Virginia. I love that.
I know, but I'm hearing like some of the slapback from it as well, and it's like, oh, it's coming right back at me, and it's like, oh,
Okay.
it's a fun instrument, but it can get annoying very fast.
Oh. Okay.
Country
There,
roads.
the microwave's on.
That's
Kind of
all
like
right.
bagpipes.
What is all this stuff on your TV here?
Oh well, this is all part of the broadcast here. Dear. This is Patreon patrons over here. This is us. That's bars and things that if Talon were here, he'd be able to explain what
Oh,
all that
okay.
does. And this is the chat. By the way, I have opened a new bottle of sake. This is what we have now. I'll let you all read that on your own. So,
Hakapum.
yes, that's what we are drinking.
Amy S. says, belated greetings from Derby City, Kentucky, my hometown. Hello, Amy.
Really? You're from Derby?
I'm from Louisville.
Louisville. You're from Louisville.
Oh,
Louisville.
you're from Louisville?
Louisville.
Louisville.
So it's Louisville.
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 So 2 syllables then.
Fox, you've been there. How do we pronounce it?
Louisville.
Louisville.
Not Louisville?
Louisville.
Okay.
And New Orleans.
And certainly not Louisville.
Don't think cheese, no, Louisville is straight out.
Just like it's not Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Yes, Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. Glasgow.
Well, we have Pittsburgh. Actually, we have a town called Pittsburgh. And we have a town called
Really?
Pittsburgh, yes.
There's a Pittsburgh, but it's Pittsburgh. It's the Welsh spelling. Pittsburgh.
No,
here.
it's another
Oh, okay.
town.
It's Boro. Pittsburgh is here
Yes.
in North Carolina.
Yes.
Cool.
Because they didn't know how to spell. They
Yeah.
were illiterate. They came from a town called Pittsburgh, and they spelled it Pittsburgh.
By the way, Fox, since you can't see the thing, Dave Nevius says you sat next to me at the bar at Furlandia. I recommended you go to Rogue Brewery and try the hazelnut brown ale. Do you remember?
Ooh, like I actually do really like hazelnut, and I do.
Hazelnut
cool.
brown ale sounds really yummy.
And Jeremy the Head Fox says, and then there's not Ballackenwood, it's Ballackenwood. That's how it's pronounced.
It's Ballackenwood.
Ballackenwood in Welsh, Ballackenwood down in Pennsylvania.
Actually,
and it is
it's just
pronounced,
Kenwood.
And Talon, it is pronounced Worcester in Massachusetts. My God, we're having like a linguistic argument on that. show.
You're having a linguistic
Worcester.
argument. I'm watching it.
Yeah.
We live next to Worcester.
Bryn Mawr and Conshohocken. The Conchi Ballet.
Ah. It's always fun. Okay. Where I'm from, we got some amazing city names. We got Conshohocken, we got Wissahickon, we got
Ballackenwood? It's
Ballackenwood.
C-Y-N-W-Y-D. Not Kenwood.
Yep.
C-Y-N-W-Y-D. We kept our Welsh something.
Okay, the area of Pennsylvania where I grew up in was called the Welsh Tract. Unlike everywhere else in the state, eastern Pennsylvania and western New Jersey and northern Delaware, children in school were taught the vowels of the English language. Everywhere in the country, A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y. In my part of the country, A, E, I, O, U, and Y and W. Those were the vowels in the Welsh tract of Pennsylvania.
Somebody sitting there and they're Skoogle.
Skookle.
Schuylkill.
Skookle, but that's Indian.
Google.
No,
That's
Schuylkill is
Native
Dutch.
American.
No, Schuylkill is Dutch.
It means winding river.
The
No, that's
Skook-
bullshit. Schuylkill is Dutch. It
I
means
read
hidden
I
river.
read this
And
in
I have to correct
school.
you. It is Schuylkill, or what you said.
Sure.
Schuylkill.
Schuylkill.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia only.
Yeah.
If you are outside of Philadelphia, if you go to the county with that name and you say Schuylkill, they will look at you and go, it's Skoogle.
Schuylkill.
It's Skoogle.
Yeah.
It's the Skook, man. And this is Skoogle
It's
County.
Skookle. I never heard of show.
How did they get British
Yeah.
all of a sudden?
But
I wonder.
Sue dear, Kennywood is not in Pennsylvania.
It's
Kenwood.
Pittsburgh, yeah.
C-Y-N-W-Y-D. That's how you pronounce Kenwood. Why you missing and why you losing and whistling.
By the way, for all of you in the channel who are not from Southeast Pennsylvania, we're just dicking around
Yeah.
at this
Yeah.
point. Go get yourself a drink and come back.
We're messing around with place names.
Yeah.
Actually, we have this highway
Yeah.
that people outside call the Schuylkill Expressway.
Yep.
We call it the Shore Kill Crawl Way.
And, well, that's about accurate.
Yeah.
Well, here's an interesting thing. If you are ever traveling in the area of Philadelphia, there are a number of large highways which are referred to by locals as the Schuylkill Expressway, the Vine Street Expressway, the White Horse Pike, the Black Horse Pike,
The Blue Route.
the Blue Route.
Ben
But
Franklin.
nowhere do these signs exist.
No, the Schuylkill Expressway has one.
Oh, do they have one
Yeah,
now?
they have
They
one now.
do?
They didn't
They have
used
one now.
to. These were names that
Oh.
only locals knew. And if you went to a local and said, "How do I get to New Jersey?" you would say, "Oh yeah, just take the Schuylkill Expressway to the Vine Street Expressway, get on the White Horse Pike." You get lost because there were no signs to define those
I
things.
tried to give people directions, and I said, take the Blue Route, which is number
76.
76.
No, all right, 476 is the blue.
The,
Yep.
the turn, 76 is the turn.
Yeah.
Apparently, some of my friends from SunnyCon are watching.
Oops.
Hello, you bunch of chavs. How are you?
The hell's SunnyCon?
You know my story about in
Kennywood is an
Sunderland.
amusement park in Pittsburgh.
Sunderland?
Didn't I ever tell you about my...
What the hell's Sunderland?
Sunderland is a beautiful beachside resort in England.
It's actually a really nice town.
Yeah. Yeah, I was invited to an anime convention in Sunderland. It was called SunnyCon. And
That was a fucking lie, wasn't it?
well, no, it's on the beach. It's on the beach. And when I saw it was on the beach,
Being on the beach doesn't mean it's. They have beaches in Norway. They have beaches.
okay, I'm from Philly. I thought, sure,
I mean, we
I
have
thought
beaches in
Ocean
Scotland
City,
as well, but half of them are
Atlantic
radioactive.
City, right? So I packed my bathing suit, I packed my sandals, I packed my boogie board, and as soon as I got there, I put on my bathing attire and I ran out to the beach, and I was like, wow, this is very different from New Jersey. We don't have as many icebergs where I'm from, not as many Viking longboats landing. It was very different from.
If a commuter train to Philadelphia is detoured, it is a
Deviated
deviated.
septa. I like that.
I was ignoring that. I was
I
hoping
love
you would
it.
go
I
for
It's a
love
that.
good
it. I love
That
one.
one is not. That's a horrible.
It's a good
That
one.
It
is-
is not a good one.
Inside joke. SEPTA is the
Does-
Philadelphia Transit
does-
System.
Southeast
Does Philadelphia
Pennsylvania
have its
Transit
own
Authority,
like public transport system, like sort of Chicago with that? With,
Yes, it's called the SEPTA
like around the
system.
city and stuff.
My favorite is the very first time I took the kids on the subway, on the SEPTA subway in Philly. And they got on, they were so excited to get on the subway. And we got on it, and we're standing there. It was the Market Frankfurt line. And the kid looks at me and goes, "Daddy, why does it smell like pee in here?" And I said, "Honey, because somebody peed in here." And there's this pause, and she goes, "Oh." I thought this was going to be like, oh no.
No, that's what it smells like. Excuse me.
What would you like to drink with your dinner, dear? Water, fizzy water?
I'll just.
I have water and fizzy water.
I like a fork.
I have a fork. It's right there. What do you want to drink?
Water.
I'll get you water.
You could use the same glass.
Who does he keep these people busy?
I will keep you all busy, apparently, as Kage prepares dinner for his mother. Grabs a
Wasn't that
fork.
sweet of him?
Dear
It
and sainted
was.
mother, that's the phrase. Dear and sainted mother.
He made me a delicious
Susie.
chicken and-
Yes.
I had a question, and
Yeah.
that was because I was like watching some trials over here. When a lawyer says, like, say a trial, and they say with prejudice, what does the with prejudice actually mean?
With prejudice means it cannot be re-raised. So,
Ah,
like, when a case is dismissed, it can be dismissed without prejudice or with prejudice. And without prejudice means you can refile this same case. With prejudice means you cannot refile this same case.
Okay.
So-
that makes sense then. Cool.
I gotta see.
Yeah, it's not like, the judge dismisses the case and then goes on a very non-politically correct rant or something. That's not what it means. It always amazes me when people from, like, the UK asked me, like, the American legal system, what does this mean? What does that mean? I want to say, it's the same legal system, right? Like, we got it from you. We learned it from watching you, Dad.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
You know what? Since Mom is having her meal and etc., there is something else that Patreon patrons get for
is
giving me-
this the drawing cam?
the drawing cam.
Cam.
That's it, right? The drawing cam.
Cam.
We've come to the part of and Mom says, "Oh no, she thinks this is boring," which is why we're going to go to it right now because she thinks it's boring. So, Fox, you can go have a wee or something if you need right now. We're going.
I already did that when you were in the kitchen, so don't worry.
Not on
I've
camera,
got plenty
was
of
it?
space for more drink now.
Oh, all right.
Dave Devious asked, I seem like a competently frugal lawyer. Where do I get a nice suit for not much money? Dead people.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What?
Every thrift shop in my area has my size and my phone number. And if something comes in the alterable range, they call me.
But if they have been
Oh, but it,
embalmed, there's formaldehyde in the clothes.
I mean, it's not the clothes they were buried in. The thrift shops aren't going out digging out
Oh.
since the suits that were still in their closet.
Okay.
The mental image is precious, actually. It's like, we just dug up a corpse, Mr. Badger. Would you like the suit?
Why would
It's
I
your
pay,
size.
why would I pay you for that? I can go dig up my own dead bodies and steal their suits.
Shall we go now to the drawing cam? So, those of you who are bored with drawing can go fuck off, I guess, because we're going to the drawing cam. It's,
Go get
where's the
your
mouse?
dinner.
Where's the mouse?
I,
What'd you do with the mouse?
I didn't do anything with
Where's the
that.
mouse?
Did you have it with you behind the couch?
Yes, I did. Excuse me. Got la. Okay. We're going now to the drawing cam.
The cam.
Drawing cam. It has to be said drawing cam.
Cam.
There we are, drawing cam. Oh, you can see my sake here, as a matter of fact. This is Hakai-san, which you can see upside down. That's what I'm drinking right now. Okay. So, we are now going to go... we need to make... Hang on. We need to make room. God damn it. There, okay, now. Working on it. Okay, this lined up in rehearsal, honestly. It lined up in rehearsal. Okay, Muchable, hold that thought. Wait until I am finished doing my drawing, and we will talk later. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we can close this because we already read off the names of our amazing Patreon patrons. So I say file, fuck off.
There you go.
Actually, I say file, like, exit. Where the fuck is exit? How do you exit? I need an Asian. There it is. Yeah.
Oh, he's giving you a nice little background.
Okay, we get background, so okay, that works. Okay, the first, we have Arco Fox. Arco, also known as Atlantic Richfield Company Fox. That is his name. Arco Fox says he would like me to draw boozy badgering, that is, beating with a badger a witness at a trial.
I'm down with this.
Well, okay, give me a hand here. Okay, so we need a witness. We have the witness. The witness is Uncle Kage, right? With his astroturf hair. We're very familiar with that, right? Okay. And his ears, because every Uncle Kage needs ears, and since it's Uncle Kage, he went to court drunk, which judges don't mind.
Please don't do that.
What?
Pork drunk. That sounds like a good
What?
one.
No, judges love it when you do that.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. It breaks the day up for them, but I'm wearing my best suit.
Is it from a dead guy?
Yes, of course it is.
All right.
All right. So I'm on the witness box. Stand. Thank you.
You're on the witness stand.
I'm on the witness
You're
stand.
sitting on the witness stand.
Now, wait a minute.
It's a box.
If I'm sitting, why is it called a stand?
Because it is a place that partially hides you?
So, Now,
why is it called the bar when nobody ever gives me whiskey and quart?
well, they could. Boozy badgering, that is beating with a badger, a witness at a trial. Okay, well, all right, we're 90% of the way there. We've got the witness. Now we need boozy beating with a badger.
You know my cane has on it.
Is your cane in here?
It is not. It is in my car.
Fuck. All right. Okay.
It's a very nice
You
cane.
can use mine.
Oh, it's a very nice cane. As a matter of fact, that's the nicest cane I have ever seen. Have you all seen his cane? Is that not an amazing cane?
It has a badger on it.
Yes, of course it is. Okay, so Boozy is a I need visual reference.
What Kage was fishing for was another thank you for the cane.
There's what I'm looking. Yes, you're welcome.
I know what you were fishing for. I just wasn't going to give you the satisfaction at the moment.
I'm going to look up American Badger, and I'm going to get images. Okay, we're looking for the curb stomp badger.
Yeah, you got to scroll down for that one. There he is, right there.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay,
It's sad that the moment you said the curb stomp badger,
you
I
knew exactly what I'm
which
looking
one
for.
you were
Okay,
looking for.
all right. Let's move this shit over. Okay, so we have the badger. The badger. Okay, the badger has a nose, which is kind of shaped like that.
It's like a deformed heart.
Like a deformed heart. Okay, and under that nose, you've got fucking teeth, and then there's teeth
You know, that snarl.
down here. It's like, rawr! Yeah, and then these beady little black lawyer eyes here.
They look like a jack-o'-lantern.
I'm working on this. Okay. Give me a second here. All right. And then they always have this stripe going up the man. They have these like little ears, right? And he's like, rawr!
Now I look like the badger who lived with my little lightning bolt scar. What the?
Oh, and he is saying, confess! Confess! Do you guys still do that?
No. I don't think I've ever demanded somebody confess on the stand in my life.
Well, what the hell do you do? What the hell are we paying you for?
Asking pointed questions in a manner that leads the jury to believe that you are lying.
Or answer in a pointed fashion that okay, we figure. Okay, thank you very much.
I mean, quite frankly, if I am badgering the witness, there's a very good chance on cross-examination. On cross-examination, what you say doesn't matter because it's all about what I say.
That's for Argo. Thank you very much, Argo. Thank you for giving me that Herculean task to take care of. Okay, next. Furry Trainer. Furry Trainer's Fantasy Christmas Present. I know exactly what I'm drawing here. Furry Trainer's Fantasy Christmas Present. First, Furry Trainer is an Alsatian. Now, we know Alsatians have all this, like, floof. That's a German Shepherd, by the way.
Yes.
And they've got these German Shepherd ears, which are kind of shaped like this. But it's Christmas, so she's very, very happy. And it is her fantasy Christmas present. What is it? What is it? Yes, fantasy Christmas present. Okay. I know exactly what we're drawing.
This
Okay.
is how you get 3 pallets of dildos with Uncle Kage.
Will you be quiet? I'm drawing. Okay. So here we have Furry Trainer, and Furry Trainer has got her little glass of wine, right? But her fantasy Christmas present is over here. It's Furry Trainer again, who is an Alsatian, has not changed, and Alsatians have this floof over here, right? And they've got German Shepherd ears, right? But this is her fantasy Christmas present, which is a gigantic glass of wine. Here we go. Okay, that is her So we do the like fantasy bubble, like that. There we go. And it is Merry Christmas to furry trainer, and I'm going to sign this Uncle Kage because that's who I am. All right. By the way, I'm a scientist. You're not supposed to read my writing. Don't judge me.
I really like that one. Like the giant glass looks like the gavel that they bang on the door at Westminster.
Is that is that true?
Yeah.
The mace.
You wait a minute.
Yeah, me.
Wait a minute. At Westminster,
mace.
they mace people.
They have a mace.
They mace people.
Yeah.
Big giant blubbering mace.
Yeah.
A big giant clay. Is anybody else getting turned on by that? Just me? Sorry. Can we show of hands, please? All right. Sorry. Let's move on. Okay. Onyx Flame. This is Onyx Flame. Please draw yourself and co-hosts. That's him. Enjoying drinks and singing drinking songs. That'll be another hour.
Yeah.
Or less. Okay. Well, okay. So Onyx Flame, that would be me. That's Uncle Kage. And again, we know Uncle Kage because he's got his AstroTurf hair, right? And he has ears. His ears grew. That happens when you get old. Yep.
They just get longer when you get old.
Well, actually. Anyway, okay. But as always, he is wearing his absolute best shirt. Not tonight.
As always, except when he's wearing a t-shirt.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I do get out of uniform periodically, right? Okay. Now we got Boozy Badger. Now we need. Okay. If I do a Google search for drunk badger, would I find?
Okay, I'm not in the top image results, so I'm pretty happy with the results.
I don't know. Okay, why is the Wisconsin mascot up there?
He's got beer.
Okay, this is,
Terrifying?
okay, guys, while I'm doing this, if you're bored, do a Google image search for drunk badger, and there's a picture on Facebook called The Drunken Badger, which looks exactly like my friend here, as a matter of fact. But I'm going to borrow this from DeviantArt. We've got a badger. Badgers have large, round, cartoon noses, right? And they've got, like, things that come up, and their eyes do this kind of thing, and they're like this, but this is just like the shape of and then they have floof, and then they've got little badger ears up here, but then for some strange reason, their faces are over there, and nobody knows why. But he is wearing his best suit because he's got court coming up, so that's what we're going to draw. Okay. And then we got Fox Amur. Okay, foxes have these very, very long, narrow muzzles, and they have Alsatian-style floof like this, right?
And we make noises like this.
Well, actually, no, foxes are like gangsters because they say things like, "Give me that sandwich, ye wee piece o' shite," because that's what foxes do in Scotland.
Scream about shite and sandwiches?
Oh, okay, don't you know how Fox Amur got his name?
Not really. Like, the only thing that happens here with foxes is they get in wars with squirrels, and usually the squirrels win.
And then they mug little boys in their garden for their sandwiches. Come on, you know it. You were there.
I'm so glad I did not get bit.
Uncle Kage, thank you so much, Amber. You're a darling. I love you to pieces. Okay, next, I've been dreading this, and as a matter of fact, I was thinking of skipping it just for the sake of propriety, but the channel would complain. requester is Silver Gatoman.
Say it. Stop stalling.
Draw something of Boozy's choosing involving Fox some more.
Yep.
Go for it. I'm waiting.
The thing is, when
Wait, I need to say that one again. What one was that?
It's draw something of Boozy's choosing involving Fox Amour.
Oh, great.
you see, originally I had asked how his NSFF art skills were because I figured,
NSSFF.
but I will now revise it after hearing that story. I want to picture a Fox and Moore mugging a child for a sandwich.
No, don't picture that.
Can do that. Can do that. Here we've got Fox. Foxes have these little narrow muzzles, and again, they got floof, which is very similar to an Alsatian, but they have very, very large ears. But again, they are Scottish gangsters. And as he is saying, I'm going to say, he's saying, give me that sandwich, ye wee piece. Oh, I spelled it wrong before. It's shite.
I'll be right back. I need to go respond to a client email.
Oh, you do that. Boozy's got to go take a piss. All right, but this Fox, he's wearing his best tie, but he's also holding.
I think you should be holding a chicken as well. Like the chicken can be a ransom for the sandwich.
All right,
Even though, like,
that's
chicken-
it.
You can just eat the chicken.
He's holding a chicken drumstick. That's what he's got there.
A drumstick.
Yep. That's the drumstick. And over here we have the child. Who's just a wee bairn. There we are. And this wee bairn is wearing his best suit and tie because it's Sunday morning. And he's got a sandwich because foxes do that. Yeah,
That's a sad song.
that is. You know, okay,
You know the story. Of course you do your Scots.
you'll take the high road, I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland before you.
Before yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
You know why, Fox?
Because she's dead!
He's dead.
No, I thought she was dead.
He's dead.
Okay. All right, next up, we've got David Hunter. I'm going to say D. Hunt. David Hunter, a cat dressed as a luchador preparing to body slam a Christmas tree. I'm going to read that again.
A luchador.
A cat dressed as a luchador pretending to body. Okay, well, first off, we need a luchador cat. Okay, well, we need the luchador mask, all right? So we've got the luchador mask, and but it's a cat inside, so we've got slitted eyes, right? And the mask is barely hiding the testicle face that cats have, right? And he's got cat ears there. This is El Don Gato. That's who we have here. El Don Gato, who was a pussycat. And on a high red roof, Don Gato sat. He sat there to read a letter. Meow, meow, meow. Where the reading light was better. Meow, meow, meow. 'Twas a love note for Don Gato. But he is going to body
You
slam
too,
it.
Dora. I love it, Sue.
Well, he's going to body slam this Christmas tree, which is waiting, which looks like Christmas tree. It almost looks like a piece of artillery that could fit up. Never mind. We have a Christmas tree, and here's its balls. Let me draw the balls. I kind of lost track. He's preparing to body slam a Christmas tree, so he's
Pick it up.
he's ready for this. You know how El Don Gato was, right, on his high red roof.
I
What?
have to draw the
You don't know that?
wrestling
No,
ring.
I don't.
Oh, El Don Gato was a pussycat. On a high red roof, Don Gato sat. He sat there to read a letter, meow, 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 where the reading light was
Copyright
better, meow,
strike.
meow, meow. 'Twas a love note for Don Gato. But then he body slammed a Christmas tree and knocked it off the roof. And he fell off the roof and broke his knee. He broke his ribs. He broke his whiskers.
Sorry, I have to walk. It's my step time.
And his little solar plexus. You don't have the faintest idea what I'm talking about, do you? I'm going to have to teach you a song. Thank you very much, David. That's what you get for giving me money. Okay, I have to check the channel. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Nobody. Oh,
Nobody has any idea what happened.
all right, moving right along. Okay, we are still in our. There it is. Okay, Silent Dawn. Silent Dawn says, "Draw me shooting Skittles out of my miniature cannon at the entire chat."
No, there's a part after that.
Is there? Oh,
Say it with feeling.
feel the rainbow. Did I do it? Do I do it right?
That's
Yeah.
certainly a feeling.
Okay. So we need Silent Dawn. Silent Dawn is a tiger. Remember, tigers have these testicle faces. We've already covered this, and he is always very, very happy, right? Because they have noses. Tigers have noses, right? And whiskers. So this is typically how I draw Silent Dawn, and he's got stripes because tigers have stripes, right? Okay. He's shooting Skittles out of his miniature cannon.
That,
What? What? He's sitting at a table behind the what?
nothing.
What?
He's
He's sitting at a table behind his miniature cannon.
Okay.
It's not his fault. It's miniature. It's genetics. Come on, give the guy a break,
It's cold
okay?
in there.
All right. Maybe I should have done this earlier in the stream when I was still slightly more coherent than I am now. But then again, this isn't as much fun. So he is shooting Skittles. So Skittles have these little S's on them. Right?
do it.
Well, yes, of course they do. Have you never seen Skittles, dear? So,
We used to eat Skittles. I never noticed S's on them.
well,
I guess I didn't look at them.
well,
Those were scattles. Those are the old
okay, all right. He's tasting
Yeah.
the rainbow. Taste the rain. I don't have a color pen. All right, you know what, Silent Dawn? We are the dearest of friends. Hopefully you will throw this out and the world will never see it again. I'm counting on you, my dear boy. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along.
You have,
And
you
since
have 2 people left and no paper.
what the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait, what? Oh shit.
David Hunter lives in Hatfield.
Okay.
So when is this one going to be on E621?
Mom, my laser printer over there's got some under.
I can give you a Kleenex.
Give me a Kleenex. All right.
Can you throw
Okay.
out Kleenex?
All right. Okay. Since we're out of since we are out of paper lation, we're going to have to. Okay. We got this covered. We got it covered. Okay. We're almost done. Where the. Okay, Silver. This is for Silver. Silver, pirate-themed Christmas party. Okay, first we have, Uncle Kage as a pirate. Yes, give us some pirate music. Thank you, folks. Right. AstroTurf hair. Eye patch. Yep. Yeah. All right. But he still thank you. There it is. He still has his whatever. And then there's Qianlong, who is a noodle dragon, but he's got like angry eyes. I'm angry. And then he has these weird horns. Nobody can figure out what the hell's going on with these things here. Yep. And he's like, yep. But since Qian is Asian, he is a software pirate. So he's got like a floppy disk here. You kids don't know what that
Make a
is.
medication for that now.
Yeah, they do. But he, of course, is also wearing his best suit. And then we got Boozy Badger. We need a badger picture. We need a different badger picture.
Pirate badger.
Oh, right. We'll look up pirate badger.
See what you get.
Pirate.
You know, see that badger over there with the silver?
Yeah.
One time we came home from vacation and there was a dead animal on the side of it. And I thought it was a silver
Boy, that actually kind of works.
skunk.
Okay.
A skunk.
And then we've got
But our dog had killed it. But it
Badgers.
smelled skunky, so I figured it was a silver skunk.
big noses, and they have like little ears.
I just realized that
But
it wasn't a skunk at all. It was
then-
a badger.
They've got like
I've
pirate
been telling
hats.
people that we had this weird skunk in our yard. It was silver.
And then we've
TM in
got,
the comments, why am I on a consent form?
because I ran out of paper, I'm sorry. And then we got a fox who is also a pirate with a,
Still trying to steal that sandwich.
yes, R. It's ARRR.
GH.
That's good enough. Thank you very much, Silver. I love you to pieces, but I'm out of room. We'll figure this out. But they just gave me some new paper from my printer there. Thank you very much. A little bit late, guys, but
we
all
worked
right.
on it.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Your failure to appropriately plan does not amount to an emergency for
Yeah,
us.
And you said to look for your laser printer. I have never in my life seen a laser printer.
It's. What are you talking about?
I
You
don't-
have. You own a laser printer.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. I bought it for you. It's an HP 1200.
Mine
It's on
does
your
not
desk.
look like that.
Help.
If you
Nah,
said
nah,
printer,
Help
I
me.
would know what you're talking
Help me.
about.
We're
I'm
gonna
looking for
be like,
lasers.
help me argue with my mother. No, I'm on your mother's side in this one.
Okay. Last is Silver Fox Wolf. Werewolf on a plane.
Easy peasy.
Here we got it. Okay, we need to draw a plane. Okay, we're drawing the fuselage. Here is the fuselage. And then this is like the front of the plane because planes are almost shaped like that.
On the outside of the plane.
Nope. And then here's like the pilot's place where he sits. The pilot place where he sits. Help me.
Cockpit.
Thank you very much. And then here's the door that you go into. Now here's the first class section, right? Here's the first class section. Then there's this break, and then there's the steerage section with the narrow
That's a
window.
very
I can
dodgy
tell
door.
you commonly fly first class because you just
I'm not
called
sure if I want to go in
economy
that place.
steering.
Well, it is steerage. It is steerage. Yep. Ow. Somewhere, and here's the wing down here. Somewhere on this aircraft is a werewolf.
But you don't know it because he's in human form.
Yeah,
No.
it's the middle of the day. They don't fly plane.
Where? Wolf? See? Huh? Get it?
That's a
Werewolf?
horrible joke.
See?
You should really be ashamed of yourself at this point.
Yeah, but it's this is for Silver Fox Wolf. He's somewhere. Okay, werewolf.
Don't planes have wings?
Not this
Not
one.
This,
inside them.
okay, this is the wing. This is the wing back here. This thing, see that? See that? That's the wing.
You're 3/4 of the way down the plane.
It's a long plane. It's like a 797. Okay.
All those steerage passengers.
It's like the planes come out one of those Play-Doh machines that you push the
Let me
putty
see,
through.
Sam.
See?
I can't see it.
You look at it. It's right here.
You're in the
Help me out.
That's a
All right.
quality plane.
Oh, that's good. You know, when he was a kid, he got yelled at by the teachers for drawing pictures on all around the margins of all of his.
I think it's time we're done with this.
like that.
So we're very grateful to all of our Patreon patrons. Thank you very much. People who give us money for God knows what. So now we're going to go back to the. There we go.
There we go. We got it.
Oh, but I got to change the words now.
That's all right. I'm going to leave.
What? But you just got here.
It's Sam. It's like 7:00. I've been here for 2 hours.
All right, we'll leave the words. People will figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at myself on the screen and I'm actually watching all the lag now. I'm so far behind.
Grandma Kage is here in spirit, even after Grandma Kage is gone.
And Met to the Cat says, "Put the candle back."
Puts the candle back.
All right, so that was for the Patreon patrons. We thank you very much. Okay, I actually had one of my Patreon patrons send me a note scolding me, saying, "You shouldn't tear down your artistic skills." I'm like, lady, what fucking universe do you live in?
You should be proud of your artistic skill. Trust me, he is. He's playing it up.
Yes. So that was that. So now that we're done with it, I'm going to ask a question of Fox.
All right. No.
I forgot the question. Somebody cover for me. Somebody cover for me.
I am so proud of
One
you.
of you
Makes
cover
fun
for
of
me.
me
I'm
when
waiting.
that happens.
To cover for me. The question is on the tip of my brain.
I'm enjoying the awkwardness, to be frank.
So,
Hi, David.
Thomas the Bruce, fantastic guy, right?
Robert.
Thomas the Bruce.
Robert.
Yeah.
Robert.
Real classy brother.
Robert. I just read a book about him.
Well,
Thomas the Bruce.
they're
Old Tommy Bruce. You know.
they're all in
Yeah.
the same family.
Oh, Tommy B.
Okay, well, I just
Do you know the genealogists have said that some of the royal family is related to him, like the girl who married the redhead?
Okay, the royal family is related to everybody because they slept around, dear. That's how
Robert
it worked.
Bruce. Yeah, he had. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, now wait a minute. Okay, I remember. Okay, Fox. Why was he called the Bruce? What is a Bruce? That he had to be called one.
I honestly, I really don't know. I would have to actually look it up.
I'm gonna check
There's not
it
really
out.
too many situations where I can think of a comparison. Like William Wallace wasn't like the William Wallace or anything like that, even though he was called but you had Longshanks, who was like the Hammer of the Scots. So I guess it's just like a kind of sort of medieval title kind of method. I'm not sure.
That's the question.
He
You're
was
not.
the Bruce.
You're not Fox the Amour.
No, he was Fox.
Wallace
the
was
Fox.
not the Wallace, but he was the Bruce.
You know what, though? I would like to submit that we change Fox Amour's name to Fox the Amour.
I think that would be the Fox.
Fox the Amour.
No, I think it would be the Fox.
Hang on, I'm looking this up on Google now.
Yeah, okay, he's got to look good.
His middle name
Yeah.
was the
That's
Bobby
it. So
T.
dear. Yes,
Bobby T. Bruce.
that was it. His middle name was the. It was Bobby
Yeah.
T. Bruce. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. It is. 'Cause
That makes
it's
sense.
originally Robert D. Bruce. Robert D. Bruce,
Oh,
as in
fuck.
Robert the Bruce.
You
So
mean we're
it's-
right?
You're right.
Robert D.
You mean
Bruce.
wait? You're telling me Susan was right?
Ah, I got it. Robert Bruce
Like so,
was
yeah.
the 8th
DD is
descendant
like
of
the-
a Norman knight who was called Robert D.E. Bruce, after a Norman castle known as Bruis or Brix.
Ah.
He died of syphilis.
Fuck.
He died of syphilis. Just the
Alright,
intent. I love the intent. Just Grandma Kage coming in, spitting facts, answering the question, long pause. He died of syphilis.
It was the Middle Ages. Everybody frickin' died of syphilis back then. And Rocket Coyote, also known as Rocket the Coyote, also known as Rocket D Coyote, has confirmed that foxes do indeed like marshmallows.
Yes.
Yes.
And
That's amore.
there we go. This is about time someone's going to make me play that song.
When he's big and he's green and he's slimy and mean, that's amore.
Blah, 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 blah.
Anyhow, right. Oh, David Henderson. I want to see Grandma Kage play Cards Against Humanity again. It's not going to happen, David. She has been barred from playing Cards Against Humanity henceforth.
Grandma Kage won every time that Grandma Kage
Which
played
is
Cards
why
Against
she is
Humanity.
barred.
I think it was fixed. in
It's
my
why
paper.
the Swiss are not allowed to engage in war. It's fixed. You can't beat her, so she's not allowed to partake anymore.
I remember my dad went off to play Cards Against Humanity, and the only reason I think he did well, like, it wasn't funny, but it's because he had like the really thick Scottish accent.
Yes!
Everything he said, like
Cheated.
some douche with an acoustic guitar. Everyone would just like burst out laughing because of the accent.
Hey, you know what, Sam?
What?
When I went on your stream,
This is my stream.
Reddit has it on also. Reddit. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Because
I just went on and I said YouTube live
This,
stream and Reddit came up.
Okay, Ma, this is not,
So who are these Reddit people?
Yes! Yeah, hold on. Yes, Kage. Kindly tell your mother, who are these Reddit
They're
people?
here.
no,
Are they giving me wrong information?
yes, that's, spammers are trying to get your credit card information, just,
No,
yeah,
they didn't
that's,
ask for my credit card.
it doesn't matter, just, okay, see, look, Mom, look, see, Chen says, Mom, don't go on Reddit. It's from Tien. It's right there. Don't
So
go on
who
Reddit.
are they and why are they putting your stream on?
Help me.
No.
Box, help me out.
I can. I'm 3,500 miles away.
God
I'm
damn it,
making noises.
somebody. Jack of all
Could
quirks.
somebody please tell me what they are and then I will not ask any more questions.
It's, okay, it's Jack of all quirks says, stay away from Reddit.
Okay.
Chen Long says, Mom, don't go on Reddit. Sue Deer says, don't go on Reddit. We're not going to look at any of this.
Reddit is awesome.
No, that's from. See what Ace says? Don't go on Reddit. You'll make me sad otherwise. Oh my goodness! Look at this. Isn't this amazing?
I wonder if a picture of that's on Reddit.
You're not helping.
I'm sorry, was I supposed to?
So I just spilled something.
Yeah, I've
on
had
my
kind of
pants.
mixed experiences with Reddit as well.
I know Reddit. Okay, Reddit
So
is.
why is Robert Bruce called Robert the Bruce? www.reddit.com comments. I shouldn't go on that to look.
No, I don't recommend that you do there. Reddit is not a good place to go. Onyx Flame says, will you tell the story of when you were the only guest of honor for SunnyCon? I could. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to right now because I think I very much need to.
Anything to get away from Reddit, right?
We're going to just keep moving, right? Right?
Moving right along.
Join me. Fox, join me. We're going to take you back in time. We're going to go back in time. Several years to when I was invited to be guest of honor at SunnyCon. SunnyCon is an anime convention that is located in Sunderland. It's on the west.
He wasn't dying syphilis. He was murdered by his closest.
Will you stop looking at Rhoda and telling stories? It's on the east coast of England, on the Black Sea, or what is that thing called? The ocean that's to the right of England. There, that place.
North Sea.
The North Sea. That one. Yes. Anyway, I showed up. I arrived at the airport in Sunderland, which is in Northumbria. You don't get much more English sounding than Sunderland and Northumbria and shit like that. Sorry, shit like that. I could tell right away who was there to pick me up. It was their assistant chairman or something, because there, sitting by himself, was a young man in a t-shirt who had the 10,000-yard stare. And I thought, that is a convention executive.
Oh my.
And I walked up and he looked up to me and he said, I said, Uncle Kage. He said, yes, Uncle Kage. I said, look, I understand. I'm in the business. Let's just go, okay? Don't worry about gentlemen's seats for me. Well, he took my bags, and as we were walking, you know how sometimes if you're under stress or something, when your mind is elsewhere, you might start talking and not realize you're talking? Because
Yes.
we're walking along, and he said, oh boy, you're in luck. One of the other guests have canceled. You won't have to bunk with the staff.
There are so many things wrong with that statement.
Right.
Yes. And I stopped and I said, I'm sorry, was the intention for me to bunk with the staff? And he got a horrified look on his face like, oh, I just meant to think that. And say, oh no, we've a room for you. Is this your first time in Northumbria? Yes, it is. He said, oh, well, and he explained to me the difference between the Geordies and the Markhams. Don't ever mix up a Geordie and a Markham, because you can get yourself in trouble. And it's got to be trouble. Troobl.
Okay, well, let's go back to this. You were going to sleep with the staff part.
I let it go out of courtesy. So, okay. We got in the car. He drove me to the hotel, and I got my hotel room. That was when I put on my bathing trunks and went out to the North Sea and realized it's not the Jersey Shore. Well, I went to the convention site. Now, this is an anime convention. Anime conventions are just very, very different from furry conventions. They're less social related, much more commercial. And, okay, I am a guest at a convention, so I just started going out and talking with people. I saw some people, oh, hello, I am Uncle Kage. I come from the States. Let us talk and let us discuss things. And it wasn't until later that I started looking at Twitter that I realized what an impact I'd made. Because all these people are posting saying, oh my God, the guest came and talked to me. I'm like, well, yeah. Well, apparently in anime fandom, the guests don't do that. You get in line, you stand in a queue, and you stand there for 45 minutes, and then you pay £25, and you have a 10-second conversation with the guest, and then somebody shoos you away. Apparently what I was doing is very unnatural in the anime fandom.
Okay.
Well, I was like, okay, what do I do? They had like a main stage room. So I thought, okay, I'll just do what I do. There's a pub. There's a pub at the back. I'll go get some booze. It's English wine. Just don't. Not once. Not even once. But I did. And there was only like 6 furries in the front row. Well, within an hour, the entire room was full. And I'm just doing my thing up there. And apparently it was a hit. Well, later on, I happened to run across the same person who picked me up at the airport, and he had the Joker smile. This one? Did you ever see me do this at Anthropon?
No.
This okay? If you see this at Anthropon, it means
I've seen it so many times.
yeah, it means you better fucking run because shit's going down. The smile. Everything is great. Don't talk to me right now. Everything's fine. And I saw him and I went up and said, uh-oh, oh dear, what's wrong? He looked at me and he said, the other guest has canceled. You're it. I said, so I'm your only guest? He said,
My appearance rate just went up.
Well, I wasn't even charging. I said, I'll tell you what, give me some booze, I'll take care of it. It was that night they gave me booze. Oh, they gave me booze. That night that I saw my first chavs. I had only recently learned what a chav is. Apparently, I never realized chav stands for council, housed, and violent. That's what chav stands for. It's basically what we call a hooligan, a street punk,
Criminal.
Criminal, yeah.
In Scotland, we call them Neds, non-educated delinquents.
Oh, yeah, so Neds, chavs, and such. Well, they tend to wear like gray hoodies and
Punks.
engineer boots and
I
stuff.
beg your pardon.
And engineer boots and things like that. But I was on the hotel balcony and I saw a bunch of these gray hoodies down there all clutched together. And I leaned over. I'd had a lot of alcohol. I said, "Oh, hey, excuse me. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Hello, excuse me. Would you be Chavs by any chance? Oh, I'll be right down." And I ran down. I was so excited. Oh, my name's Sam. I'm from the States. I've never seen a Chav before. I'm so excited. I'm so pleased to meet all of you. Look, can I have a photo? Can I have a photo? All of us together. And they were cool. They got a photo with me, and then they took my phone. But it was okay. They were great guys. Yeah.
They stole your phone. That's the outcome of this story.
Well, they're Chavs. That's what they do. Or Neds. It's what they do. It's a cultural thing. You cannot deny them their cultural heritage.
You can deny them your phone.
Dave Nevius says, I drank too much sherry. As an expert on the subject, how should I prepare for tomorrow? Dave Nevius, here's how you should prepare. Go to Amazon.com and look up The Goes Wrong Show. And anything required for you to see it, subscribe to it and watch it. Specifically, The Spirit of Christmas.
It's also on Roku. Great.
Yeah, I'd watch it through Broadway HD.
Yes. Yes. Okay. If I could get one of the folks from The Goes Wrong Show on my stream, I could die a happy man.
You know,
Especially if it's Dennis. Okay, if you folks don't know The Goes Wrong Show, we're just going to leave it there. Look up The Goes Wrong Show.
It's a wonderful show.
Yep.
It really is. We watched their Christmas special the other night.
Oh, which one? There are two.
It was
The season 1 and season 2.
It was the
Nativity?
The Nativity, thank you.
The Nativity with the book.
With the folding book. And the angel going to need more fireworks for the finale.
Yep.
You need to watch the Scrooge one.
Oh yes, their Christmas Carol.
We'll have to watch that.
That was funny.
You've not?
I don't think we have yet.
That was their first season?
That was one of the first ones. I think I haven't.
I think that was the first one I saw.
The Peter Pan was hilarious.
Yep. Okay. There is a crew in England. They've gone through a couple of names. They started out as Mischief Theatre.
Yep.
Their stick is they are the Cornley Polytechnic Institute Drama Society. And that's really
They
all you
make
need.
mistakes.
No, they don't make mistakes.
Everything goes wrong.
Everything goes wrong. If it can go wrong, it goes wrong.
Matthew Otter is asking, how was Bewhiskered? We were asking me and Boozy. Boozy did not
I wasn't
get to
there.
go, but
Whisker
I
was
was there.
great.
Yes.
It was fantastic. As a first-time convention, they were sold out. They were turning people away.
What
It
was the name of the convention services manager? Was it
I don't.
okay? The hotel's convention services manager. This lady got her shit faced.
It was Mary or Martha or something.
It was like Martha.
I know
Okay.
she got in trouble.
Oh, I hope she didn't.
She did.
Okay.
She stayed away from me after that.
Oh. Okay.
What did you do?
We got her
Sitting there
drunk.
drinking.
We got her drunk. Okay, but that's furries. All right, that's how it works.
I think that she neglected what she was supposed to be doing in favor of sitting drinking.
Okay, here's what I had to say to the management. Their convention services manager absolutely thrilled the customers. She established a rapport with them.
Why don't you make a report like that?
Yeah.
On their web
Well, I'm
page?
doing it right now.
Well, do it on their web page.
Do you
They'll
think
see
the
it.
convention's
You think they're
management
gonna
is
see this?
watching this?
Maybe there.
You got to go to the hotel website and do a review.
Okay, I'm going to talk to the organizers, find out her name. I'm going to go to the
I
hotel.
explain,
I'm
yes,
going to
we
say,
have
I do
friends.
want to talk to I'm going to talk to the GM. I'm going to say, now listen, I know that under ordinary circumstances, if your convention services manager goes drinking with the customer and gets drunk, you would consider it a negative. I am here to tell you
It's a net positive.
this is a net positive, and if you don't believe me, I'm going to give you the name of all the Marriott properties in Pittsburgh, and I'm going to have you make a phone call because I fucking own that town.
Okay, read on, explain.
Oh, unexplained. My friends can't believe that we've met. Will you say hello to Elsa, Simon, Stefania, and Key? They all met me at SunnyCon. All right. Elsa, Simon, Stefania, and Key. I not only know Onyx Flame has been in my hotel room, and we have consumed alcohol together.
Coarse.
You know, the eyebrow waggle just makes that sound so bad. AM has asked, what do you think the health of the fandom is going into 2022?
As long as people get vaccinated, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
And don't
Oh!
try to bring in phony vaccinations.
Yappy's here. Ladies and gentlemen, Yappy Fox,
Hi, Yappy.
one of the founders of modern furry fandom, is in our channel. I say that with absolutely no reservations whatsoever. Hello, Yappy, my dear old friend. How are you?
Hello, Yappy. Good to see you too, mate.
Yep.
Oh no, Yappy said hi to Uncle Kage and Grandma Kage. You and I are chopped liver, Fox.
Okay, the thing is,
That's it.
Yappy types very slowly.
Yappy is fine.
Yes.
Yappy is perfectly okay.
Everybody's saying hello to Yappy. Everybody say hello, Yappy.
Well, you should. Yappy is
My
the person.
one big song that I learned from the Fun Day Puppet.
Oh, go, give it to us.
It is your birthday song. It is not very long.
Right.
That
Yappy
was my
Fox.
first Fun Day Puppet.
22 years of the Fun Day Puppet Show.
Yeah.
That's both impressive and tragic at the same time.
I think it's amazing.
22 years.
First of
Yeah.
all, doing anything for 22 years. Not drinking. Doing anything creative for
With
22
other
straight
people
years.
who are
Running
Other
a
people-
convention.
Well, no, I'm not saying anything about that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. but doing it for 22 years,
Nelson
doing it,
Mandela?
starting it on your own and going through so many changes over the length of it, and running it mainly as an independent enterprise for that time frame.
Yeah, I think that's pretty
Yep.
cool.
That's amazing, and I cannot tell you how many people when I fell ass backwards into this fandom, how many people that have become very good friends of mine, when I say what furry shit do I need to watch, would say, "Have you heard about this puppet show?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Now, okay, I'm going to say two things. Onyx Flame says, I don't remember being in her hotel room. In that case, there's no witnesses.
You shared sake.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't my room. It was the lobby. I just remember I passed out after it. It seemed like my room. So, Yappy is the person who literally invented the fursuit parade. There was no such thing as a fursuit parade. Yappy Fox came up with the concept. The modern fursuit parade still follows what he established frickin' 2 decades ago. The next thing I want to say is, this fellow said, when I fell bass backwards into this fandom, why don't you explain to our audience
How do you do
who
that?
the hell you are and why you're sitting on my
well,
sofa?
I mean, I would hope that most of the people actually know
But
who I
some
am.
may
But
not.
I am the Boozy Badger. I'm an attorney, a comedian, a performer, all that great stuff. I do panels and talks and all of that. Several years ago, I was writing a blog that has since morphed into a now on hiatus podcast called Lawyers and Liquor, where I talked about random legal shit, just in a profane and amusing manner. And one night, I had no clue what I was going to write about, so I went on to Twitter, and I was in something called Lawyer Slack. And now it's called Lawyer Smack at the time. And it was basically at that point like 500 to 600 lawyers all over the world. And we'd sit and talk shop and chat. And somebody said, have you seen this shit? And posted a sovereign citizen letter sent to someone from a furry sob set. So I deconstructed the whole thing and then started watching some of the furry documentaries that were out there, and wrote a piece really about the letter, but I guess because I wasn't being mean to furries. Like, my whole opinion was, I don't care what you're into, it's cool, it just seems rather innocent to me.
No, I remember the exact phrase.
Yeah, and then I said, I'd go to a furry convention, and if I do, I'm going to be a fucking badger.
That's what you said, yes.
And it went large enough I had to upgrade my website because the traffic was crashing it.
And the next thing I knew, this guy 24 hours later is posting on his professional channel, who the hell are you people?
Yeah, oh yeah, like I went to bed that night with like 500 lawyers and judges following the Boozy Barrister Twitter, which now only really posts when the podcast is posting. And woke up the next morning with like 7,000 cartoon animals following that Twitter, and it got to a point where like everybody there was like a 6-month period where furries decided they wanted all lawyers to become furries, to the point that on the professional Twitter, after a con invited me to come and do a Q&A session, then another con invited me, and then another con, I'm not sure how the fuck this happened. But lawyers were contacting me. They're like, hey, man, we love you. We're glad that you found something, and we've watched some of your stuff. It's really amusing. But can you do something about the fucking furries? Because they are now following and commenting on our professional profiles for our law offices. So I went out there, and I created the Boozy Badger Twitter account and started using that for furry stuff and telling jokes and doing cons and things like that. And then I started talking about law on it as well, and lawyers started following it. And then very recently I got a message from somebody who was like, hey, Boozy, I really love your shows and your talks and things like that, but can you do something about all the lawyers? Because they're following my Not Safe for Work art account, and it's kind of disconcerting. So we've come full circle now.
Well, I remember when this fellow first burst upon the scene, I invited him to come in and meet me at Anthracon's fursuit parade. Was it 2016?
I think so.
17, something like that. And for my generosity, what I got was a description of, I met this excitable man.
An excitable man.
Do I look excitable to the rest of you? Fox, do I look excitable to you?
Depends how many wines you got in you.
Well, he does have a
Fox, you
point.
know the Warren Zevon song, Excitable Boy?
An excitable what? An
Excitable Boy by Warren Zevon.
I do not know what the name
It
of that
is.
I'll probably
And
recognize
Billy
the
went
name.
down to dinner in his Sunday best. Excitable Boy, they all said.
Oh man, okay.
Yep.
Only Sunday stuff I know is from church ages.
No, this is a Warren Zevon song. It's definitely not a church song.
So, number one, I'm sure it has not happened, but number two, what would you do if you were ever in your professional thing and doing, I am lawyer and shit, and the judge looked at you and said, Mr. Counsel, are you also referred to as the boozy badger?
I love that you're assuming that has not happened.
Oh.
Oh, so it's not Robert the Bruce, it's the Boozy Badger.
Has it?
Yes.
The Boozy Badger.
Not in open court, thank
I
God,
sense a
but yes.
story.
I was actually at a bar association meeting, and my bar association, my local bar, we have two big dinners a year. We have the winter dinner, which is where we vote for the new president, and then we have the spring meeting, which is where we induct the new president. And in both those, we get dinner. We get like this nice dinner. And I'm sitting at the dinner, I'm at my table, I'm sitting there with other lawyers, and I hear somebody behind me go, "Hey, have you heard about this lawyer and the furry shit?" And I kept eating silently. Unbeknownst to me, the guy who was talking was actually the clerk to one of our judges who had stumbled across it. And apparently they had been following the Boozy Barrister account for a while and had shown it to the judge. And not like a year and a half ago or so, one of them peeked into the Boozy Badger account on the same day that I had taken a picture of myself and put it on the account for a joke. So the next time I was in court, I had to go back to the judge's chamber, and the clerk was sitting in chambers, and the judge was sitting over there, and the clerk just looks at me and goes, "Boozy Badger," and I just said, "I'm not going to talk about this, Mike."
Who is Jack of all course? A message for you.
Oh, Jack, it says, I think it's important for me to announce that I am no longer the principal officer for my fraternity, so Uncle Kage, if you let Boozy know that I will be planning felonies and...
You're not my client.
I'm not going to finish reading that. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes.
Which meeting is it that you hand the lawyers a bunch of firearms and shoot skeet and other targets when you're in opposing counsel? That is the spring picnic.
You give a...
Oh, yeah. Our spring picnic has two phases. One is the golf tournament. The other is the shooting, the skeet and target shoot. I don't do the golf tournament. I do the skeet and target shoot. And every year, I get put on a target shooting group with a bunch of opposing counsel on the opposite side of cases I have. I'm the only one this happens to. And every year, I'm like, I think they're trying to kill me. I think that's what it's coming down to. Like, we went on a whitewater rafting trip for the bar, and I looked at the people who were in my raft, and then I walked out, looked at our paralegal, and said, if I disappear this weekend, tell the police to start with the list in my desk drawer.
Yeah.
So...
By the way, I noticed Benny is in channel. Benny is one of my oldest friends. Maybe I shouldn't say oldest, maybe I should say long-standing
Long
friends.
standing.
Because here's the thing.
He's not as old as you.
Benny used to be my young friend, but... Well, time has passed.
time
He
happens.
is my younger than I am friend. Now, Benny is such a close friend. He is one of the few people in the universe who has ever seen what happens when I have had too much alcohol. Most people have never seen that. Benny was the one that happily carried me inside because he's a very stalwart fellow and was able to carry me inside.
So yeah, Benny brought up, Benny said, what about having staff at the courthouse remove an erroneous attachment to a case? That happened.
Yes?
That happened. I had made a ship post of a buff tiger in a trailer park wearing I think, camouflage hat, drinking a Coors Light with a pack of Marlboros as a joke. While I was sitting at work one day and I'd saved it onto my computer at work. The next day I was uploading a filing with exhibits and I accidentally uploaded the picture as an exhibit and then had to call the court and get them to remove that from the exhibit list.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, what picture was it?
It was a buff tiger wearing a camouflage hat with a Coors in a trailer park holding a pack of cigarettes.
Just a buff tiger
Yeah.
holding a course.
Oh no, it was very obviously a furry.
Was it
He's a
naked?
furry tiger.
I didn't have the genitals on screen, but
A semi-naked tiger.
Yeah.
yes, there we go. Semi-naked tiger sounds like a band name.
Okay. Big Benny says, it's unrelated to the time I've seen Kage and Sony. Benny, people in this stream have seen me in my underwear because if there is money involved for charity and there's enough people, I have, yes. In fact, I'm wearing my colorful underwear right now, but we're not going to get into it.
Not a wolf guru. I
Yes,
thought guru was a wolf.
it is. No,
It is.
Guru is a,
Yeah.
it is a wolf man, basically a
It's
werewolf.
basically a werewolf.
The
Yeah.
Garu, yeah.
Motor wolf wolf.
Much a wolf Garu. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yappy says we're getting old and broke down. Now, I'll correct you, Yappy. We're getting old. We are not broke down.
You're getting vintage.
Yes, we're getting vintage. Yeah,
You're retro.
Yeah, we're
Maturing.
retro. Yeah. And Yappy Fox says, I saw that at Megaplex #1. Oh, do you mean the one that happened the year after Furry Spring Break? We were just discussing that earlier, weren't we?
Yeah. Sort of.
First
Definitely
Megaplex
related.
was Rock of the Hop theme, and that was when Tyrrell was there as well. Such a good con.
Yeah.
Megaplex is a lot of fun.
As a matter of fact, the first year that Tyrrell went to Megaplex, he contacted me and said he would only go if I was there because he was worried, he was scared, he didn't know about these furries and shit. Apparently, after that first year, he doesn't need me anymore because he's like, oh, I don't want to hang out with Uncle Kage. He's old. Yeah.
I don't know about these furries and shit. It's Florida you gotta be worried about. The furries are fine.
Florida man did come to the convention that one year. You've heard the story of Mr. Baker Act?
Yes. See, one of the reasons I like coming to visit you is I get to hear stories I don't hear from stage.
Okay, yeah, there are some stories that I feel uncomfortable telling on stage, and I actually feel uncomfortable telling them on camera until I have a bunch of
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. That moment you've got liquor in you.
But the fortunate thing is, I've got my lawyer here who will dutifully stop me if I'm saying too much.
Maybe.
Your lawyer's been drinking whiskey.
I mean, I'm kind of
Very
looking at the
good
video
whiskey,
feed. There is like a
man.
4-second lag, so you have like exactly 4 seconds to cut wherever you're doing.
So
Or
let me
just
tell you
broken
about
too late.
this
You just have
fox.
to tell everyone in the chat, quick, turn everything off.
Let me tell you about this fox that I see here over in the hellish side of the screen. This one. I was at Eurofurence, and it was years ago, and they had just released the Bitter Lake film. If you've not seen Bitter Lake, look up Bitter Lake on YouTube. It's very, very worthwhile. It's what happens when you get a bunch of kids with fursuits and too much talent.
And zero budget.
Well, the music was done by this mythical force that I had never heard of. It's like, Fox Amore, music by Fox Amore. and it's like watching when you're in a cinema and you see music by, and all of a sudden here's this scrawny little unshaven chav Ned comes up to me, and he's like, "Oh, hello, Uncle Kage. I'm from Scotland. Have I mentioned that before?" It actually wasn't like that, but I'm giving my impression of what I heard.
The only other person who mentions I'm from Scotland is you.
So we're talking. He's like, "Ooh, I'm a furry, and I'm not from Scotland because I don't mention I'm from Scotland because the only one who mentions I'm from Scotland is you, and we're just having a conversation." This is pretty much how the conversation went. And then when he mentioned I'm Fox some more, I was like, wait, hold the fuck, wait. Foxamore, as in the guy who did the music, Foxamore? He's like, aye! Because that's what Scots say. They don't say yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I just screamed at the top of my lungs. I just went, aye.
Aye.
Yeah. He says, aye! I'm like, dude, that's so cool. Actually, no, that was him. I'm like, dude, that's so cool. Well, I actually don't remember how I said it. But anyway...
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's just like that. Well, I'm sitting talking with this kid, and I noticed he had a shirt on, and he had spilled coffee on his shirt. There was this coffee stain, and I was
Pretty sure it was coffee.
We'll go with coffee, all right? Yeah, okay. It was not whiskey. It was not other things.
Was it?
Excuse me.
Your symbol color. No, it was coffee.
That way.
All right, okay. I said, excuse me, you've got a coffee stain on your shirt. And he was like, I've got a coffee stain on my shirt. Oh, this is terribly embarrassing. Oh, what am I gonna do? Similar to that.
Exactly
So I said,
how it happened, folks.
well, no, okay.
Here.
No, okay. It was similar to that. I'm just taking some artistic license, okay?
A lot of
Yeah, that's
artistic license.
So I said, well, look, I'm okay. Why don't you come to my room? I've got extra shirts. You can wear one of my shirts. We went up to my room. That's when I found out what a fucking fat ass I am, because I put my shirt on this guy. It was like 7 of him would have fit in one of my shirts. That's
It was like wearing one of those bathrobes from.
Exactly. That's why I went on a diet. Because
He was fat.
thank you, Mom. Thank you very much. Thank
That's
you.
why I went on a diet, because I was fat.
I'm just loving the commentary.
I completely missed that. It froze just for the perfect moment, I guess.
But I think that my favorite interaction was at Eurofurence. You remember the Eurofurence? You gave me the little comical. It was the tam with the red wig attached.
Like
The instant Scotsman. It's like a tam with a red wig. He given to me at Eurofurence, and I thought, oh, what a cute little present from Fox and Moore. So he was having a charity concert. And I wanted to go to the charity concert, but Eurofurence, Eurofurence knows to
break things.
Well, no, they take advantage of me. They know I'm there. So I had a bunch of programs, and then when my programming was done, and I went to get my ticket, I went to the window. There's sorry, the charity tickets are all sold out. I'm like, oh, but excuse me. I am Uncle Kage, like, no, we are German. We have sold every single one of the charity tickets. We have numbers of charity tickets. The numbers of the charity tickets are now gone, and there are no more charity tickets available. Extremely efficient. You may have no more tickets. Because Germany, and I said to them, this is why you lost the fucking war. Do you understand that? But they didn't like that. But anyway, I didn't have a ticket for his charity concert. So I said, oh, I know what I'll do. I went and I got this Scottish tam with the red hair, and I ran in the back, and I very loudly said, "You can't keep me out! I'm Foxamore's da! Can't you see the family? I'm family! You've got to give me a seat here!" and I went storming up to the front. Don't you know who I am? I'm Fox Samoa's Da. You gotta give me a seat. I ain't gonna let you throw me out. And I was like storming around. I'm Fox Samoa's Da. I demand you give me a seat. And I turned around and there's this old guy in the front row, and I said, who the fuck are you? I'm Fox Samoa's Da. Loan me seat. And he stood up and said, I'm Fox Samoa's Da. I'm like, oh, Mr. Armour, very pleased to meet you. It's a good news. That's how I met his Da.
Yeah, they've been coming to Arthropod ever since.
So that's my story about the Amour family.
They are really, really, really good parents. I love them to bits.
Okay. Here's what I like about talking to your parents. Anytime I get onto the Skypes with Fox Amour and Da and Ma Amour are there, Ma has always got a glass of wine. And she doesn't know, she's in the background and she's like, hello. That's why I love her to pieces, because she's just like my mom.
Since I've had my dinner.
AM says, Uncle Kage has had too much. No, I'll tell you what, Fox, you've been so terribly quiet. We need to hear from you.
I mean, yeah.
Say some shite, or don't say some shite, play some music, whatever you want.
But you want to do your song thing? Because I'm probably going to be like here for like another 15 minutes or so that I'm probably going to call it night, because it's going to be like 1 a.m. And I've got to sleep.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're in the Scottish time zones, aren't you?
The Scottish times. Oh, you mean my song? It's not my song. You mean that song?
The song that's our song that we like to do, that we say is our song, but not.
I need to bring the words up because I'm...
That's a good thing to say.
Shut up. Entertain these people. You know what
Hello,
you're doing.
people. I'm entertaining. So things Kage has recently searched for include ZD versus Penne.
Well, that's very important to know the difference. I think that's it. That's the one. Hang on. There, you got the lyrics. That's the one. All right. Okay. Fox. Make with it. We'll sing along.
All right, I'll do you like one pass through of the introduction, then you're on, okay?
Yeah, and make sure you in between each verse. Yeah, right.
Right.
Go for it. January brings the snow, makes your feet and fingers glow. February's ice and slate, freeze the toes right off your feet. Welcome March with wintry wine, with the word not so unkind. April brings the sweet spring showers, on and on for hours and hours. Promise fair and kindly May, frost by night and hail by day. June just rains and never stops, 30 days and spoils the crops. I have to figure this out. In July the sun is hot. Is it shining? No, it's not. Oh.
Did we miss verses, or was that all of it?
That's all. That's all we need.
July. The year stops at July.
That's right. It's England. Yeah, we don't need that shit. Right? Let's get it.
I get the feeling this would be like a really fun instrument if you're like in Germany drinking beers and you're just wanting to do like a good old sing-song. It sounds really piratey.
Okay, here's what folk need to know. Because there is a lag between here and Bonnie, Scotland, and Fox and I like to do the song together, but trying to coordinate it with the lag via Skype and all this shit, it's nigh impossible. However, I will point out that Anthrocon is scheduled for this July. It will take place. There will be no cancellation this year. I was contacted by the Pittsburgh media, and I had to issue an actual press release. This was the official Anthracon statement on 2022. And that statement was, and I quote, "Wild horses could not keep us away, and we got wild horses." So, yeah.
It's a really good song.
So we shall be there in 2022. It's going to happen. If I have to wrap every one of you sons of bitches in saran wrap personally, we're going to be there.
You really shouldn't make
Go on,
promises
I'll be
like
there.
that.
Yeah,
I know.
really
Don't
shouldn't.
threaten you with a good time,
Really
right?
shouldn't.
Like you're going to get people writing you now, like, Kage, come rap me.
I'm gonna visit Alklag and collect all my stuff.
Your
So much
stuff?
stuff to take back.
Is he still on?
What?
Alkali?
Alkali wasn't here. Was he?
No. That
See,
was.
I had that.
I saw the Diamond Show was there.
Were they?
Yeah.
Well, that just means either Zanny or Alkali are
Yeah.
we're sitting in the chat at the beginning.
So,
No.
here's the thing. Okay, let me tell everybody. Anthracon canceled in 2020 out of necessity. We wanted very much to make 2021 happen, but circumstances were such that we did not think that it was advisable. I got onto a Zoom call with the city of Pittsburgh. One of the folks was our representative at the convention center, Lawrence Convention Center. And I announced that, okay, we had the best of intentions. We really wanted to make this happen, but we just can't. We're going to have to pull the plug. She started to cry. I almost reversed the decision. I'm like, no, don't cry, no, please, fucking don't cry, no, just don't cry. But,
Just means next year's gonna be even better.
well, okay, here's the thing. I'm a scientist, remember? Science has given the world the means of protecting themselves. We've done our job. The rest is up to you. We're gonna have the fucking convention. If you're not gonna protect yourself, it ain't my job to protect you. Go die! I don't fucking care! I said that out loud, didn't I?
Yes,
I
you
meant
did.
to just think that. I didn't mean to say it out loud. I meant to just think it. There's a difference. I'm going to refer this to my legal counsel.
You're on your own.
No, you're my...
I'm a lawyer. I don't have a time machine. Fix this, okay?
We can edit that out when this gets...
It's
uploaded.
live.
We can go back and... There's a lag.
4 seconds have been long gone.
How's that?
Oh my! It's wonderful.
Great.
I've been drinking in some degree of moderation.
Yeah, me too.
I'm on my
You-
third
you
can of
definitely
Iron
have
Brew,
it.
so I don't know how I'm gonna sleep tonight, but I will try.
Whoa, what was that, Fox?
I'm on my third can of Iron Brew.
Oh, Iron Brew. I haven't
National
listened to
Brew.
that.
What is it?
Iron Brew.
Okay.
Now, you have got Iron Brew. In Pittsburgh, they have Iron City.
Oh, well, you got Fall City.
You know why I know we have Iron City? Because when Anthracon's truck shows up in Pittsburgh, there are multiple cases of Iron City beer that my stuff crew tries to sneak onto the truck. And every year I catch them and I explain to them that is not allowed. We cannot bring our own beer into the convention center.
So stop the truck a block before the convention
I
center.
explained to the Teamsters, my crew is trying to make an end run around the rules. I caught them. I'm counting on yous guys, you yins guys, to take care of the shit. Get rid of that shit so we don't get in trouble with the convention center. So that's what
So
we
they
have
did
to
it.
do every year. I count on my very, very good friends in
They made it
Teamsters.
disappear quicker than Jimmy Hoffa.
What I do?
This is why you have me here.
David Henderson says, Iron City, not a big fan of that beer. Well, David, you can go drink your own beer for that matter. Oh, Undertaker says, Boozy, what's the legal ramifications of buying radioactive materials such as uranium and plutonium? There's no
Don't do it. Just don't do
No,
it.
no, there's-
Please don't
Actually,
do it.
I'm
There's
curious
no
about
legal
this
re-
as well, because I've learned about more and more people that are actually collecting like chemical elements. So if you wanted to collect like a sample of uranium and plutonium, how would that work exactly?
you
Like
can.
a small amount's probably not an issue. A large amount is going to cause some issues.
It's
for
called,
you.
oh, I can speak your language. It's called de minimis. You can collect de minimis quantities of uranium plutonium. It's a natural, except for plutonium. Just buy the shit. Just don't make a fissile bomb and you're fine. There, that's what, okay, right. Talon Wolf says, wait, what now? Talon, you know. As a matter of fact, and Big Benny says, I purchased uranium and tritium online. In fact,
Yeah,
over
but
there on
why?
the shelves,
Benny, did you buy large amounts of it? Because that's the flag.
I have a gift. It's over there in a box. When Zilver was over here, Zilver is from Norway, remember?
Uh-huh.
The Allies sank a German ship that was carrying some shit.
Okay.
I have a sample of that shit on my shelf over there that was salvaged from the wreck of that German
Is it
ship.
leaking anything out of it?
It's
like
not
uranium.
It's not leaking. Your son is a chemist. He knows how,
How
to
do you
handle
know
it.
it's not?
Because your son has got a goddamn PhD that you paid
You got a Geiger
for.
counter?
I like how you wrote that very carefully that you paid for.
Your son has a PhD. Does he have a Geiger counter?
Okay, I don't need a goddamn Geiger counter. I got a PhD that she paid
You
for.
can't eyeball radioactivity.
Yes, you can. If you're my age, you can. You can see this shit.
I'm seeing Undertaken in the chat talking about uranium glass, and I've seen that stuff as well, and it looks super cool. I've always wanted to get some of that.
You want uranium glass? Just go to any flea market in the United States. Bring a Geiger counter with you. When you see the green glass, just hold the counter to it. If it screams, that's uranium glass. If it doesn't scream, that ain't.
We actually had a couple of World War II planes that were shot down over the River Forth, which is just next to me. And like years and years later, like they were wondering where the radiation was coming from, and it turned out it was from the lithium dials in the German warplanes
Right.
causing it.
Oh, that's right. Yes, the Germans, they had lithium dials to glow in the dark. Yep.
Yep.
Rocket T Coyote has asked, have we ever been in or to a real coal mine? I grew up in in Kentucky
Yes.
with relatives in eastern Kentucky, and when I was in law school, I lived in northeast Pennsylvania. Yeah, I've been in coal mines.
Excuse me, I have to refill my...
They're not fracking up there around the Skook area. They are doing it in the north central part of the state, though. I know they're doing it there. And there's one other place where they were talking about doing it.
Well, just before we left, there was a commercial or a news thing. Guy turned on his kitchen faucet and put a match to it.
Yeah, and it lit up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because of all the stuff coming out of the ground. Fracking is not good. This is a Pennsylvania thing.
Onyx, I've never been to like a real coal mine, but my granddad on my mother's side was a coal miner, and when I was a child, like I do remember him coming back like really, really dirty. He was like, it wasn't one of the easiest jobs to have. Like
That's why
a huge
his
ton of
kid-
respect for him. Dangerous job as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's why his kid wasn't raised to be a coal miner. You don't want to pass that on to the next generation.
Well, for a long period of time, that was just how you made money.
I know.
That was the industry.
Yeah, or if you try to get in the
It's-
union, they shot you.
It is so weird when I would go visit relatives in Harlan County and they would complain, well, we need coal back, we need coal back, we need coal back. You go, well, they're putting in this training program, this and that. Yeah, but why do I want to do that? And when my granddaddy was doing it, he could just go make his living in the mines. And we'd be like, yeah, but Uncle Bob hated the mines, man.
Yeah.
Uncle. So,
And how old was he when he died from black lung disease?
yeah. Uncle Bob died at like 80,
Oh,
but not a black lung. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't help. My granddad was like a heavy smoker as well, so it's kind of like got the both of the.
I forget. I think Uncle Bob died in a car accident. I think. We weren't too close. I just remember my great grandmother died on that side of the family, and we went out to the funeral. It was the only time I ever saw my dad put on his gun. Yeah, and when I asked him why, he said, "If we're not armed, they won't believe we're family." And he was right. Everybody at that funeral was packing. No clue what the hell we thought was gonna happen, but jeez.
wow.
Shall I go get my pistol?
Please
No.
don't bring. Yeah, yes, we've been drinking. Please go get your firearms.
By the way, Mom, this is a present from one of my coworkers. It's a Japanese persimmon. They wanted me to give it to you, but I forgot. So there it
Well,
is.
that's so sweet of them.
Yes. I have another sake.
What do you do with it?
I drink it.
Eat this.
What? No, it's you.
It's a persimmon. They're not edible.
No.
I've told you about Grandma Stabby, haven't I?
Wait, Grandma.
Grandma Stabby.
Grandma who?
Stabby.
I'm not standing.
Is that a family
Yeah.
name?
Well, I mean, that's what we called her after she stabbed the guy
Oh, this is the lady at the.
at the nursing home.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Share.
How old was she when she stabbed the guy?
Like-
Oh God, yeah, she was in her 80s.
I see. Kobe Pup Gaming.
She was-
Boozy, tell him about Grandma Stabby.
My paternal grandmother did not like people. Just did not like people. Like they'd be like, "Oh, she's just come out of like no, she doesn't like people. Like we're family. She doesn't even like us most of the time. She don't want to be around people. She don't want to talk to people." And after my cousin who was helping to care for her died, which we still had some questions about how that happened, but we let it go. Nobody in the family was able to move in and take care of her because she needed oxygen change and all that. So we put her in a nursing home. And it was a nice nursing home. It really was. It was like the rooms were like little apartments and all that. It wasn't a bad place, but she refused to come out of her room. She wouldn't go eat in the dining hall. She wouldn't join in community activities. And somebody was out there visiting her every day in her room. And they got a new director of resident life at this place. He was like the social director for the nursing home. And he had called my dad and had been, we really want your mother to be involved in more activities. So we're going to try to get her to come out of her room and eat in the dining hall with all the other residents. And Dad said that is not a good idea. And they weren't really listening to Dad because they called, cause they kept going and pushing it. Dad's like, okay, cool. Look, if you're going to do it, I'm going to fax over a waiver. And I want you to sign it first. And they called me afterwards because I was on their contact list. And they were talking to me. Your father doesn't think it's a good idea. I said, what's not a good idea? Well, we're going to convince your grandmother to eat in the dining room with everyone else. I said, oh, that's a horrible idea. And they go, well, but we think it would be good for her to make friends. And I said, I don't think you understand. She don't want to make friends. She just wants you to leave the hell alone. And they said, well, we're still going to do it. I said, did you sign the waiver? Yes, okay, it's your funeral. So I hang up the phone. The director of Resident Life had told my grandmother she had won a drawing. And the prize was she got a one-on-one dinner with the director of Resident Life, a special dinner with him. So she's in the dining hall, and she's sitting there with her oxygen tank off to the side, her knife and her fork, just, docilely cutting the meat, do everything. And he's talking about all the wonderful amenities, and they have dance nights, and they have music nights, and they have movie nights, and she's nodding. She goes, excuse me, dear, could you pass the salt? And the other, of course, and picks up the salt and leans across the table to hand it with her, and that's when she stabbed him with the fork.
Oh.
And they called us again about
Signed
this.
the waiver?
We said, one, we told you. Two, you signed the waiver.
So did they kick her out?
No, they didn't. They let her stay in her room. They did not try to force her to leave.
Is this the same lady that tried to make a break?
Oh, she did make a break for it. They caught her at the bus stop.
Oh, God.
Do tell.
Because she won't be there.
Actually, I can sympathize with her.
Yeah, she won't be there, and she was on the first floor, and she'd gotten very, very curious about the emergency exit across from her room. Because I went to go visit, I knocked on the door, and she opened, and she was staring at it, and then when we went in, we were in the little sitting area talking, and she said, do you think there's an alarm on that door? What if somebody tried, do you think that door alarms when someone tries to open it? And I went home and I told my dad, I said, Dad, I think your mom's kind of escaped from the nursing home. And he said, that's ridiculous. I said, I don't think it is. I think you should call them. I think you should talk to them. And I called down there, actually. I said, do you have any units available? She had oxygen in a little walker thing. So, all we had to do was put her in a place with stairs, and it was fine. And I said, do you have any places... and they go, well, we've got some availability on the second floor, but that is for our people who may have dementia issues. And I said, well, she is demented, so maybe that would work. Everybody had laughed me off until my dad called me and said, your grandmother has escaped. I said, what? He said, she has escaped. I said, did she go out the emergency door? He goes, she went out the emergency door. I said, where'd they catch her? They on the street. She was walking up the street to the bus stop with her oxygen tank. She did not want to be in that place.
I don't think I would want to be in a place like that.
It was a very nice place.
I don't
See,
care. I want to
okay.
be in my own house.
This is why this lady behind me, there is no way we would ever consider entering her
With
into
a
one
bunch
of
of
these
old
homes.
people.
She would take the place over. It would be like Lord of the Flies.
See, Grandma Stabby was like when my cousin passed on, and everybody was like, well, if you let her move in with you, and I just sat there and I said, I love Grandma. I love Grandma more than anything. But Grandma will make us miserable
Did
if
she
we have
need
babies.
constant all day long care?
She was weird because she didn't like people and she didn't want to be around people, but you could not leave her alone because then she would decide you hated her.
Oh.
Like when I say she didn't like, I mean she did not like people. She barely tolerated family.
Oh. Did she suffer from depression?
No, she was just mean.
She was just she was a
I don't
Kentucky
think people-
Grand.
I don't think people are just naturally mean. I think that.
Oh, she could be sweet as anything, Casey, but she was not. She was just the way she saw it. She came from a very insular family, and the way she saw it was, if you're not related to me, I don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah.
And if you are related to me, I may want something to do with you.
Fox. Hi.
Hello. I was actually just about to announce that I'm probably going to be going to bed pretty soon.
It's
All right.
It's
However-
2 o'clock in the
But
morning.
before I do. I actually had some like pretty good news to share, and that is from January next year, I will officially be an uncle.
What? Yes!
Congratulations.
I have a young cousin. He's going to be called Jax. So I'm very, very excited for that. And I was like this with my sister. I'm like, I'm going to be like the cool uncle. I'm going to be the one that buys them all the consoles and shit like that. And then my sister turned around and said to me, "It's like, Ian, you're the only uncle."
No. You're the uncle, but I want that child to know about their American uncle.
Ooh, I don't know.
I love
it's,
the immediate.
it's a Scottish. It's a Scottish child. They need to have an American uncle to go along, don't they?
I'll be sure to bring along to his very first story ever.
Oh, please do. Please do. I said, please do. Please do.
What, look Scottish?
What? It's language. I'm trying to use it. All right, so Fox, are you going to fuck off now?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest, I think.
Good night, Fox and more.
All right.
I'm gonna
Now,
do
Fox,
two things at once.
this is very.
Well, it was a pleasure chatting with you all. It was a pleasure hanging out.
This
Feel
is-
free to say hi, and I hope everyone has an amazing Christmas and New Year
Right.
as well.
Now,
And
this
stay
is.
safe, mask
this-
up, wash your hands, get vaccinated, all that stuff.
Hang on, this is extremely important. I need you to tell Da that he's okay. I need you to tell your mom if she was 20 years older, I would be all over her.
Yeah, just 20 years?
Tell her if she was 20 years older, I would be all over her like a spider monkey. You would have like 19 siblings.
You
I meant to
I
just
think you
think
ought
that.
to
Did
shut
I say
up
that
now.
out loud?
yeah, you
Okay, I meant to
time
just
for you
think
to
that.
stop
I didn't
talking.
mean to say that out loud. I meant to just think it. So we're going to let Fox fuck off now.
Good night,
Good night, Fox.
Good night, Fox.
Hey,
Good night, darling boy.
Good night from Scotland. Stay safe.
I like how you just creeped out the entire chat room in one go.
No, you did that. I didn't.
Bye.
It's good night now.
Cheerio. Cheerio on that.
Right, off you go. Fuck off. Good night.
Bye.
Bye. And here we are again. All right, that was Fox and More, Fox and More, ladies and
Fox and More.
gentlemen, and others.
Glad.
Yeah.
It was good
And
to see
Sue
Fox.
says Fox will never sleep again. Why? Because I was hitting on his mom.
Because every time he closes his eyes,
Dude,
he's going
okay,
to have
now
that
look,
image
his
of you and his
listen,
mother.
his mom is hot.
I met his mom.
She
I
is.
want you to stop talking. His dad might be listening.
You're right. Okay, all of these things I mean to just think. I don't
You need
mean
to
to say
shut
them
up.
out loud. Say something, Boozy. Cover
Tell him
me.
to shut
Cover
up.
me.
Honestly, if you have cheese balls, you should wash better in the shower.
You're
Yes, you should. That was very well timed, my dear boy. Very, very great.
I will never.
Well done.
I will never buy a bag of them again.
So next up,
Say goodnight.
no, we have another. I'm still going.
What time is it?
I don't
It's
care.
8 o'clock.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
another hour to go.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. Why is there a? Oh wait. Wait a minute. That's we. Sorry. We have to hang up Skype. I forgot.
Yeah, otherwise Fox is still on the line, but not on the line.
Right. We got it. Okay. Sorry.
Well, I'm going home.
What?
I'm going home.
But you show your mother out the door.
Are you going to be? Okay. Did you walk up here or drive?
You out of your mind. I only walk indoors.
Are you going to be able to make it home? All right.
I had water.
Yeah, your mother had nothing but water.
Didn't she have?
No,
I had 2 sips of your.
like Ace did not have a full
Are you-
glass of anything.
Really?
Yeah, the one glass you poured for her, you picked up when she was back there eating, looked at me, raised
And
it to
drank
me, and drank it. Yes, you drank your mother's sake.
No, I mean, seriously?
Yes.
And if I don't get back on the stream, it's because my friggin' TV is.
Okay, Mom, if you have a problem with the stream, contact Talon. Talon will take care of you. He's your tech support guy.
He can't do anything about Spectrum.
I don't care. Just contact
He can't.
Talon.
I already talked to him about it. He said he can't do anything about friggin' Spectrum.
Good night, Grandma.
Help me. Help me.
What am I gonna help? You drank your mother's sake.
I know.
You drank my sake. I looked in the refrigerator. There's nothing in there I wanted. So
Mom, the refrigerator is full of fucking shit. There's like 25 gallons of sake in the fridge. What are you talking about?
None of them open.
I love this.
They're not open. Oh.
What am I not bringing with me?
Did you bring your cane?
Oh,
Excuse
I
me.
had that bag. I left it.
Shall I walk you to your car?
You don't have to.
Then I won't.
Lucy a kiss. You don't have to get up.
Well, I'm
Sit
going
down,
to
sit
use the
down, sit down.
restroom anyhow here in a moment.
Keep these
Good
people
night.
busy
It
while
was
I walk
good
her
seeing
to our
you
car.
again.
Seeing you, Grandma.
Yeah.
I guess I have to change my shoes.
Oh,
Here's your shoes.
No,
th-
that's
those are my shoes.
Oh, there's your shoes.
Are you trying to give your mother my shoes?
I think they might be a little large.
There's a drop down. Never.
There's definitely a drop down on for
Oh,
affinity.
no, these are
There's
shoes.
definitely a drop down for big feet
Okay,
on
we
for
got your
affinity.
stick.
Trust me.
Okay, hang on. All right. This is an old lady stick.
That is not an old lady stick. That's a swag.
It's a swagger stick. There.
Swanky stick.
Walk.
You're going to get hit with a cane.
You're
That's
done.
a
You're
stick.
done. That's it. You're cut off. Come with me.
Good
You're
night,
gonna-
Susie.
Good night, Grandma.
morning.
I'll walk you to your car.
Oh my goodness.
Now,
Oh, so this has been my day. Actually, no, my day started with I was supposed to get here much earlier than I did. I fell asleep. I woke up, looked at my clock, and went, "Oh shit, I'm 2 hours late." Jumped on the road, drove my ass down here, stopped for gas. Ended up having to walk into a place with one bathroom. The only other restroom was out of order, and everybody needed to do it. And that's where I washed my hair and shaved this morning in the gas station bathroom on the side of the highway in Virginia. How's your day been? God, I wish that was the first time I had started the story with, so this morning I was shaving in a gas station bathroom on the side of a deserted rural highway in Virginia, but that would be a lie. I'm a female. I'm at the snack December is the only time cheese balls are available to buy. It took you a little while. I'm just gonna be honest. It took you a little while to get to that. I thought that I would hear that before now. Like, did you have to check? Like, you're like, what does he mean? Well, I don't have those. Did you get a speeding ticket? I did not. Last time I came down here, I got a speeding ticket in Virginia. This time, I did not get a speeding ticket in Virginia. Boozy, my day was just great. I crashed my car today. Well, I found the fucking masochist. She said it 3 times. Well, it's the 3rd time that really counts. It's like saying Beetlejuice or making wishes with the genie. You know, you got to tell me at least 3 times you don't have testicles before I recognize that you don't have testicles. There's no balls in my pants. There's no balls in my pants. You got to click your heels together. It's like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. I don't have testicles. I don't have testicles. I don't have... Just, there you go. Oh... Boozy, my day was just great. Crashed my car. That was sarcastic. No, she said it 3 times. Got horribly T-boned. Well, I am glad you are okay, Wovaka. Wiki Unica, Boozy, my day was killer. I got a book and a movie about the Chernobyl disaster. Nice. Mine's been from herniated disc. Getting an MRI on Monday. By the way, Robert the Bruce is because he's from Clan Bruce. We sanded and sealed hardwood floors to finally settle the house. John, you're handy. I'm going to need you to come over to my house, rip up my floors, sand, and seal them. Kage has returned to
I'm
us.
back, and I have news.
Yes.
Or rather, I have additions to things to say.
Yes.
All right.
How many of them are regarding Foxamore's mom?
No, it's not Foxamore's mom. It's my mom.
Yes.
Okay. This stream at some point will end.
Yes.
And when the stream ends,
Yes.
my dear friend will have the choice of my sofa bed, which has the alkali divot in it, or the inflated bed, which I'm not sure works anymore.
Okay.
Mom actually has a guest room with an actual full-sized bed in it. And I mentioned this to Mom, and she said, "Oh yes, Boozy can sleep with me anytime."
Whatever.
I just wanted to quote that.
I'm easy.
You still got it, dude. You still got it.
I'm easy.
Yeah.
I am the easiest. As long as it's an elderly person.
As long as it's an elderly person. Tell me more, Daddy. Okay, now watch the channel go insane. Okay.
Yeah, somebody's gonna take a screenshot of that.
They already did. We're dead. We're done.
It's got me.
Okay.
What happened after the street, Boozy?
Your professional reputation is destroyed. Mine is confirmed.
Yours is confirmed. You're not a professional lech. Just,
Are you sure?
I mean, like, unless I missed something.
Here's the thing. There's so many of my colleagues who are watching this right now. Hi, Bill! That is surprised I'm still employed in the pharma industry.
Oh. I'm going to step outside for one moment.
Are you going to smoke again?
Hey, I've been spacing them out.
Okay, don't trip over the wires.
I haven't tripped over the wires any of the other times.
Okay, listen. This gentleman came to visit me and he said,
I'm down to half a pack a day.
yes, I am down to half a pack a day. He's been here 4 hours. He's gone through 3 freaking cigarettes. How many cigarettes are in a pack?
20.
So, actually, that is half a pack a day. Never mind. Go do your shit. Go do your shit. Okay, right. Anyway. Whoa, dude, you let a moth in. Moth Monarch is now in my room. Okay, here's what you guys can't see. There are 2 giant moths now floating around my big studio lights here.
That's awkward.
Okay, it's like Moth Monarch has joined us. So, okay. It's Tien, if you're still here, tell Moth Monarch she is now a guest at my stream. Okay. Yes. Okay. Be kind to Moth. Moth is frightened by your bigness and want to go out. If you've not seen, Vovaka says take pictures of the moths. Yeah, sure, we'll do that, okay? Yeah. Talon says Mrs. Tank. No, Mrs. Tank is not here. What?
Oh, nothing. I'm done.
What? You didn't just suck that cigarette down in the past 5 seconds, did you?
You learn how to do things quick. Just ask my spouse.
Dude, wait a minute. All right, sure.
Just ask my spouse, who's probably not in the chat anymore.
So you're a 5-second man, is what you're saying.
Yeah. 2 pump jump.
QM, is this a 5-second man? We're waiting for the. Oh, Sue. Okay, Sue is still here. Sue will make sure that everything is handled in a mature, very, very highbrow fashion.
Going for my 6-month checkup on Monday. We've turned to medical talk.
We have.
Yes.
It's this. Mama's on her way down. Here's the thing. I walked out and I kept saying, Mom, do you want me to see you home? Mom, can I help you? And she's like, you're the fucking drunk. I haven't had anything to drink. Go back to your show.
I frankly love the, yes, you did. You had I had 2 sips. No, you had more than that. No, you drank your mother's liquor. You picked it up, looked me in the eye, and drank it.
I thought it was something different.
I mean, it was just...
Changing the subject right now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is the third hour
Of the Winestream.
Of the, yes, oh God. And Bawaka is talking about sertraline, and people are talking about finish your cigarette, the judge is coming back.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a real thing. That's
What?
a real thing.
What?
Like, I'm stepping outside for a smoke, call me when the judge comes back.
You're not allowed to smoke in the courtroom?
No, not anymore.
Okay.
Although the attorney's lounge does still have ashtrays in it. Like, they were built into the leather chairs in the attorney's lounge, so...
Okay, like on aircraft, they still have ashtrays, but you're not allowed to smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
You know why that is? Why they still have the ashtrays?
Because there used to be a time period that after you would cross certain
Yeah.
international boundaries, you could smoke.
But why did they not get rid of the ashtrays? Why do they still have them? I know. Why?
Because it's expensive to refit an entire plane.
No. It comes down to safety. If you get a person who is smoking, you need to have some place they can put the cigarette out. That's why they still have ashtrays. So that there is a repository for the person who is still smoking.
The repository of illegal cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a police evidence room.
Yep. Volaka says, did you show my accident to Boozy as a cautionary tale? Boozy's probably seen these things.
Well, I've seen much worse accidents.
Poor
trust me.
Volaka had... Okay, first off, Volaka, I am absolutely over the moon that you were not injured. Volaka was at an intersection that limited visibility. He couldn't see anybody coming. He pulled out, but somebody was coming, and bam. We're going to leave this to the insurance companies and the legal professionals of your country, which is
Not here.
Norway or Sweden or Denmark or whatever the hell those, wherever the hell you were from, you, Scandinavia. Yeah.
I feel like we should say the legal system of your country of origin.
Thank you. Oh, your country of origin, which is like the thing that... Never mind. Okay.
E621 is my only bad habit. If you're going to smoke on a plane, go out on the wing. A bunch of people talking about where illegal cigarettes get stored.
Where do they get stored?
You ever heard the phrase keistered?
Is that where the artillery goes? We'll just leave it at that, shall we? Rocket T. Coyote saw a robin fight its reflection. Robins are Republicans.
I'm not going into the logic behind that.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I spent my whole drive down here first singing old traditional songs and then listening to an audiobook.
What kind of old traditional songs?
Yeah. All the hard times are gone and Pines. And
Pines? Like Mr. Pines?
it is a beautiful, beautiful song about decapitation.
Stop.
Yeah.
Back up. A beautiful, beautiful song about... I'm sorry, what?
Decapitation.
Could you elaborate,
Yeah.
please?
Well, little girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines where the sun never shines, shivered the whole night through. My father was a railroad man, killed 1.5 miles from here. His head was found in the driver's wheel. His body was never found.
Oh.
Yeah. Beautiful song about decapitation. Then, and you can actually do this. Okay, so there's a part of it that's call and response. All right. So when I point to you, you just say exactly what I say. Okay.
Right. Got it.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen,
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
getting up the Mississippi.
What?
Heading up the Mississippi.
Heading up the Mississippi.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
She's the queen of the West.
She's the queen of the West.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Heading up the Mississippi.
Heading up the Mississippi.
The biggest steamboat
The biggest steamboat
that ever was afloat
that ever was afloat
on the Mississippi River back home.
on the Mississippi River back home.
Well, she's the daughter of the Grand Republican, the JMY. She's the sister to the Delta Queen on the moonlit night. Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Heading up the Mississippi.
Heading up the Mississippi.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
She's the queen of the West.
She's the queen of the West.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Heading up the Mississippi.
Heading up the Mississippi.
The biggest steamboat
As big a steamboat
that ever was afloat
that ever was afloat
on the Mississippi River back home.
on the Mississippi River back home.
Now, this is the tricky part. She's been to Pittsburgh, Sewickley, Point Pleasant, Huntington, Cincinnati, Louisville, Tell City, Evansville, Paducah, Cairo, Memphis, Greensville, Vicksburg, Natchez, Baton Rouge, New Orleans. People all standing on the levee, watching for the Mississippi Queen. Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Heading up the Mississippi.
Heading up the Mississippi.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
She's the queen of the West.
She's the queen of the West.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Oh, the Mississippi Queen.
Heading up the Mississippi.
Heading up the Mississippi.
The biggest steamboat
Biggest steamboat
that ever was afloat
ever was afloat
on the Mississippi River back home.
on the Mississippi River back home.
There you go.
I was afraid you're going to have me do the.
Oh, no.
Oh, damn.
That is every river port from Pittsburgh to New Orleans.
And Kobe Pup said, "There's our copyright strike for the evening." Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. All right.
Yeah, that was written by John Hartford.
John Hartford.
John Hartford.
Yeah.
He was a steamboat pilot and musician. You heard the Glenn Campbell song, Gentle on My Mind?
Yes, I have.
And John Hartford wrote it.
Really?
Yep.
We can't sing that because we get a serious copyright
Yeah.
strike there, yeah?
Boozy will probably just argue it never counts as music when
Yeah.
I'm singing. It never does. Then All of the Hard Days Are Gone, which was All of the Hard Days Are Gone. It's all beer and whiskey and songs from now on. We laugh at the darkness and dance until dawn. All of the hard days are gone. Oh, all of the hard days are gone. It's all beer and whiskey and songs from now on. We laugh at the darkness and dance until dawn. All of the hard days are gone. Well, life has been cloudy and gray. Let's take the bad memories and put them away. The sun's coming out, we have waited so long. All of the hard days are gone. Oh, all of the hard days are gone. It's all beer and whiskey and songs from now on. Let's dance at the darkness and dance until dawn. All of the hard days are gone. We're all safe and warm here, my friends. All the bad times are over, they won't come again. Raise up your voices and join in the song. All of the hard days are gone. Oh, all of the hard days are gone. It's all beer and whiskey and songs from now on. We'll laugh at the darkness and dance until dawn. All of the hard days are gone.
You know, hundreds of thousands and tens and weeks and months and centuries ago, human beings first started drinking alcohol, and at the same time they started drinking alcohol, they started making these melodic sounds.
I'm not sure if at the exact same time. One led to the other, definitely.
Oh, no, the two went hand in hand.
Like Oog and Og were sitting in the cave drinking a fermented grape, and then they started just singing.
They started making these harmonic sounds, and they realized these went together.
I like the idea of a bunch of cavemen sitting there, and they eat some rotten grapes, and then form just together. Oh, for the longest time.
Tell me. I'm going to tell a story.
Somebody, Benny, has said "Hard Times Come Again No More" by Stephen Foster, and I know that one too. Let us slay in life's pleasures and sup its many fears, while we all sup sorrow with the poor. There's a phrase that will linger forever in our ears. Oh, hard times come again no more. 'Tis the song, the sigh of the weary. Hard times come again no more. There's a shape that is written upon our cabin floor. Oh, hard times come again no more.
Do you know a song about a Dutchman? I'm going to teach it to you.
Hey, you should teach to me because I'm not sure I do.
I'm going to teach it to you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get our next copyright strike here, but I don't fucking care. Because it's a beautiful song. Because, and here's why I want to sing it. I have neighbors. It's wonderful to have neighbors.
Yes.
One of my neighbors has a husband who is afflicted with Alzheimer's. And the lady is struggling. And if you have never dealt with it, you cannot really appreciate the unique struggle, the unique pain, the unique joy, if I can say, of trying to ease a loved one who is afflicted with this absolutely incomprehensible thing that we still do not understand, that robs the human mind of its ability to think. I'm going to teach you the song.
Okay.
I want you to learn this. I'm going to teach you the chorus first. Here's our copyright strike. Okay, owners of the copyright, if you want to put ads on, I'm cool with that because this is a great song. It's about a Dutchman. Here's the chorus. Let us go to the banks of the ocean, where the walls rise above the Zuider Zee. Long ago, I used to be a young man, and dear Margaret remembers that for me. How about I do that again?
Okay.
Let us go to the banks of the ocean, where the walls rise above the Zuider Zee. Long ago, I used to be a young man, and dear Margaret remembers that for me. Here's the verse. The Dutchman's not the kind of man to keep his thumb jammed in the dam that holds his dreams in. But That's a secret only Margaret knows. When Amsterdam is golden in the morning, Margaret brings him breakfast. She believes him. He thinks the tulips bloom beneath the snow. He's mad as he can be, but Margaret only sees that sometimes she sees her unborn children in his eyes. Let us go to the banks of the ocean, where the walls rise above the Zuyder Zee. Long ago, I used to be a young man, and dear Margaret remembers that for me. Second verse. The Dutchman still wears wooden shoes. His cap and coat are patched with love that Margaret sewed him. Sometimes he thinks he's still in Rotterdam. He watches tugboats down canals and calls to them when he thinks he knows the captain. Till Margaret comes to take him home again, through unforgiving streets that trip him though she holds his arm. Sometimes he thinks that he is alone and calls her name. Let us go to the banks of the ocean, where the walls rise above the Zuyder Zee. Long ago, I used to be a young man, and dear Margaret remembers that for me. The windmills whirl the winter in, she winds his muffler tighter. They sit in the kitchen, and the tea with whiskey keeps away the dew. He sees her for a moment, calls her name. She makes the bed up, humming some old love song. She learned it when the tune was very new. She hums a line or two, they hum together in the night. The Dutchman falls asleep, and Margaret blows the candle out. Let us go to the banks of the ocean, where the walls rise above the Zuyder Zee. Long ago, I used to be a young man, and dear Margaret remembers that for me. Let's do the chorus again. Let us go to the banks of the ocean, where the walls rise above the Zuyder Zee. Long ago, I used to be a young man, and dear Margaret remembers that for me. I thought that would be your kind of song, my
That
lord.
is. Somebody asked about Old Man River. I actually know a little bit of Old Man River. I'm not sure.
I might know.
Yeah. There's an old man called the Mississippi. That's the old man that I'd like to be. What does he care if your world's a trouble? What does he care if the land ain't free? Old man river, that old man river, he must know something, but don't say nothing. Old man river, he just keeps rolling along. He don't plant taters, he don't plant cotton, 'cause them that plants 'em are soon forgotten. But old man river, he just keeps rolling along.
That old man river, that old man river.
What's that?
Next.
Is it, yeah.
This.
I know Jim Croce's version. Which is, you and me, we sweat and strain, bodies all aching and racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift that bale, get a little drunk, and you land in jail. But I get weary and sick of trying, 'cause I'm tired of living, but I'm scared of dying. And old man river, he just keeps rolling along. Vavaka is referencing Shenandoah.
He is indeed. You mentioned Jim Croce.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure I've mentioned this before. I'm going to mention it again. You know that Jim Croce is buried in Malvern.
I did not know that, actually.
Jim Croce was a resident of the main line.
I did not know that.
Jim Croce is buried in a Jewish cemetery in Malvern. And before I left Malvern, Pennsylvania, which was my hometown on the main line, but when that meant something, I went to the Jewish cemetery and I went to the caretaker and I said, I am looking for the grave of Jim Croce. And the caretaker, very, very polite and deferential lady, she said, I'll show you where it is. Mr. Croce's family does not want pictures taken. And I said, that's quite all right. That's not what I'm here for. So she showed me the grave of Jim Croce. And there it was. And you know, the Hebrew tradition, the Hebrew funerary tradition, is to place a stone on the grave. I placed a dime.
Operator.
I placed a dime on Jim Croce's grave.
Yeah. There is a song by Jim Croce called Operator, could you help me place this call? See the number on the matchbook, it's old and faded. She's living in L.A. with my best old ex-friend Ray. Guy she said she knew well and sometimes hated.
Isn't that the way these things go? Let's forget all that and give me the number if you can find it, so I can call just to tell her I'm fine and to show
I've overcome the blow.
I've learned to take it well.
I only wish my words
Could just convince myself that it just isn't real. But that's just the way it feels. Now there's another song, which I'm going to hand to you.
Okay.
Because, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have here not only a renowned and highly respected lawyer from the state of Pennsylvania, but we have an honest to goodness riverboat man who can tell you about Shawneetown.
Okay.
What was special about Shawneetown?
Shawneetown was a stop when the rivers were run by flatboats.
What is a flatboat?
A flatboat was basically a barge almost that they put on. They loaded up with livestock, with grains, and all that, and the whole idea was they sent it all the way down the river. No propel, just oars and a rudder. And you get to the end of the river in New Orleans or wherever you were putting it off, and then you break the boat down. And you break it down on months of the trip, a couple months for the trip. And you'd spend months bushwhacking back home.
Sorry, bushwhacking?
Bushwhacking, which was going overland on foot. So if you set out from, say, what's now West Virginia would have then been Virginia, on the Ohio River with the goal of New Orleans with produce and livestock loaded up on a flatboat, and say you put out at Morgantown, you go down, take you a month or so to get down to New Orleans, you get there, and then take you 5, 6, 7 months, and you would on foot over land walk from New Orleans back to Morgantown in West Virginia.
So that was bushwhacking.
That was called bushwhacking.
Yeah.
And Shawneetown is an old towboat song, or an old flatboat song. And it's the sun comes up, but we float down, way down the Ohio to Shawneetown. There's whiskey in the jug, boys, and the wheat is in the sack. Gonna float her down to Shawneetown and bushwhack her back. And it's hard on the beach shore, she moves too slow. Way down in Shawneetown on the Ohio. I got me a gal in Louisville and a gal in New Orleans. But when I get to Shawneetown, gonna see my Indian queen. It's hard on the beach shore, she moves too slow. Way down in Shawneetown on the Ohio. Well, now the current's got her, and we're taking up the slack. Gonna float her down to Shawneetown and bushwhack her back. And it's hard on the beach shore, she moves too slow. Way down to Shawneetown on the Ohio.
Now I know that I taught you Bell's Windmills.
I don't know if you did or not.
I'm sure I did. I don't think you were sober.
No, I definitely wasn't sober. If you taught me a song and I didn't remember it, I definitely wasn't sober.
This is our next copyright strike, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there is going to be ads run on this. Here's the thing: if it goes to Mr. Bell and the owners of the copyright, I'm okay with that.
The funny thing is, the first time I was on the Winestream, I left. I was more than 10 minutes away before Kage sent me a message and said, I got a copyright strike. I was your first copyright strike.
Yeah. You're right, I was.
For a 300-year-old song, too, which was just amazing.
Now, here's what I need to say. We're going to sing a song by a composer named Bell. It's about windmills. This song was taught to me in the 1980s by a young chemist by the name of Philip Holton. Phil Holton. And this is why I want to make sure this goes out on this. Phil Holton taught me this song in 1983 or 1984 or something like that. He became a distinguished professor of chemistry at the University of Manitoba or something like that. Phil has since passed away. Every single chemist from the Gordon Gribble Research Group of Dartmouth, of which Phil preceded me, we all got into the business thinking we would cure cancer. None of us did. And Phil succumbed to it. So, this is a song that was taught to me by a gentleman who is no longer with us. But I can still remember this wonderful old hippie with his 12-string guitar sitting in my parents' rec room in the 1980s in Pennsylvania. He sung this song, and this song is so wonderful. I actually sang it to my little niece Katrina, who might be watching if she's not. This is what I sang to her to make her go to sleep, and it worked. My other niece, not so good. She was a piece of shit. She just screamed through the night. But Katrina fell asleep to this song, so we're gonna stick to this, okay? When I give you the chorus, you'll remember it. It's a song about windmills. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. Let's try that chorus again, shall we?
Yep.
And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. It's like first, third, fifth. Very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. In days gone by, when the world was much younger, men harnessed the wind to work for mankind. Please excuse the ancient language, which was very centric at the time. You start again because last words. In days gone by, when the world was much younger, men harnessed the wind to work for mankind. Seamen built tall ships to sail on the ocean, while landsmen built wheels their corn for to grind. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. In Flanders and Spain, and the lowlands of Holland, and the kingdoms of England, and Scotland and Wales, windmills sprang up all along the wild coastline, ships of the land with their high canvas sails. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. You got it. I'm going to have some fun on the chorus next time around. All right. Where was I? In Lancashire, lads worked hard at the good earth, ploughing and sowing as the seasons declared, waiting to reap all the rich golden harvest. Oh, the miller is idle, his mill to repair. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning a shaft and the great wooden wheel, creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. Windmills of wood, all blackened by weather, windmills of stone, glaring white in the sun, windmills like giants are ready for tilting, windmills that died in the gales and are gone. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning a shaft and the great wooden wheel, creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. That is Professor Philip Holton, ladies and gentlemen, late of the University of Manitoba. Phil, God bless you wherever you are. I'd like to say that you're in heaven, but you'd have a lot more fun in hell. Here's to you, my boy.
QM hopped in and said we put out my youngest.
Did we?
Yeah. There's a song I sang to every single one of my kids to put them to sleep.
Shall we?
It is a river song, believe it or not.
Let's do it.
It is, where does an old-time riverman go after he's passed or gone away? Does his soul still keep a watch on the deep for the rest of the river day? Does he then come back as a channel cat, or the wasp that lights on the wheel? Is he still afloat on an old or steamboat, or fish swimming under the keel? Where does an old-time pilot go after he stood his last watch? Gone up the hill to never come back. I'm fucking up my verses now, but bring it on. Where does an old-time pilot go after he stood his last watch? Does he stand by the ear of the man who steers, saying, hold her on that notch? There's a gentle sneeze on the river breeze, saying, son, I'm going to bed. Then he lights his pipe and goes off in the night. Or was that fireflies instead? Where does an old-time engineer go after he's cooled her down? Gone up the hill to never come back from the quiet side of town. Does his soul live on in the engine song while the striker checks the gears? Is he still afloat on an old steamboat after he's gone from here? I learned that from Captain William Ray. He was my first mate and then my chief mate after Captain Stinson left, on the first boat I ever worked on. And he taught that to us. We were sitting at his house around a fire drinking woodchuck hard cider, and he had his banjo out, and his wife had her mandolin out, and he taught us that song.
Yeah.
And one of the things when I started working on boats, very early 2000s, and one of the lucky things about that, doesn't seem like one of the lucky things about that, was the guys I learned the trade under were one of two types of people. They were either the guys who learned the trade under the guys who learned how to be a steamboatman from the guys in the early 20th century. The book I gave you, Doc Holly.
Yeah.
Doc Holly went on the boats in the 30s or 40s. He's still alive in New Orleans, actually. He's one of the captains of the Natchez. But he worked the tramp freighters from 16 on. 16 years old on.
Okay.
And in the 60s, when the Belle of Louisville was now the Belle of Louisville, was being put out and being sold up, he paid out of pocket to bleed her system so she wouldn't sink during the winter freeze. And then the city of Louisville bought her. And Captain Bates, who at that time was just an architect, came on and made her seaworthy again and got his captain's license. So they were lifelong friends, but they all learned their trade from guys who had worked the boats in the late 19th and early 20th century. And I learned my trade from guys who either A, learned under them, or B, had worked on the old steam tows and things like that. So that song, after we'd learned it, a few weeks after that, our chief engineer, our senior chief engineer, he was really kind of retired, but he never really retired from the river. Even if he retired, he came back for, had passed on. And that song was that song was sang at his funeral. And we would sing it every year that we would go up river on any of our tramping trips in his honor. Jeremy the Head Fox said, "I've sailed on the Natchez. Here's a fun fact."
Oh.
The Natchez, the plans for the Natchez, it was designed, the Natchez was designed by Captain Bates. It was mastered by Captain Holly. And the plans for it are based very closely on the plans for the steamer Idlewild, which was built in 1914 by J. Reese and Son Shipyards in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was the first boat I ever worked on. And we still did things the old way on that boat. And there were, people would say, "Where are the propellers?" We go, "There's no propellers. We got a paddle wheel and we got rope."
That's your propeller right there.
Yeah, we still did things the old way. One of the best things I ever had given to me by Captain Ray. It was a book called Steamer Belle of Louisville that Captain Bates had written about the first year of operation on the boat, where they were bringing in all these old deckhands from other steamboats and things like that. And on the inside cover of it, Captain Ray had written to one of the last of the dying breed of old-time rivermen. So, I saw any lake freighters. I did not. And funny story about that. The week that I decided to go back to college, I had scheduled an interview with one of the Great Lakes lines to work on one of their freighters, and decided instead of going to the interview that I was going back to college.
So the Great Lakes Line, was it by any chance the Ford Motor Company?
No.
All right.
It was through a company called Hornblower Marine Services.
All right.
But instead of going and sitting for the Great Lakes fleets, I decided to go back to college.
And?
I went back to college. I became a lawyer.
Which is good, yeah. Here's the thing. Folks watching this stream, you've got a broken down old chemist here and an old lawyer who has served on riverboats, but we have something in common. We are a connection to a period of history, whether it was our experiences ourselves or the people that we shook hands with. Okay, there are things you read about in history, riverboats and, the Mississippi River and Mark Twain and such. We are your link to that because those bygone days exist in history, but there are those who lived it who shook our hands. And here we are.
The man who scared the hell out of me when I worked the boats, I don't know why, because he's the nicest old man you ever met. A guy named Captain Charlie Decker, and Captain Decker was older than God. He had piloted steam tows back in the 30s.
And probably what?
Steam towboats.
All right.
Back in the 30s, and knew every inch of the river. And he would come on, and he'd run relief pilot for us every now and again. He scared the hell out of him because on a boat, a pilot house, especially in the old times, the pilot house was the pilot's domain. That was, the pilot would order anybody out of the pilot house if he didn't want them in there. So Captain Decker had gotten a reputation of ordering folks out of the pilot, ordering deckhands who had to stand watch in there with him out of the pilot house and making us stand in the rain. Now, he never made me, though. Captain Decker liked me. Captain Decker gave me my first turn at the wheel.
So they actually let Boozy.
I was at that point in time before, because the boat would shut down for the winters, and most winters I'd go work on harbor tows and such. But the year that I decided to go back, I had a lot of shit going on that year, and I was going to interview with the Great Lakes Fleet because I need to get my sea hours up.
Right.
Because the plan at that point was to do one of two things: either go to the Merchant Marine Academy or earn enough sea hours that I could sit for my mate's exam, and then earn enough sea hours at mate that I could sit for my captain's exam and get the steam endorsement. So Captain Decker would give me turns at the wheel. He'd let me work the wheel. He'd let me pilot. There were entire trips I piloted on that stretch river, and it was. Have you ever read Life on the Mississippi?
I have.
Okay, you know how Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, talks about the pilot pointing out the eddies and the ripples on the river and things like that. Captain Decker was doing that with me. He let me do the turn. With a steamboat that size, you can't do a turn in the river like just a big loop at the point where we would turn on it.
Yeah.
So you'd have to get up there, and then you'd have to ring all stop, and then you'd have to pick which bank you were backing towards and back it. They had to ring all stop. They had to ring, it's a most steamboats, they don't have deep drafts. They don't sit deep in the water. The bell set 5 feet in the water, and it had a 5-foot draft. And they had 4 decks on top of that, so it was a giant sailboat. The wind hit it wrong. And I had the night that he first let me do the turn, I was nervous as hell. I had 950 souls on board while I was doing that turn.
No pressure.
In pitch blackness.
No pressure. 950 souls.
950 souls.
And?
Well, I didn't lose any hope.
Good.
We got back into port finally. Yeah. There was the night I was working the deck as the deck boss. And a hurricane force winds, and this huge storm came in. And I used to keep, I smoked cigarettes, but I used to keep 2 little nickel cigars in the pocket of my uniform. And that night I was standing there as the deck boss, and I looked over at one of the young crew guys and said, "Run to the gift shop and tell them we need 5 hats for the deck crew." And he said, "Well," I said, "just tell them to give them to us. Don't worry about it." They got that, and they came back downstairs, and I had taken out one of those nickel cigars, and I was lighting it up. He said, "I've never seen you smoke a cigar." I go, "Oh, well, these are my old shit cigars." He goes, "Well," I go, "you see those black clouds out there?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Those got hit about the same time we're trying to land this boat." So these are my old shit cigars.
Yeah.
So that was the same night we landed that boat in hurricane force winds, offloaded every passenger. And while the purser's crew and all the non-deck crew ran for cover, we secured the boat, the wharf boat, and the 1-ton work barge on there. And I remember there was a captain, one of our captains that night, had jumped on the work barge and was trying to secure it down. And we kept telling him to get off of it. He wouldn't get off of it. And finally, I said, "Captain, get off it, or I'm going to knock your ass out and throw you off of it." This is our job. Let us do. He got off there, and we went back to the deck room, and we're sitting there sopping wet, just dripping wet. Storms raging outside, pitch black, which, Yeah, it doesn't sound bad, except, when the storm moved on, it wasn't pitch black. It was dark enough street lights were on, and then it wasn't. But when I was standing out there soaking wet, I remember Big Roy Little looks at me and he goes, Tuck, that's what they called me.
Tuck?
Yep. He said, did I happen to hear you yell, Cap, I'll knock your ass out there? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about, Roy. And he said, okay. And I couldn't ignore it if you did. I'm an officer, but
Of course.
I don't know what you're talking about, Roy. So,
Somebody mentioned Northwest Passage. Okay, if we're going to have a copyright strike, we might as well have the best, right?
oh yeah,
You're familiar with Stan Rogers.
yes I am.
Right? You know Northwest Passage?
I know a good chunk of it. I won't say I know all of it, but it's one of those where when I hear somebody with the lyrics on it, it will catch my ear. And
I
I'll
can
know
teach
it
it to
at
you.
that point. Oh, I know it. It's just I can never remember all the lyrics right offhand.
You'll hear it now.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to do it. Nothing's going to stop me. Because it's my fucking
I'm
stream.
going to stop you for 3 minutes because
Why?
I've had 4 shots and I'm going to smoke 1 cigarette.
Yeah, Mister, I'm down to half a pack a day.
It's not
All right,
midnight
don't
yet.
trip over the wires.
I haven't done it once yet.
But you're going.
You keep telling me not to,
I
and
s-
you know what's going to happen because you keep telling me not to. It's going to happen. Would you hand me my phone real quick just so I can?
All right. Okay.
Make sure
Here's the thing.
nobody's dead at my
I got
house.
a lawyer, and there's all these wires, and he's like walking, and he's like, "I'm gonna step over all your wires." I'm like, "I don't want you to trip over my wires." He's like, "No, I'm a lawyer. I'm gonna fucking sue you when I trip over your
You
wires."
have insurance.
I don't.
Well, that's your failing, not mine.
Close this fucking door. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us late this evening, this is the December version of Uncle Kage's Winestream. Excuse me, I happen to have as my esteemed and honored guest, the Boozy Badger, or Boozy Badger as he's known to some folk out there. Excuse me, I blame this shit. I've just switched to a very, very low class sake. That's why I'm burping here. My esteemed colleague, Mr. Badger, or Mr. Barrister, okay, a lot of folk are saying, please sing Sound of Silence. Thank you very much, no. And the reason is, that's not the kind of music that we do on this stream. Both Mr. Badger and myself, we are folk song aficionados. The Sound of Silence, that's a little too mainstream. We like to hearken back to more esoteric tunes, to the working man's songs. We have here an old riverboat man. We have here an old blue-collar worker before he got his PhD. There is music that used to cheer and hearten the working man, shall we say. And that is the music that we are going to concentrate on tonight's stream. Sound of Silence, that's great. Top 40 and what, we'll leave it there. Okay, all right.
You need to sweep
Sit.
off your deck, sir.
What?
You need to sweep off your deck.
Oh, I was hoping you would do it.
Well, you don't have a broom out there, I would have.
If I had a broom,
You don't have a broom? You have hardwood floors. Why do you not
the
have a
broom is in the next place over. They're talking about the Northwest Passage.
Ah,
Now, you know the song, do you?
I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we're going to get our next copyright strike for the evening. But here's the thing. If the revenue goes to the estate of the late Stan Rogers, I'm good with that. I am more than happy with that. It is to my lasting and eternal dismay that I never had the opportunity to hear Stan Rogers perform live. And in fact, I know the man who killed him. Stan Rogers was murdered. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Stan Rogers was murdered. Do you know who murdered him?
Who?
Phil Holton. Remember I mentioned Phil Holton? Phil Holton murdered Stan Rogers.
I don't know if I want to hear the story.
Let me tell you. In 1981 or 82, I can't remember, a bunch of students at the University of Toronto were going to go see Stan Rogers perform live. And they said to young Phil Holton, before he was, eminent Professor Philip Holton, Phil, why don't you come with us? We're going to a Stan Rogers concert. And Phil said, I can't. I'm sorry. I have too many academic things to do. And the friend said, oh, come on, Phil. Come on. Come and listen to Stan Rogers. And Phil said, and I quote, I can't. I'm too busy. It's not like he's going to die. On the way home from that engagement, there was a fire in an aircraft on the tarmac at O'Hare Airport in Chicago. Stan Rogers died in that dreadful conflagration.
Oh.
Phil killed Stan Rogers. And here's the thing. I can joke about this. I can have all my fun I want because Phil's not here to defend himself. But here's the beautiful thing. I knew Phil Holton, and he wouldn't fucking care. This is for you, Phil, and this is for you, Stan. The chorus. I'm going to sing the chorus, and I'm going to tell you something that was written in Stan Rogers' memoirs.
Okay.
Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea, tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, to make a Northwest Passage to the sea. Stan performed that song, and in the silence that followed, he distinctly heard somebody in the audience say, my God, he has written a new national anthem. And Stan wrote in his memoirs, not what I intended to do, but sort of on the line. Westward from the Davis Strait 'tis there 'twas said to lie, the sea route to the Orient for which so many died, seeking gold and glory, leaving weathered, broken bones, and a long forgotten lonely cairn of stones. Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea, tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, and make a Northwest Passage to the sea.
3 centuries thereafter, I take passage over land in the footsteps of brave Kelso, where his sea of flowers began. Watching cities rise before me and behind me sink again. This timeliest explorer driving hard across the plain. Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea, tracing one worn line through a land so wide and savage, and make a Northwest Passage to the sea. Then through the night behind the wheel, the mileage quick clicking west, I think upon Mackenzie, David Thompson, and the rest, who cracked the mountain ramparts and did show a path for me to race the roaring Fraser to the sea. Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea, tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, and make a Northwest Passage to the sea. How then am I so different from the first men through this way? Like them, I left a settled life, I threw it all away, to seek a Northwest Passage at the call of many men, to find there but the road back home again. Ah, for just one time I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea, tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, and make a Northwest Passage to the sea. God bless Stan Rogers, Canada's greatest folk hero.
We
What do
got
people
Honest
say?
Flame for a dozen times asking if we could sing the Weller Man.
I would need the words.
Well, if you just Google the Weller Man, trust me.
You can do it.
Oh, I've got it right here.
Make it bigger.
I can't make it bigger.
Make it bigger so old people. Thank you.
That's as big as it can get.
Go on.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. The winds blew up her bow, dipped down, oh blow my billy boys blow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when up on her a right well bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
I can't read it. Make it bigger.
Before the boat
Yeah.
had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and
Bigger.
I can't do it any better.
Make it bigger. We're trying to read the text and it's all tiny and
We tried.
keep singing.
Uh,
Just make it up. Yeah.
Before the
And
boat
the
had
ship
hit the
came
water,
over.
the whales came up.
Yeah.
Tail came up. Then caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Oh, soon may the whalemen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. The line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not of greed, and he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the whalemen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack and tight once more. The boats were lost, there were only 4, but still that whale did go. Soon may the whalemen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not caught, and the whale's not gone. The whaleman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the whalemen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Happy now. Listen, you know the Mary Ellen Carter, right?
Oh yeah, rise again.
Okay, because okay, here's the nice thing about the Mary Ellen Carter. Okay, once again, it was originally an Archie Fit. Let me do this more professional. It was originally an Archie Fisher song. I believe Archie Fisher wrote the Mary Ellen Carter. Am I correct?
Yes, I think.
We'll go with
can't
what
be
he
certain.
says. All right. Stan Rogers sang and popularized a song about a vessel that I believe the original song was written by Archie Fisher. Help me.
Unexplained, you are very welcome.
Yes, you are. Here's the thing. It's a wonderful song because the song is not only a ballad about a vessel, but it is a wonderful song that is very heartening to folks who...
It's not even a song about the vessel. It's a song about the men that crewed the vessel.
Yes, and their dedication and how they overcame disheartening...
The whole basis of the song Mary Ellen Carter, and
Yeah.
I can't remember it word for word, but the whole basis of it is the crew of a vessel, the vessel sinks, the crew survives. The owners decide that she's not worth enough money to salvage and refloat. So the crew buys the salvage rights and refloats her and sells her themselves.
Shall we?
Do we have the lyrics anyway?
Do you know the lyrics?
I know them offhand, but...
You bring the lyrics up because this song actually carried me through many a difficult period of my professional history. Got it?
Yep.
She went down last October in a pouring driving rain. The skipper he'd been drinking and the mate he felt no pain. Too close to 3 Mile Rock and she was dealt her mortal blow. And the Mary Ellen Carter settled low. There was just us 5 aboard her when she finally was awash. We worked like hell to save her, all heedless of the cost. And the groan she gave as she went down, it caused us to proclaim that the Mary Ellen Carter would rise again.
Rise again.
Rise again. Let her name not be lost to the knowledge of men. All those who loved her best and were with her to the end will make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again.
Well, the owners wrote her off. Not a nickel would they spend. She gave 20 years of service, boys, and met her sorry end. But insurance paid the loss to us, so let her rest below. And they laughed at us and said we had to go. But we talked of her all winter, some days around the clock. She's worth $250,000 a-floating at the dock. And with every jar that hit the bar, we swore we would remain and make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. Rise again, rise again. Let her name not be lost to the knowledge of men. All those who wrote her off and were with her to the end will make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again.
Need a big drink. Speed it up. All spring now we've been with her on a barge lent by a friend. 3 times a day in a hard hat suit and twice I've had the bends. Thank God it's only 60 feet and the currents here are slow. I never had the strength to go below. We patched her ends, stopped her vents, dog hatch and portal down. Put cables to her fore and aft and girded her around. Tomorrow noon we'll hit the air and then take up the strain and make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. Rise again, rise again. Let her name not be lost to the knowledge of men. All those who loved her best and were with her to the end will make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. For we couldn't leave her there to see to crumble into scale. She'd saved our lives so many times living through the gale. And the laughing drunken rats who left her to her sorry grave, they won't be laughing in another day. And you, to whom adversity has dealt the final blow, with smiling bastards lying to you everywhere you go, turn to and put out all your strengths of arm and heart and brain, and like the Mary Ellen Carter rise again. Rise again, rise again, that her name not be lost to the knowledge of men. All those who loved her best and were with her to the end will make the Mary Ellen Carter rise again.
Onyx Flame asked, do I know the sailor's alphabet? No, because I was a brown water sailor and we did not use semaphore. We didn't use flags or semaphore to signal on brown water. I do know the basic Morse code symbols, though.
Yeah. Okay.
We put out Matt the Otter.
What?
We put Matt the Otter to sleep.
Oh.
But with our singing. I'll tell you one thing I would love to do at a furry convention.
What?
That I haven't seen done. We tried it 1 year at First Square. And it went to hell. By the way, yeah, I've gotten my second win now, so fuck you, we're here.
Yeah.
I saw it tried out First Squared 1 year, and it did not go as planned. I want to see a fucking drinking song sing-along.
Is that what we're doing now?
Well, yeah, no, I mean at a con.
Oh, right.
I mean at a convention, I want to see a drinking song sing-along.
That'd be for Squid.
There was one convention, and you were there the second year of it, Tiny Paws, which is...
Oh, yeah.
It's gone... Well, I think it's gone now.
It is.
It's gone, but you remember Liam Tucker, who the furry who was high up member of staff there. They gave him the rights to it.
Oh, did they?
So I don't know if he plans on bringing it back. I know he plans on at least doing an online thing with it. I don't know if he plans on bringing it back in person at some point. But they one year we did a singing or it was kind of folk traditional music panel there. Because I brought my dulcimer with me. I got a new dulcimer, by the way.
I did not know this thing.
I got a strum stick for fooling around, and remember last time I was here 2 years ago, I had that little Apple Creek dulcimer I bought for $100, and I kept talking about McSpadden dulcimers and how much I really would love to get another McSpadden because I'd sold my old one outside law school and we needed money. Last year, I bought myself a McSpadden dulcimer.
Okay.
So I have a McSpadden dulcimer again. But I'd love to do that. That's the singing panel. Yeah, there was a bunch of songs. It's weird because I have a bunch of river songs and I have a bunch of old Irish songs, and I have a bunch of Eastern Kentucky and Appalachian songs because that's where my father's family is from Eastern Kentucky and Appalachia, and so there's singing and songs and all that was a huge part of my life and our family life when I was growing up. That was just something we did. You know, my mom sang in the church chorus. My dad would walk around the house humming songs he had heard. I've tried to keep that alive a little bit in my house. I don't know if QM is still in the chat or not, but QM can tell you that you will just find me randomly in my studio in the basement singing songs to myself, or in bed in the middle of the night when I cannot sleep. I will start singing old songs to myself.
That's kinky.
Yeah, well. It was just a huge part of my life growing up. I remember, because I grew up, my grandparents were of the Depression World War II era. That's who my grandparents were, and they remember, everybody in that era knew how to play one instrument because you made your own entertainment when you couldn't afford to go out and have entertainment. So that was just a big thing. Do I like the band The Mahoney? I can't say I've heard them. Now, I may have and just not recognize the name. That doesn't mean anything. A lot of times when it comes to music, there's only a few people that I can immediately name. I can name their songs or their music a lot easier than people. Do you know who Seamus Kennedy is?
Yes.
Yeah. I saw him live years ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Hell of a performer.
Do you know the Lonesome Pine?
I don't know if I do or not. Because I may, but I may not know.
If I start the song, you might be able to pick it up. Did you watch Stan and Ollie?
I did, yes. I own it. It's sitting on my Voodoo account.
You might know the song. On the mountain in Virginia stands a lonesome pine.
The only part of it I know is the part from Stan and Ollie. Now that you say I'm going, the only part I know of it is from the movie. Is the part they sing.
All right, that works. Just below stands a cabin home.
My furnace is from World War II. Am I crazy to keep using it? Are you getting it serviced?
Undertaker, what the fuck?
No, are you getting it serviced?
Yeah, I hope so.
Because if you're getting it serviced and it's working fine, yeah, keep using it. They made shit sturdier back then.
Okay, it could be serviced by my late father.
Yeah.
Because he handled that. So you know what? Okay, do you know what my late father would have said about that? He would have said, well,
I just saw QM say he is, and I have no clue what QM's referring to because I forgot what questions I asked.
It's your wife, for God's sake.
Spouse.
Sorry. My apologies. I'm old.
So, sweetie, you're not taking it personally, correct? And my spouse is going to say, of course not. And I'm going to say,
okay,
there you go.
But for our audience, we're talking to an old person who is still trying to catch up. So my apologies. I'm doing my best.
But, no, I mean, like, okay, Undertaker, if you're not having your furnace serviced, no, it's not okay for you. Like, I'm just going to tell you, even if you were using a furnace from like 10 years ago, if you're not having it serviced every couple of years, you probably shouldn't be using it.
Okay, 10 years. Stop. Stop. Hang on. Stop. I'm gonna take you back a couple of years. Many of you know a furry artist who goes by Gideon.
Mm-hmm.
You know Gideon. Gideon and Esther. They are old, ancient friends of mine. They were living in a farmhouse. In fact, Benny and Sue will remember the farmhouse. They were having some difficulty with their heating system. In this ancient, old 19th century farmhouse, they were having some trouble with their heating system, and I invited my late father out. Dad came and looked, and his assessment was basically their system had not been serviced since the 19th century, and I'm not making this up.
You got to get your system serviced.
Yeah.
If you get it done once every couple of years, it costs like $100.
Yep.
It's not difficult to do. We have a gas burning boiler in our basement, so
Yep. Well,
which was actually the reason why I was so enamored when they were like, oh, well, I'm probably gonna want to sell the house now. When we were renting it, and the very first, there were two houses. There was this massive farmhouse that we could rent, but we didn't know if the family would ever want to sell it. And then there was the house in town where we live now. You've been there.
yes, I
They
have.
were renting, and the guy had said, after a few years, I'm probably going to want to sell it. So if you want to buy it, then you can. And that was one difference. The next difference was the massive farmhouse had oil boilers. And the house in town had a natural gas boiler. And I went, well, that alone is going to save me $1,000 a year. So...
Benny says, oh, yeah, Benny was there when Dad, he opened up, we found the skeleton of an orphaned chimney sweep for the last service. We found a skeleton. It's true.
Really?
Mostly, almost, kind of, pseudo.
I have to joke because when our boiler went down one year, because our landlords, when the landlord ran the house, am I part of an HOA? No, I'm not a part of an HOA. I live in a historic home, but I do not live in a historic preservation district. I can do whatever the fuck I want with my house, as long as I keep the goddamn grass mowed so codes doesn't get on me. And what I want to do with the house and what we are doing with the house is we have had it painted period appropriate. Our house is from the 1850s. We've had it painted period appropriate colors. I need to replace 2 shutters, 1 back door on the upper level now because some glass broke out of it, and it's a pain in the ass to get 1 single square of glass cut. Replace the basement door because it's bolted in place at the moment. We plan on taking, after Trey, our elderly dog, passes over the Rainbow Bridge, we plan on ripping out all the flooring on the first floor, all the way back down to farmhouse flooring, and then paying someone to come in, rip it out, take it back down to farmhouse, sand, finish, and seal that floor and patch any cracks in it. We need to get the wood paneling out of the room that's now the den. And then do it up. And I want to put a wood stove on a brick mat in there because I want a wood stove. And then we are going to do 10 ceilings throughout the downstairs. And we're trying to restore the house back to about 1890, 1900 period. And they're on how it would have looked then. That's our goal with it. Because people don't preserve historic homes in the United States if they don't have to a lot of times. And I would love to do it as a labor of love. And when I tell people that and they say that's a lot of work, I say, well, I got 30 fucking years to do it in, so.
Speaking of preservation, we need to do another musical number. But before we do it, this number has to be dedicated to a specific individual. Benny's here. I need to take you back in your mind. Benny and his crew lived in this ancient farmhouse in Lansdale, Pennsylvania. In between Benny's farmhouse and the main road was an old man named Lou. Old Lou. Uncle Lou. And Lou's big thing was he didn't want people driving too fast on the driveway going to the farmhouse where Benny lived.
God.
The speed limit was 5 miles an hour. And if anybody came up the driveway at 6 miles an hour, Lou would come out with his cane and he would smack people's, slow down, slow down. That was Lou. Lou was on the surface the most dreadful, dislikable old man. But I'm going to tell you 2 things about old Lou, and Benny will back me up on this. There was a natural, I don't remember if it was a hurricane or storm, blitz, whatever. Power was out. Shit happened in Lansdale. And all the power was out. And the boys were in their place, and they were hunkered down, and I noticed that old Lou's little house had no power. And I went down there, and I knocked on the door, and here was old Lou, and Lou was all, slow down, I am here to make sure you slow down. And I said, excuse me, Mr. Lou, your neighbors sent me down here to check on you to make sure you're okay in this time of disaster. They're very concerned about you. Oh, you should have. It was like a blue screen. It was like, There was another instance where the boys had gone off to a convention or something, and some people had been driving up the driveway at 7 miles an hour. Lou came up. He was very angry. Hey, you people are driving too fast. And then in the middle of his tirade, he said, I haven't seen you boys around. Is everything okay? So Benny and the boys had this very literal love-hate relationship with old Lou. Lou hated these boys, but he was their world. His entire world revolved around them. And he was very, very angry if anybody exceeded the 5 mile an hour speed limit, but if something was wrong, he was very concerned.
Betty's in the chat. It just said like we had a theory of someone hugged Lou. He would collapse into a pile of dust.
He would. Well, good old Lou. Now, Benny can tell you much more about Lou than I could, but the last time I saw Lou, apparently people who had no business being involved with this, there was a crisis, an emergency. A man whose wife was in labor made a wrong turn and turned up the driveway. And Lou came up, slow down! And there was a big thing, and I happened to be there. I said, Lou, the man's wife is going to have a baby. And you could see, dear old Lou was like, oh, okay, that's allowed, but, and he was like, well, okay, but tell next time they come, next time they have to slow down.
Lou, there's not going to be a next time. We don't know.
Now, my understanding is that dear old, I'm going to say this right now. Lou has gone the way of old things.
Well.
Dear old Lou has passed on. My understanding is that his progeny has named that driveway Uncle Lou's Drive. And the speed limit of 5 miles an hour is still there.
Oh my God.
But here's the thing. Dear old Lou, people might have said he was mean, he was cruel, he was a you know, grouchy old man. The thing is, Lou did not realize it, but in the grand scheme of things, Lou was a furry. It's true. Lou, okay, Benny, am I right? Lou was one of us. He just didn't know it. Lou was the cantankerous old man who really wanted to be unpleasant, but as soon as you told him that there was a story behind it, his unpleasant list just kind of dissolved. He was one of us. So,
I like to. Lou was 80 years old and be out there in the sun working a small farm plot with no shirt on. He came ambling towards us at Lou's speed, and Benny wanted to gun it. But I said, no, honey, stop. I rolled down the window before he could speak. I said, wow, look at you out there. You're tilling, aren't you? Well, yeah.
So, I don't actually have anything to add to my glass, but
Yeah, your glass is empty, sir.
here's to Uncle Lou in Lansdale, Pennsylvania. Slow down!
Uncle Lou in Lansdale,
Yeah.
Pennsylvania. Okay. And look at you, man. How old are you? Because you are fit. Oh, well, I just turned 87.
Actually, yeah, Sue, this is an actual exchange. And look at you, man. How old are you? Because you were fit. Oh, well, I just turned 80-some the other day. Okay, here's the thing. Lou was one of us. He just didn't realize it, and he didn't live long enough to have us corrupt him into our community.
You think Lou didn't realize? For all you know, Lou walked back inside and put on cat ears.
Benny Sue, did Lou walk inside and put on cat ears? We're gonna wait.
Like Lou alone and I, those damn kids. And now I'm a pretty cat. Look at me, meow meow meow.
You know, it's not out of the realm of possible. I'm going to wait for the response, yeah? And Undertaker says, Uncle Kage, you need to write a book. Okay, when I'm dead. I will write a book when I'm dead.
Those things are an opposite.
What?
You can't write anything when you're dead.
Yes, I can. Oh, actually, no, I can't. No, I will write it, and then when I die, it will be... I know how this shit works, trust me. I've been there. All right.
I never went into that house, even when it was on fire.
Okay, wait.
He wouldn't
Okay,
let people
hang on.
in.
Wait, okay, stop. Benny says, I never went into that house, even when it was on fire. He wouldn't let people in. Benny, Lou let me in.
You know why I wouldn't let you in, Benny? The furry porn. He didn't want you to
Okay.
see furry porn.
I went into Lou's house multiple times. I don't know why he didn't let you guys in. Because I was his age. I'm like, hey, oh, Lou, I'm an old guy your age. I was young. It's not.
Lou was a firebug. You said you're like that sweet old man. He was a furry at heart. And she's like, he was an arsonist.
Okay, Lou didn't. Okay, Lou never. Lou, with very small exceptions had the fire department come to his house. It was an accident. Lou didn't mean it.
That's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you talk about how great Lou really was deep inside. And I'm hearing Sue talk about how he would intentionally set fires. So
Maybe I should refill this shit. We need to sing another song.
yes, we do.
We need more music. Enough about
That girl is on fire.
Not that. So you don't. Okay, you tell me you don't know that song about on a mountain in Virginia.
I
stands
cannot
one
think
cheek
so.
down?
No, I only know the part from the movie.
On a mountain in Virginia stands a lonesome pine. Just below stands a cabin home if a little girl of mine. Her name was June, and very, very soon she'll belong to me. 'Cause I know she'll be waiting there 'neath that lone pine tree. Ready? In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, by the trail of the lonesome pine, by the pale moonshine, our hearts entwine when she carved our name in. Come on, join us.
Yeah, you got this. Come on.
Oh, June, like the mountain I'm blue, like the pine I am lonesome for you. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, by the trail of the lonesome pine. Maybe I need to refill this shit. Okay, because we're coming to the end of the stream, I'm going to fill this shit with cheap ass crap.
Wonderful. Could I get you to grab me a cup of water while you're over there filling it with cheap ass crap?
Water?
Yeah, just to hydrate. I'm gonna have another shot.
Okay.
I just want
Oh,
to make sure.
my goodness. Fish are fucking that shit. Okay, would you like me to get you another cup?
Yes, because I'm going to use that one for whiskey. I just want a small cup of water
Excuse me.
to go down at the same time.
Keep these people
Oh,
busy.
I can certainly
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be right back in 2
What's
sticks
this
of
blue shit?
lemons.
You got a mouse in your pocket again.
What?
Do you have a mouse in your pocket again? Because I'm right
just
here.
happy to see you.
My little pony, my little pony. Ah, my little pony. I used to wonder what friendship could be. Ah. Got somebody asking if we can sing Leave Her Johnny.
No! We
Do you-
could.
Yeah, I mean, like, we know it.
Okay, the thing is, we are physically capable of doing it.
Grassy
The
ass.
question is, do we want to?
Well, I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. It's a long, long roll to the next payday, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Well, the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Keep going. We got this. We got this.
Now they got their portion.
What?
They got their portion. They're good.
Oh, so they're happy.
Oh, whether they are or not, the fact that we sing it at all should make them happy.
What else can we sing?
I don't know. Let's see. I'm a poor wayfaring stranger, a traveling through this world of woe. There is no sickness, toil, nor danger, in that bright land to which I go. I'm going there to see my father. I'm going there no more to roam.
just a going over Jordan. I'm only going over home.
That motherfucker needs to be singing my funeral.
Are we-
Welcome to it. You'll outlive me. You'll be like 150 years old, sitting there like a king going, "Young boys."
Okay, okay. Right, you all heard it here. If I outlive this motherfucker, yeah, I'll sing some shit at his funeral. But the chances are he's gonna outlive me, and I am counting on him to sing at my funeral. What should he sing? Anything he wants.
I already know that.
Especially if it is bawdy.
Oh no. You'll get 2 songs.
What?
Yeah, 2 songs. I know.
For all, okay, I gave you this highfalutin Kentucky shit. You're giving me 2 fucking songs? Didn't I hear more than that?
Oh, for God's sakes, old man. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me.
Who you call an old man?
My father. Let's see. People tell me I ought to save my money so that I could be laid away in style. And a walnut box with all the fancy trimmings, a vacuum seal to keep me fresh a while. But send me to glory in a glad bag. Don't waste a fancy coffin on my bones. Just put me out on the curb on Tuesday. Let the city sanitation bear me home. Sell all my worldly possessions and buy yourself a case or 2 of Pabst. Let the empties be my memorial tombstone. That is I have to remember. But the other one, which is one I'm very fond of, but I tried to teach you at
What?
The last ACE.
Was I sober?
Oh no, we were not. So.
That explains a lot.
But it is. This is the Furies. There are roads to where we're going, and there's highways and dusty tracks, and every road that we have traveled is the road that always leads us back and takes us to familiar places and takes us back to share again golden days and friendly faces. May we all one day meet again. There are words we should have spoken. There are plans we should have made. Promises that we have broken. It will always, always be the same, and takes us to familiar places, and takes us back to share again golden days and friendly faces. May we all one day meet again. So have no fear of distant thunder. Lightning strikes, then moves ahead. May the storm fill you with wonder. May it light the road that lies ahead and takes us to familiar places and takes us back to share again golden days and friendly faces. May we all someday meet again.
Let me grab something over here. Since we're talking about old songs. Do you know this hat?
I know many hats like it.
You know many hats like this.
I do actually.
Do you know about this hat?
I do not know about that specific hat though.
This hat belonged to my grandfather, Rodolph Conaway, who was a gentleman of the road back in the early part of the 20th century. And wearing this hat, I am now qualified to sing about the Big Rock Canyon Mountain.
Oh my God.
One evening when the sun went down and the jungle fire was burning, down the track come a hobo hiking, and he said, boys, I'm not turning, I'm heading for a land that's far away, behind the crystal fountain. So come with me, oh, go and see the Big Rock Candy Mountain, in the Big Rock Candy Mountain.
Cops have
wooden legs, and the bulldogs all got rubber teeth, and the hens lay soft-boiled eggs. The farmers' trees are full of fruit, and the sun shines every day. Oh, I'm going to go where the place don't show, and the
Big Rock Candy
in the Big Rock
and the birds and the
Candy
bees and the
Mountain.
cigarette trees in the Big Rock Candy Mountain.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the hat of a honest to goodness American hobo from 100 years ago.
So the one got me, and by the way, I've been watching the chat, and I've seen
Yeah.
you all taking bets on which one of us is actually more drunk, and I am betting it is Kage.
No, definitely.
Because while I've drank half of a bottle of whiskey, you have to remember I grew up drinking half a bottle of whiskey.
Well, I grew up in Pennsylvania, so Jesus fuck.
But that hat is very similar to one that the gentleman who was, for all intents and purposes, my maternal grandfather, my
Right.
great Uncle Howard. And Grandpa Howard was a farmer. He was the salt of the earth guy. Grew up, not having a damn thing in his life. And when my maternal grandfather, that died long before I was born. And Uncle Howard really stepped into that role.
Yeah.
It wasn't until it wasn't until long after he was gone that I realized he had undertaken that role, and that for all intents and purposes, and people would talk to me about stuff they did with their grandfather.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, I did that with my grandfather Howard, and that's when I realized, oh, great Uncle Howard had stepped in to be our grandfather, because he never had kids.
Yeah.
Had stepped in to be our grandfather. He was my maternal grandmother, my nanny's brother. And when he died, the day he died, I remember several people were very confused as to why I was 18 years old.
Yeah.
My great Uncle Howard had died. I was extremely upset. And everyone's like, oh, it's his great uncle. Why is he breaking down like this? The person who got it, I'd grown up with my first boss's son being one of my best friends.
Okay.
My first boss was this truck driving, cigar chomping, college dropout, self-made produce entrepreneur.
Yeah.
I joked. My first job was 14 years old. I would mix cow manure with soil and nitrate and put it in bags. My first job was literally shoveling shit to sell at his markets.
Okay.
And my Uncle Howard died, and I went to his house. I drove out to his house, and I knocked on his door. And his wife, who I growing up with, their kid was one of my best friends when I was little. Had opened the door, and all I said was, could you please tell my boss I won't be in tomorrow? My great uncle died. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't tearing up, I wasn't crying. And I'll just never forget, she hugged me and said, I'm so sorry, that's fine. And then I was walking back to my truck when my boss came to the door, and he had one of those he used to buy boxes of White Owl cigars.
Oh my God, White House! I remember
He
those.
never smoked them.
They were like
chew
a nickel,
on 'em.
right?
Yeah, he'd chew on them.
Yeah.
So he was chomping a cigar on the side of his mouth. And he came out and he hollered for me real fast. So I stopped and he came marching over. And I thought, oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for not showing up tomorrow. I'll just never forget this big, bald Submarine just gave me the biggest damn hug I'd ever had. And said, you take as much time as you need. Well, it wasn't until several years later, after I was married, I had kids of my own. And I'd stop by one of his produce markets to say hi, that I realized he was in the same position. He had had an uncle that was like a grandfather to him.
Yeah.
So he got that. But Uncle Howard, when he passed, he had said, if something happens, I think something's going to happen to me, I got a bad feeling. We asked why. And the reason he said why was, after church on Sunday, he couldn't find his hat. He always wore a hat almost exactly like that.
Oh.
And after church one Sunday, he couldn't find his hat.
I see.
Of course, we're still convinced that his second wife murdered him, but, you know.
Okay, it was that. Okay, it was the hat.
We're pretty sure that's what killed him, was his second
Yeah.
wife murdering him. But she'd got to say, she got creative. But
All right, I got the lyrics
There we
here,
go.
and this is specifically for my late grandfather, R.D. Conaway, Rodolph Conaway. Then we sang about it. In the Big Rock Candy Mountain, there's a land that's fair and bright, where the handouts grow on bushes, and you sleep out every night. Where the boxcars all are empty, and the sun shines every day, and the birds and the bees and the cigarette trees, the lemonade springs and the bird sings in the Big Rock Candy Mountain. We have a sip now. Sip.
nah, mine's empty, so I'll have to refill before I can.
We go to the next verse. Yeah. Fill your sip. Yeah. This is a segue. All right. Okay, yeah.
In the
Yeah.
Big Rock Candy
Candy
Mountains,
mountains, all the cops have wooden legs, and the bulldogs all have rubber teeth, and the hens lay soft-boiled eggs. The farmer's trees are full of fruit, and the barns are full of hay. Oh, I'm bound to go where there ain't no snow, where the rain don't fall and the winds don't blow, in the Big Rock Candy Mountain. Have another sip. Here we start again. In the Big Rock Candy Mountain, you never change your socks, and the little streams of alcohol come trickling down the rocks. The brakemen have to tip their hats, and the railroad bulls are blind. There's a lake of stew and a whiskey too. You paddle all around them in a big canoe in the Big Rock Candy Mountain. Another sip. In the Big Rock Candy Mountain, the jails are made of tin, and you can walk right out again as soon as you are in. There ain't no short-handled shovels, no axes, saws, or picks. Oh, I'm going to stay where you sleep all day, where they hung the jerk who invented work in the Big Rock Candy Mountains. Now, here's the thing. These kids today don't understand about that whole culture that took place 100 years ago.
Not the hobo culture?
Yeah.
Oh God, no! Let me tell you. When I was coming up, I used to hang out at a bar called the Magnolia Bar Grill in Louisville, Kentucky. It's still open, and I'm giving it a shout out right here because
Yeah.
I spent many a night at the Mag Bar, and the owner of it was actually one of the bartenders when I started going. He ended up buying the place. There was a guy who hung out at the Mag Bar. He's an Irish fella. His name was Dean. And Dean would go home. He'd go back to Ireland for a month or two every year just to preserve his tax status, and then he'd come back to the U.S. And you know what Dean did for a living? Dean rode trains.
Road trains.
Dean would jump freight trains, go to every different town he could. He'd do poetry in them. Then he'd jump back on a train and ride it back. And Dean and I, every time Dean was in town, Dean would be at the bar, and Dean and I would spend hours sitting there and talking. You know what I'm talking about. I miss Dean. Dean was one of the last of the old style hobos going town to town on the trains.
Tomorrow morning at breakfast, I need to show you a photo of my late grandpa. One of the old time hobos. Sorry. He was a gentleman of the road.
Gentleman of
He
the
was
road.
not
He
a
wasn't
hobo. He was a gentleman of the road. There's a difference. I don't know what it was, but he was a difference.
Well, one was a hobo.
Now let me tell you. Okay. I used to live in an apartment in Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. They had a short line railway that went by my house. And I used to take the Norristown high-speed line, the Route 100. They used to call it the P&W. I used to take that into work. It was a trolley line. I got off the trolley one day, and this short line railway, there was a freight heading by, and that freight happened to go by my house. And it was traveling very slowly. And here I am in my, tie and overcoat and nice fedora and very businesslike in my briefcase. And the short line railway went by, and just on a moment of whimsy, I jumped up and I grabbed the rail on the last boxcar.
Give me 1 second real quick. Jimmy the Head Fox, and I said, as you can find the DVD of Down from the Mountain, it's the live concert of all the performers from Oh Brother. And I want to check one thing, because a gentleman that I have talked about is on here, so...
But while you do that, I'll finish this tale. I rode that boxcar to my house. This short line railway. We're talking like 90 years after the fact. And I could hear the echo of my late grandfather's voice.
Yep.
And I could hear him say, "You goddamn fool! You don't jump on a moving freight, you wait for it to stop!" That's what I heard from my grandpa. Now, what do you got?
That's what I thought.
What you got there?
I suggest watching Down from the Mountain for a different reason.
What?
It is a wonderful piece of river history, believe it or not.
Tell me.
John Hartford, the gentleman who I sang some songs from earlier, was not only a folk singer, and a songwriter who wrote many country hits and was very successful in his own right. John Hartford was also a riverboat pilot. There you go.
John Hartford,
That's
riverboat pilot,
That's him right there.
American
He was a
composer.
riverboat pilot, and he stayed on the river.
Yeah.
Like throughout his life, he stayed on the river.
Yeah.
Shortly before he died, I had the pleasure of meeting him.
Yes.
Because he would go up and he would take the wheel. Down from the Mountain was John's last film appearance and last real concert. It was filmed. He was on the album for it, and John's last film appearance was actually the Down from the Mountain, where he played the Master of Ceremonies on that, which is the concert performance of all the songs from the Coen Brother films. Oh Brother, Where Art Now? He died of cancer back in 2001. After having given up his time as a riverboat pilot because he was too weak to turn the wheel. And if you like John Hartford on that, if you go to YouTube, you can see so many of his performances live. So many of them.
So, folks watching this, look up John Hartford keywords to add that.
Yeah, just John Hartford. You'll
John
find
Hartford.
him immediately.
Yeah.
He's
He's best known as the writer of Gentle on My Mind.
There is a someday, my baby, when I am a man, and others have taught me the best that they can. They'll sell me a suit, and cut off my hair and send me to work in tall buildings. Then it's goodbye to the sunshine, goodbye to the dew, goodbye to the flowers, and goodbye to you. I'm off to the subway, I must not be late. I'm going to work in tall buildings. When I'm retired, my life is my own. I've made all my money, it's time to go home. I wonder what happened betwixt and between when I went to work in tall buildings. And it's goodbye to the sunshine, goodbye to the dew, goodbye to the flowers, and goodbye to you. I'm off to the subway, I must not be late. I'm going to work in tall buildings. That song used to destroy me. When I left the river, that was the song I would sing at night. And that song used to, every time I would sing that, reduce me to tears.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you listen to it, it's somebody who is leaving whatever they love doing, whatever they to go into the world where they can survive. If I could, if I had been born 100 years earlier, I'd have been a riverboat pilot. I wouldn't have been a lawyer. I love the law. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I love practicing it. I love everything about it. I love the academic portions. I love teaching people about it. I love representing people. I love helping people. I love all of that. But if I'd been born 100 years prior to when I was, I'd have stayed on the river.
But then again, there is Mark Twain's description of being in the pilot house.
You are the master. King of all you survey.
Yeah. We should probably start wrapping this up because I don't have a lot of bottles of sake left.
Yeah, it is 10:30. How is it every time I come down here for a wine stream, I end up keeping you on the stream longer than everybody else?
Because your liver is
Well, yeah,
Kentucky.
I watched you with alkali, and I'm like, he was still out by 9:30. Tonight I'm sitting there going, it's 10:30 at night. I still got the old man on the screen.
I'm looking at this description you give me here. John Hartford. All of a sudden I see a link to Earl Scruggs.
Yep. No, John was a master of it. He was the start of the Newgrass movement. And this should be
Okay,
no
what do you
crime.
mean? What do you mean, Diane? What does that mean?
Newgrass?
Yes.
It was the bluegrass revival of the 60s and 70s.
Yeah. Okay.
He was one of the founding members of it.
So if I start singing, come and listen to a story about a man named Jed.
I'll tell you if you can
Yep.
find it, which I saw a copy on Discogs, and I have kicked myself for not getting it.
Yeah.
Mark Twain and Coming Up From Below, which are two of his albums,
Yes.
are wonderful albums filled with old river songs like, gonna pick up some of these empties here just as soon as I learn where they lay. Old towboat picking up barges on a long hot summer day. Well, for every day you work on the Illinois River, get a half a day off with pay. Towboat picking up barges on a long hot summer day. But you can find that. I actually found there's a band, a new core bluegrass band that I found that does a cover that I listen to it. But if I can ever find John's recording on the record label, I've become big in records over the past year. I bought a record player. And my spouse will tell you I like to sit in my living room and
Okay.
listen to records.
Okay, what do you mean by record
I
player? What sort of?
I bought a Victrola. I bought it's a modern Victrola,
Yeah.
but I bought a Victrola.
So
And-
with the giant horn with the speaker on it.
No. Like think more the 1940s style Victrola. It has Bluetooth and all that crap, but it's modeled after the 1940s style small Victrola radios.
Okay, they didn't have Bluetooth in the 1940s.
I know. But it's a record player, and it was relatively cheap, and it listens to it.
Okay, sure.
Ask QM, sweetie, by the way, if you want to know what to get me for Christmas, like, if you can find Down to the Mystery Below and Mark Twain on vinyl by John Hartford, there you go, baby. That's it. We can't afford it because they're not cheap albums, even if you get the Japanese copies.
I'm sorry. Would you please repeat that?
It is the Mystery Below and Mark Twain.
Excuse me. The Mystery Below.
And Mark Twain. Both of those are pretty much John Hartford.
So it's like The Mystery Below.
And John Hartford and Mark Twain. Mark Twain.
And Mark what?
Twang.
How do you spell that?
Twang. As in, you have a southern twang.
Mark Twain.
Yep.
Okay, there. Got it. I misspelled it.
Mark Twain. Yes, the famous album, Mark Twain.
Mark Twain.
There's a lot of, what John Hartford had told me, actually, personally, because we had asked him multiple times why he never wrote a song about the bell.
Yeah. What
And
bell?
The bell, the boat I worked on, the bell.
Right.
Little.
Yeah.
We'd asked him multiple times why he never wrote a song about the bell, because the bell was the oldest operating steamboat.
Yes.
We were the oldest operating stern wheel steamboat on the Western rivers in the
Really?
United States. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We were built in 1914. The Delta Queen was built in the 20s. And she wasn't even built as a West Coast steamer. But the Delta Queen, or a Western River steamer, Delta Queen was actually built in San Francisco and was brought through the Panama Canal to the East Coast and then put on the Western rivers. Which is weird, by the way. We don't call the rivers on the other side of the Rockies the Western rivers. The Western rivers are the
They
Ohio,
don't
the
exist.
Mississippi, and all that.
Yep.
But so there were a lot of songs like that, but we'd always ask him, and he would tell us that the reason he didn't do it was he was in the process of writing one. Well, he didn't finish writing that until he died. Mark Twang's not the hard one, Jeremy. A, it's got to be vinyl. B, Mark Twang's not the hard one. C, Mystery Below's the hard one. Down in the Mystery Below's the hard one to find. The only ones I can find of Down in the Mystery Below are Japanese copies that cost at least $15 to $20. But John Hartford wrote a lot of good songs.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at one right now, just because I can never remember the second verse. But it was one written by John Hartford right after he had left the river. And it's actually a good one. It's well, I thought I heard that Natchez whistle blow. Yes, I thought I heard that Natchez whistle blow. Well, she blowed so low and she blowed so sweet. I was laying in bed on Toulouse Street. Thought I heard that Natchez whistle blow. Well, I thought I heard that Natchez whistle blow. Well, I thought I heard that Natchez whistle blow. It was strange, it hung in the corners of the room, and I wondered if you would come back soon. Thought I heard that Natchez whistle blow. Somewhere in the rain out there over by Algiers, maybe ghosts or the noise of trucks winding through their gears. Well, thought I heard that Natchez whistle blow.
I'm going to submit that the hour has grown such
It has.
that old people like me need to go back. I don't know about you
I agree.
kids, but here's the thing: we should wrap this up.
Yes, we should.
But I don't think we should wrap it up with like, we're done. We need to wrap it up with a song.
Yes, we do. I
Now,
agree.
what song should we wrap it up with?
Well, there's always the classic, The Parting Glass. There is Old Time Riverman. Let Him Go on Mama.
Which do you prefer? I can pull all this shit up.
I'll tell you the truth, I don't need you to pull any of them up. I know.
No, I need me to bring it up because I'm going to be joining you in this shit, right?
The Parting Glass is probably one you know. Let Him Go on Mama, you probably don't know.
Let's
But it's a happy song.
Let's do the parting glass because I at least know the.
We pour the traditional shot when you
Okay,
do
I'm
Parting
trying
Glass.
to.
And you have to look up the lyrics.
I'm working on it.
How do you have to look up the lyrics for the Parting Glass? Like, that's not a thing.
I'm working.
people do.
I'm working on it.
Of all the money that ever I had, I spent it on a
There it is.
Google search.
I'm working on it.
You better hope they have the lyrics.
No,
on the
no,
Wikipedia.
No, wait. Okay.
There is. You're not going to love this, but right to the right of where you're going, there is
yeah?
literally a tab right below that says lyrics. There you go.
Shall we?
I'm fine when you are.
Let's do it.
Folks, I will let Kage have the last word, but if you have ever tuned into one of my front porch streams, which are actually starting back this month, I do apologize for the long break in them, but we are bringing them back, as well as, since I have to pimp myself just a little bit,
Go on.
as well as Boozy's Legal Funhouse, the podcast that you can find on Spotify and all major streaming services, is going to be restarting in January. I planned on restarting it last month. Shit happened. I'm a practicing attorney. But if you want to do that stuff, you can do it through there.
Yeah.
I tend to end all of my streams on the front porch streams with this one song because I think it's a wonderful song to leave with, especially with people there. If you don't have a glass, I would ask you to fill one with an alcoholic or non-alcoholic beverage of your choice.
Yeah.
As we sing the parting glass and bid adieu to you tonight. However, it is your stream, sir, so I will let you say the goodbyes.
I have no more flowery words than my esteemed colleague sitting here to my right has said this evening. Okay, I am an old guy who comes up with all sorts of wonderful, words and such, but I have been blessed to have met this young fellow to my right.
Younger.
I shall defer to my younger but equally educated and erudite and beloved colleague. Would you kindly share the lyrics with these good folk tonight?
Certainly. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and of all the harm that e'er I done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall.
So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be to you all. So fill to me the parting glass, and drink a health that befalls. Then gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be to you all. Of all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away. And of all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and I'll softly call. Good night and joy be to you all. Folks, good night and joy be with you.
Good night and joy be to you all. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and
Others.
it's a bunch of words.
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
Yes. I'll tell you what. Fuck off. Go to bed. We're done. Goodbye.
Good night.
Yes.